The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He looked at the skeleton lying on the gorgeous seat that looked like a throne. Give a treasure to her? Everyone nodded. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what will happen if I don't? Liang Yin said, so far, it seems that only by giving him what he wants can you have a chance to leave this place. As soon as Liang Yin said so, a voice sounded in the void, and it was a woman's voice. This voice said, this is the temple of greed. Only by offering treasures can you leave. Han Fei looked around and confirmed that the source of the voice was the skeleton. Su Lian said, this sound will appear once every hour. Han Fei's first thought was, why didn't the three of you join forces to kill this guy? The three of them couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Is this the style of a bandit? He wants to kill the guardian of the palace and the monarch. Palace? Is he a born bandit? However, Su Lian said, I was the first to come here. I searched every corner of this place, but didn't find a place to go out. Xiao Yueming said, after I arrived, I proposed to attack the skeleton on the throne. However, we tried but were blocked by an invisible barrier and given a warning. Han Fei asked, warning? Xiao Yueming, the first attack was just a verbal warning. If there is a second attack, the sacrifice will have to be doubled. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what about the third time? Liang Yin said, sacrifice all your treasures, including those that have recognized you as their master. Han Fei immediately smiled. Why? You'll just give her whatever she wants? Don't tell me you have given your treasures to her. Regardless of whether others gave their treasures to her or not, Han Fei wouldn't do that. Although this was the monarch palace, so what? Unless the person in front of him was a real monarch, it was impossible for him to give her anything. Han Fei firmly believed that this person could never be a monarch. Look at her luxurious clothes, she was clearly a vain and corrupt female skeleton. Look at the decoration style of the entire palace, even the floor tiles were made of gold and jade. To be honest, Han Fei was tempted the moment he entered this place, especially the ship behind. He really wanted to stuff it into his origin sea as his trophy. Xiao Yueming nodded. Yes, but she doesn't want our treasures. Huh? Xiao Yueming explained, this skeleton seems to be able to judge the level of the sacrifice. She doesn't accept ordinary items, and they will be bounced off. Han Fei was amused. She was really spoiled. The three kings thought that Han Fei would attack and break this place. However, with a flip of Han Fei's hand, the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. The moment the vast ocean navigator appeared, the three kings all looked at the vast ocean navigator in Han Fei's hand and guessed. Han Fei asked, where is the monarch of the monarch palace? Han Fei asked this question because he was afraid that the location of the skeleton was the only way to find the monarch. When the vast ocean navigator pointed at the skeleton, should he make a sacrifice or not? Sure enough, the vast ocean navigator didn't point. Han Fei smiled disdainfully and said, where are the sky openers in this palace, including those who have died? Ka ka ka. The vast ocean navigator began to spin, and the 5 wheels only turned a few times before pointing at the skeleton wearing all kinds of gorgeous jewelry. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. You're just in the sky-opening realm. If you were still alive, it would be terrifying, but you've been dead for so long. Do you still think you're something? At this moment, the other three looked at the vast ocean navigator and Han Fei's hand in surprise and then at Han Fei in shock. Su Lian said, "Has this thing really been made?" Han Fei didn't care about the surprise of Su Lian and the other two. He took out the vast ocean navigator in front of them just to show them. With the strength of these three people, so what if they saw it? Besides, the spirit refining world and the Sanskrit music world were not his enemies. He wanted to subdue them by showing them the vast ocean navigator. Since Han Fei was sure that this skeleton was only in the sky-opening realm, he had nothing to worry about. Logically speaking, Han Fei felt that he had already exceeded the limit of the sea establishment realm. If one didn't use a secret technique and just relied on his own strength, it was almost impossible for his strength to reach 500,000 waves. Even 300,000 waves were very rare. Even when Han Fei fought Han Xian, he didn't feel the suppression in strength. Although sea establishers didn't depend on strength, was his great Tao weak? Besides, his great Tao had improved a step further. If he really used all his strength, he might be able to display a terrifying power of more than a million waves. He could probably blow up a sea establisher with a single punch. Han Fei jumped with golden light, as if he wanted to ignore the so-called barrier and go straight to the corpse. Bang! But then, the terrifying impact shook the entire palace. Han Fei was speechless. Now anything could block his golden light? Unfortunately, this barrier had been set up for too long and he couldn't bypass it through the river of time. Han Fei's body was only slightly numb, but he recovered soon. A voice echoed in the palace, warning. The heavenly might must not be provoked. If it happens again, the wealth and treasures to be sacrificed will be doubled. Han Fei grinned. Doubled? Heh. Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and activated his great Tao. In an instant, he unleashed all his strength and smashed it at the two nearest pillars in the palace that were inlaid with gems and various demon essence and crystals. And the target of the embroidery needle was the rich skeleton covered by gold and silver. Boom! Boom! Even if the building of the monarch palace was extremely hard, it wasn't so hard that even Han Fei couldn't shake it. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that even an ordinary pearl here had reached the point where even a sky-opening realm cultivator couldn't break it? Then how could the monarch palace be for a monarch to live in? It should be for a god to live in. Sure enough, the two pillars exploded, and a large number of treasures were scattered all over the ground. What shocked Han Fei was that even the F***king pillars were full of treasures, which were dazzling and fancy. Han Fei even saw a lot of mystic yellow stones. In addition to the mystic yellow stones, Han Fei felt that there were many gem mines here that seemed to be able to be used to refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Not to mention anything else, these two pillars alone should include 100,000 pieces of scattered gems, which could be used as 100,000 monarch palace keys. Gulp. Qiao Yueming and the other two were dumbfounded. Lunatic, this is simply a lunatic. Can you be so unscrupulous just because the skeleton is in the sky opening realm? What do you take the sky opening realm for? At this moment, Han Fei's rod shadow didn't stop. It swept around and finally hit the corpse. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The terrifying power directly shook Qiao Yueming, Su Lian, and Liang Yin until their bodies slid on the ground and they were pushed back to the corner by the surging airwaves. In fact, the three of them who were wearing battle suits had to hold shields to circulate their great Tao to block the aftershock. Crack. At this moment, in the eyes of the three of them, the invisible barrier was full of cracks, as if there were white cracks in the void. This meant that Han Fei's rod almost shattered the invisible barrier of the corpse. Besides, judging from the residual power, they didn't know how strong Han Fei was now. Qiu Yueming had seen the battle between Han Fei and Feng Xinlan, but she still didn't expect Han Fei to grow to this point in just a few decades. Earlier, she didn't believe that Han Fei could fight a sky-opening powerhouse. But now she had no reason not to believe it. Seeing that the barrier was not broken, Han Fei turned his hand and collected the various gems and mystic yellow stones that were scattered all over the ground. He sneered. "It's always I who rob others. No one can rob me." "What can you do to me?" Sure enough, this time, the corpse didn't make a sound anymore, as if warning him was meaningless. The golden skeleton lying on the throne slowly stood up. The precious jewelry on its body clanged. Then, the king saw that the skeleton's eyes were burning with faint blue soul fire. A voice sounded in the palace, "Whoever takes my treasure, die." The golden skeleton slowly got up. In the midst of the jewelry and treasures, on the ground around her throne, demonic essence and mystic crystals flew up and attached to her bones. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. More than 20 colorful gem rings appeared on her 10 skeleton fingers that were shaped like dead branches, but showed the color of gold and jade. From her wrist to her arm, bracelets of various materials were hung on them, such as the black sky treasure jade, the green light jade essence, the crimson fire glazed crystal, and so on. There were more than 100 of them. On this person's neck, there were naturally various necklaces. A crown appeared on her head at some point, and on the crown was an unknown gem the size of a goose egg. Anyway, she was really rich. A zombie? Han Fei didn't panic. Holding the embroidery needle, he secretly activated the chaotic chi. From the looks of it, there was no escape from fighting. Compared to the insect-tide forest and the mirror space, Han Fei preferred this kind of test that could be passed by fighting. After all, he still had some confidence in winning the battle, but as for the insect-tide forest and the mirror space, to put it bluntly, if you didn't get enough comprehension, you would never be able to come out. How could there be such a huge amount of resources waiting to enter his pocket? As long as he killed this rich skeleton. Qiu Yueming and 2 other kings had seen Han Fei's behavior clearly. He was simply a lunatic who fought without hesitation. Now, the skeleton had come back to life, using precious mystic crystals as her blood and flesh. Han Fei sneered. "That skeleton, I advise you to let me go obediently. I can still leave you some wealth. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking your entire palace." Qi La. The skeleton bounced up from the throne. When its figure passed the invisible barrier, it underwent a strange change. It turned into a beautiful woman with red hair, a beautiful face, and a voluptuous body. However, no matter how she changed, she still looked so rich. The woman floated to Han Fei and pressed her palm down. "Me." Han Fei felt that his body stiffened slightly, and his body seemed to be covered with some kind of golden jade. He. "You're the first who wants to snatch my treasure." Corner. Qiu Yueming and the other 2 were dumbfounded. They leaned against the corner of the wall, thinking to themselves, is it so weird? They had never been to this palace before. This was their first time here, and it felt weirder than any palace they had ever seen. In particular, when they saw a skeleton turn into a beauty and attack Han Fei. They were even more horrified. It seemed that Han Fei was frozen. Humph. The third eye between Han Fei's eyebrows suddenly opened, and his heart pounded like thunder. Bang! At the last moment, Han Fei counterattacked and punched out with the sacrificing punch. The terrifying power had been more than 1,000,000 waves. Under such a violent force, Su Lian and the other two had to mobilize half of their strength to resist the impact. Crack! Crack! Under the impact of such a violent force, the big ship that was inlaid with gold and jade began to slide and crash into a certain wall of the palace. Rumble! Rumble! Bang! Han Fei was pushed back more than 1,000 meters and hit a pillar. The huge force of inertia directly shattered the pillar. However, Han Fei had completely withstood such a blow. On the other hand, the skeleton beauty was not unscathed under Han Fei's punch. She leaned back and sat on the throne like a feather. Giggle. You're a very strong man. I know what your most precious treasure is. It's your invincible heart. Han Fei grinned. You want my heart? Old woman, you're already a skeleton. Do you think you deserve my heart? Buzz. On the throne, a ripple spread out, and the beautiful woman's face turned cold. Who are you calling an old woman? Han Fei smiled. I'm talking about you, old woman. You're already a skeleton. But you're still pretending to be young. Even if you bring all the treasures in the world, you can't restore your appearance. You're already dead. Ah. With a scream, the beautiful woman shouted, I'm going to swallow your luck. Destroy your great Tao, and make you a part of this treasure. The beautiful woman waved her hand, and on the bronze platform used for sacrifice, many treasures rose and attacked Han Fei. Dharma idol. Roar. In front of Han Fei, his Dharma idol appeared, and Han Fei had already appeared above the giant's head, shouting, sacrificing punch. Boom boom boom. Han Fei ignited the chaotic chi and fought with all his strength as assisted by the Dharma idol. Even a casual punch he threw out would be blocked by the void. The entire palace began to shake, and the ultra-quality divine weapons and quelling bizarre treasures were all sent flying by Han Fei's crazy blow. Since he had come to the monarch palace, Han Fei had never thought of preserving his strength. Unlike others, he didn't intend to only explore a small part of the monarch palace. Danger was often accompanied by opportunities. The stronger the enemy, the greater the opportunity. If he looted all the treasures in this palace, it would definitely be very beneficial to his origin. Han Fei certainly wouldn't give up the rare treasures here. Han Fei had even prepared a 5-level Tao pattern pill. He didn't believe that the corpse of an emperor that was only left with bones could exert much power. When he sent the treasures and divine weapons flying, one of his Dharma idols' arms was also destroyed. But as Han Fei tilted his head, the huge arm regrown. Han Fei shouted, it seems like you want to do this the hard way. Since you've died, I'll send you to hell. Han Fei attacked with 2 fingers and launched all great Daos in one sword, almost shattering the void. But Han Fei didn't expect the space here to be so solid. However, it didn't matter. With the eruption of all great Daos in one sword, even the skeleton had to take the battle seriously. Giggle. What a powerful man. I like you. I have a lot of treasures here. The beautiful woman reached out and grabbed, and a golden shield appeared in front of her. Clank. Buzz. Bang. 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 In the palace, a massive amount of treasures shattered and fell. The brilliance of the explosion enveloped the entire palace. Pooh. 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 Xiao Yueming, Su Lian, and Liang Yin vomited a mouthful of blood under the shockwave. The three of them were shocked. Is Han Fei already so powerful? What kind of power is this? He can already fight a sky-opening realm powerhouse? Xiao Yueming wasn't worried. When she learned Han Fei's identity, she knew that the two parties were already allies. As for Su Lian and Liang Yin, because they were both masters of the heavenly palaces in the 13 worlds in the outer domain and had been ruled by supreme clearness and infinity for so many years, how dare they betray them easily? Although they were not completely attached to supreme clearness and infinity, they would still ask them for help when they encountered difficulties. Now that the yin-yang world had returned, the old grudge between the yin-yang world and supreme clearness and infinity had been mentioned. Sooner or later, there would be a war between the yin-yang world and supreme clearness and infinity. As far as they knew, the 4 palaces of the sword god stood on the yin-yang world side, as well as the 9-palace world that had recently appeared. Considering Han Fei's current strength and his ally, Sword God, Han Fei seemed to be really qualified to compete with supreme clearness and infinity. This made Su Lian and Liang Yin's imagination run wild. If Han Fei could return safely this time, the layout of the 36 mystic worlds would probably change. They had never seen such a reckless person who wouldn't even hesitate to start a war with an emperor. All great Daos in one sword erupted, and Han Fei sneered, because the yin-yang reincarnation saber also erupted. There was no telling if it was Han Fei's illusion, but the beautiful woman seemed to have aged a lot. A steady stream of new treasures attached to her body, and her appearance restored. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did these treasures give her power? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was already standing on the big shiny ship, and forcibly collected the ship into his origin sea. The beautiful woman panicked. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Han Fei. Han Fei extended his hand and slowed down the time in front of him. When the beautiful woman pressed down her palm, a golden light flashed, and Han Fei disappeared with the big ship. Launching all great Daos in one sword again, Han Fei broke a gap in the invisible barrier. Buzz. As long as there was a gap, Han Fei could enter. When the beautiful woman looked back, Han Fei was already sitting on her throne. Around him, a massive amount of treasures, including the throne, were forcibly collected by Han Fei. Ah! No one is allowed to deprive master of his wealth. Million treasures. Return, heavenly treasure cage. As soon as Han Fei collected these resources, he discovered that countless golden chains appeared in the surrounding void, locking him in. The beautiful woman threw out a milky pearl. The pearl seemed to be able to arouse the greed in people's hearts. Even Han Fei was a little stunned when he saw it. However, in the battle, while Han Fei felt that the pearl was a treasure, he also felt that he was in great danger. If he was shot by the pearl, the consequences were unpredictable. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he certainly didn't have a chance to break the cage. He immediately roared and activated the Twin Divine technique. With a flash of golden light, his black mist body stepped into the river of time and escaped from the time node of the gap in the barrier, just Now. As for his white mist body, Han Fei didn't care about it and just let the beautiful woman kill it. At this moment, when his white mist body was blown up, Han Fei suddenly appeared behind the beautiful woman and launched his strongest blow. Bang! Boom! Boom! Puff, puff, puff. Su Lian and the other two vomited blood. The space was too narrow, and they were almost watching a sky-opening realm-level battle. They never expected to encounter such a battle so early. The three of them felt that they would be lucky if they didn't die this time. Yes, now Han Fei's strength was completely recognized by them as in the sky opening realm. At this moment, even if the other party was a corpse, Han Fei didn't dare to be careless because he was facing a sky opener. In the end, he sacrificed his white mist body in exchange for a chance to escape from time and give the corpse a wave of immortal fiend's saber. The moment the immortal fiend's saber touched the beautiful woman, it erupted twice in an instant. This was the time manipulation technique that Han Fei had comprehended. Rumble. Rumble. Liang Yin and the others were forced to group up. The three of them worked together to stop the aftershock of the immortal fiend's saber. They were all speechless. Could Han Fei be stronger? In the explosion, the entire palace shook, and countless treasures and mystic crystals fell. As for the beautiful woman, although she was indeed strong, she was hit by immortal fiend's saber twice in a row. Besides, Han Fei's strength was completely different from before he entered the monarch palace, so this terrifying power directly shattered the beautiful woman. Countless treasures fell off, and her body returned to its skeleton state. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the power of the corpse was declining rapidly. The corpse still wanted to suck the scattered treasures over. How could Han Fei let her do that? With the treasures, the corpse would have power. Buzz. In an instant, Han Fei turned into hundreds of clones and quickly swept the scattered treasures. Han Fei shouted, "You three, help me collect the resources. Don't let any treasure fall into the hands of this corpse." Hearing this, the three kings chose to take action without hesitation. It seemed that Han Fei had already won. Besides, Han Fei's super explosive power was not something they could resist at all. Therefore, at this moment, they couldn't do anything except listen. With the four of them working together, the speed at which they looted resources was fast. Anyway, Han Fei had already started fighting and even won. There was no reason for them not to take action. Besides, Han Fei clearly didn't want to kill them. He even showed them the magic vast ocean navigator. In fact, his meaning was very clear. He was warning them that if they could get out alive, they'd better stand on the side of the Yinyang world, because the Yinyang world had controlled the way to leave the raging sea. At this moment, the scattered resources on the field were gathered almost instantly. The skeleton didn't get much treasure, so it couldn't recover. But just as Han Fei was about to take the opportunity to chase it, the skeleton suddenly turned around and looked at Han Fei, roaring desperately, "You robbed me of my treasure. I curse you, curse all these treasures. Pour bad luck into you, and devour your soul." The skeleton spewed out a large amount of black fog, which turned into strange runes that filled the sky and drilled into these treasures. Han Fei retreated and immediately shouted, "Heaven enlightenment divine technique." Buzz. When the divine light descended and swept across, a large number of runes in the field were purified. Su Lian and Liang Yin looked at each other. Although they already knew that Han Fei could use the heaven enlightenment divine technique. This was the first time they had seen it at such a close distance. Liang Yin thought to herself, it's really the heaven enlightenment divine technique, so this curse power can be purified so easily. Su Lian's eyes twitched. It seemed that if he could return this time, he really had to think about who was worthy of following. People like Supreme Clearness and Infinity were actually just the overlords of a region. They just had rich accumulation, but as for people like Han Fei, he was really too much of a heavenly talent. No one could see through his potential at all. No one knew how strong he could become. Ka. After the massive number of runes erupted, the skeleton collapsed into a pile of bones, no longer looking like a queen. Han Fei was slightly relieved. He circulated the spiritual energy in his body and recovered after only a moment. Restoring the collapsed white mist body only cost him 500 years of vitality. After he became a king, the recovery requirements of the twin divine technique had become higher, so it needed 500 years of vitality now. If it were before, he only needed 200 years of vitality to recover. Of course, Han Fei planned to spend 20,000 years of vitality on this trip to the Monarch Palace. 500 years was nothing. When Han Fei recovered, he issued an order in his heart, and the infinity water began to overturn the ground like a big shovel. The floor tiles on the ground, the walls, and the treasures and pearls in the dome were all collected. Han Fei made a fortune from this cleaning. Han Fei had obtained more than 10,000 mystic yellow stones, countless demonic origin of various colors, and a large number of mystic crystal stones. In terms of value, many of them could be used to refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures. And as minerals, they were all extremely precious and could greatly make up for drawback of his origin. See that it lacked mines. Besides, the old turtle reminded him, take this ring. Han Fei was briefly stunned and looked at an ordinary-looking ring. It was one of the many rings the skeleton was wearing just now. This ring was white and seemed to be made of some kind of shell. When Han Fei sensed it, he found that the shell space was more than 800 kilometers wide. Yes, Han Fei wasn't wrong. This thing was much stronger than the Sun Moon shell. It was definitely a top space treasure. Han Fei was surprised. What ring is this? The old turtle said, if I'm not wrong, this should be made of star shells. The best of the best star shells. Star shell? Han Fei also found a lot of resources in the ring, which made him even more tempted. It turned out that it contained more than 30 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, several sea-quelling bizarre treasures, tens of millions of caddies of spiritual spring, and nearly 1 million mystic yellow stones hidden here. There were also various kinds of precious materials. Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei found that there was a bottle of strange liquid sealed for many layers hidden here. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and a long-lost piece of information appeared in his mind. Number of clans in the infinite ocean, 296202223. Master, the 932,564th. Nearby bloodlines, Clear Water Qilin, Time Dragon Carp, Golden Crow Blood. Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Emperor Sparrow, Hexagon Starfish. Recommended bloodline, Clear Water Qilin. When Han Fei saw the Clear Water Qilin bloodline, he immediately took a breath. Up to now, he hadn't encountered any bloodline that he could continue to absorb. This Clear Water Qilin came just in time. Although he had many bloodlines, none of them were useful. Han Fei urgently needed a bloodline to Make the transition. Han Fei broke the seal without hesitation and activated the bloodline. Devouring technique. As soon as he activated it, Han Fei discovered that the swallowing time this time reached 112 years. Han Fei couldn't help being curious. Old Yuan, have you heard of the clear water qilin? Clear water qilin? The old turtle thought for a moment and said, of course I've heard of it, but the clear water qilin is an auspicious beast, good at healing techniques, and has an extremely long lifespan. But it can't be called a divine beast because it's not qualified, nor can it be considered a prehistoric ferocious beast, because it's not good at fighting at all. At most, it's a primordial exotic species. Oh. I see. Han Fei had a rough idea. If it was really at the level of a divine beast, he probably wouldn't be able to devour the bloodline of the clear water qilin. If it was an ancient exotic species, Han Fei felt that this bloodline swallowing might only push his ranking about 100,000 places up. However, this was not important. If he could become an emperor, his bloodline level would increase further, and he might be able to absorb bloodlines faster and could even absorb the essence. Blood of time dragon carp and hexagon starfish. After sorting out the resources, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He had gained a lot from this trip. The problem of bloodline growth was temporarily resolved. With the precious resources of this skeleton, his origin sea would become stronger. Now he just needed to continue to expand it and arrange its layout. Then, Han Fei turned his eyes to Qiu Yueming and the other two. With a look from Han Fei, the three of them immediately understood and threw all the resources they had just snatched to Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. I want to ask, how did the three of you come here? Did you meet the kings of the other races? Liang Yin said, I met a sea establisher of the Merman royal family earlier. But we didn't fight because our goal is not fighting. Su Lian said, I didn't meet any other kings, but I met some people from the Sanskrit music world. We probably happened to enter the monarch palace at a similar place. Qiu Yueming said, I fought a king of the undersea human race. When I came into this palace, I happened to encounter a few human half-kings. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, you met half-kings? Qiu Yueming said, that's right. Those people are not weak. The last place I was in was a vast forest where demonic plants were rampant. Because the place is big, it's normal to have many exits. Han Fei nodded slightly. It seemed that it was indeed a coincidence. However, Han Fei was a little puzzled. Why did 4 human kings come to this place? This probability was actually not high. After all, there were many other races coming in this time. But Han Fei didn't think too much about it. He took out the vast ocean navigator again, and it pointed at the throne. But this place had been shoveled, and there was nothing left except a wasteland. Therefore, Han Fei guessed that the vast ocean navigator was referring to the void node. He reached out, tore the void, and reached in. Then, he took out a small token. On it was the word greed, and on the opposite side was an engraved array. With a thought, Han Fei activated the array with qi condensation. Immediately, complicated patterns appeared on the ground. Han Fei found that it was a random teleportation array, but the random nodes seemed to have been drawn long ago. Han Fei said casually, you owe me a favor this time. Do you agree? Han Fei was not interested in Qiu Yueming and the other two. With his current strength, he was targeting strong masters at the level of Bei Luochen. In addition to coming to obtain opportunities, Han Fei had another guess, which was that the test of the Void Temple should be here. Being able to enter the Void Temple and being only an in-name disciple were two different things. Even the martial king couldn't become a formal disciple of the Void Temple. Even if he suppressed the raging sea alone, so what? He could only suppress the raging sea. However, Han Fei's purpose for this trip was not to suppress the raging sea or anything. He just wanted to become a formal disciple of the Void Temple. Once he entered the Void Temple, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to solve Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan? But Han Fei found that he had already benefited a lot before he found where the Void Temple was. After sending Qiu Yueming and the others away, Han Fei didn't leave immediately. As Han Xian said, he shouldn't rush. He was thinking about why there was such a temple of greed in the monarch palace. According to the strength of the skeleton just now, Han Fei estimated that even if the three of Qiu Yueming joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for her. Unless there were 7 or 8 kings here, and their strength was at the top of the sea establishment list in the raging sea. There were even 2 or 3 who could unleash the power of the sky-opening realm. Only then could they suppress the corpse and successfully solve the Temple of Greed. But Han Fei estimated that even so, at least one of them would die. Or, they really contributed their wealth and precious resources. From the massive amount of resources here, one could conclude that this skeleton must have tricked a lot of people. Now, he had met 2 enemies and a mirror. Han Fei didn't know what the connection between the insect man and the greedy skeleton was, and they might not be related. But it was hard to say about the mirror. It might be a treasure in the monarch palace, but it happened to be there. However, according to Qiu Yueming and the others, they had all encountered several dangerous places. If everyone had encountered a few dangerous places, how many dangerous places were there in the monarch palace? And these were just the places kings walked through. The venerables would definitely encounter a lot of dangerous places too. In so many dangerous places, there were actually a lot of opportunities. These opportunities were the reason why so many people here obtained great opportunities here and even became kings. However, with too many opportunities, it was easy to get lost. The monarch palace was where a monarch lived. Did one have to pass through these small opportunities to obtain a truly great opportunity? Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator in his hand. He felt that he should be blessed. No one could find the real opportunity faster than him. Therefore, Han Fei estimated that if he was willing, he should be able to obtain more than others. However, Han Fei also yearned for places like the Temple of Greed that were highly dangerous but had greater benefits. After all, with his strength, he could still explore these places. Why didn't he take these opportunities? Therefore, Han Fei sorted out his thoughts and said, 1 year, 3 years. It will take me at most 1 year to explore some places of great opportunities. No matter what happens in the future, I have to find the Void Temple in the coming 2 years. After making this judgment, Han Fei restored his visualization for a day. On this day, one was to let him be at his peak state, one was to wait for the vast ocean navigator to be restored, and the other was to consume the resources in the Origin Sea with his mind to explore the Origin Sea. He had gained a lot from this trip and had some wealth, so he directly took out 500 million ultra-quality spiritual stones to expand his Origin Sea. Of course, this amount of resources was far from enough, but he was still looking for opportunities. The next day, Han Fei saw that no one came. Therefore, he directly triggered the greed token with spiritual energy, and an array appeared. But Han Fei didn't enter the array directly. Instead, he took out the vast ocean navigator and said, "Find a place suitable for me." Han Fei paid attention to suitability and didn't pursue opportunities too much. The main reason was that he had confirmed yesterday that this was a random teleportation, or a one-to-many fixed-point teleportation. Since it was such a teleportation, the place he went to should be related to the time he entered it. Although a place like the Temple of Greed was good, the uncertainty was too high. If Han Fei hadn't comprehended the Great Tao more deeply in the mirror world, causing the Great Tao to operate and his strength to increase by 3 times, there was a high chance that he wouldn't have been able to defeat the skeleton. Or, even if he wanted to win, he had to use the time technique multiple times and reveal all his trump cards such as the invincible eye, the dragon transformation technique, the 5th grade Tao pattern pill, and the emperor sparrow. Therefore, he won in the Temple of Greed by chance. If he really teleported to another similar place, it was hard to say if he could still win. When the vast ocean navigator stopped, Han Fei disappeared from the teleportation array with a swish. Gulialu. Han Fei's eyes lit up. As soon as he appeared, he knew that he was in the seawater, and the water here was extremely sharp, making him feel in a sea of knives. Buzz. Before Han Fei could observe his surroundings, the aftershock of a battle swept at him. Huh? Someone is here? Han Fei's first thought was that one of Qiu Yueming and the other 2 might have come here and encountered an enemy. And the enemies of humans could only be the 100 Demon Clan, the Undersea Human Clan, or the Merman royal family. Han Fei looked around. This was just like an ordinary seabed. There was nothing special about it. He followed the direction of the battle, and with a flash of golden light, he jumped away. A moment later, as soon as Han Fei arrived, he saw that this place was frozen for thousands of kilometers, and the airwaves were like knives. The Snow Lady and a huge toad beast were resisting a violent sea. Huh? Seeing Han Fei, the Snow Lady was very surprised. She didn't expect to meet Han Fei so soon. The Snow Lady said, "The seawater here is abnormal, comparable to the strongest sea treasure. We have to break through this abnormal seawater, or we won't be able to pass through." As for the toad beast, it glanced at Han Fei warily, smashed the sword tight in front of it with its big claws, and said in a rumbling voice, "Let's work together to break through this ferocious water." There was a hateful undersea person who rushed through here while we were fighting. I hope you don't do this, or else. Faced with the threat of the toad, Han Fei didn't care. He appeared in the violent sword tied with a swish. Clang. 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 Ding ding ding. Han Fei withstood the crazy attacks with his physique, but when he saw the fine white marks on his body, he was shocked. Nah. Infinity water? Han Fei's face changed slightly. He had always thought that the infinity water was an extraordinary sea-quelling bizarre treasure that could grow. He didn't expect it to come from here. The toad and the Snow Lady were shocked to see that Han Fei was standing in the middle of such a crazy wave of swords and knives, and was completely fine. The Snow Lady wondered if Han Fei was going to barge through. The toad was shocked. This person's physique was so strong. He was actually standing in the middle of the terrifying waves. Just now, when it tried to forcibly break through, it was cut all over its body. Han Fei smiled. As expected of the monarch palace. It's a huge treasure house. With a flip of his hand, the infinity water appeared in his hand. Buzz. The infinity water instantly flickered into a pillar of light in the water. Just like when he first saw it. The moment the infinity water turned into a pillar of light, the pressure on the Snow Lady and the toad disappeared almost instantly. Han Fei saw that the cold waves were rushing at him crazily. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. If it weren't for the fact that the infinity water was absorbing the essence of water crazily, Han Fei would have suspected that he was being targeted. Seeing that Han Fei was targeted, the giant toad immediately jumped into the depths of the sea. Han Fei said leisurely, "Didn't you want to ally with me just now? Why did you run away now?" The giant toad said without looking back, "I'll ally with you when I have a chance. Obviously, this water is targeting you. Sorry." At this moment, layers of ice appeared in front of Han Fei. The Snow Lady tried to attack, but Han Fei shook his head slightly and said, "Go after that toad. If there's an opportunity, it should fall into the hands of the human race. This place can't stop me." The Snow Lady asked, "Are you really fine?" Han Fei said, "Yes." The Snow Lady looked at the endless waves rolling over. To be honest, she really couldn't resist them. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and chased after the toad. Han Fei directly activated the power of his great Tao, increased his combat power by 3 times, and wore a long battle suit. There was no telling if the infinity water was good or bad. But the infinity water was now his weapon, so it belonged to him. It wouldn't collapse, so it probably wouldn't be destroyed by this wave. Buzz. When the sea current rushed at Han Fei, he set up 100 arrays in front of him, which shattered. Then, a massive amount of blade power cut his body. Han Fei was confident that his physique was already extremely strong, but if he was cut in the same place too many times, blood would still seep out. Fortunately, most of the terrifying waves were sucked into the pillar of light formed by the infinity water. After half an hour, Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on himself before he survived. When the pillar of light dissipated and Han Fei saw the infinity water again, information appeared. Name: Infinity Water, growable. Introduction: in the past, when an emperor was about to die, he comprehended the path of the emperor. He was afraid that his saber path would be lost, so he shattered the great Tao and condensed the saber water, which was called the infinity water. The infinity water means infinite saber intent. The infinity water, in its strongest form, can transform into the Tao, enter the soul, and kill the great Tao. Quality: Ultra quality. See Quelling Bizarre Treasure. Attached soul: none. Effect: changeable, /Tao. Can't be reforged. Unrefined. Remarks: it has barely reached the peak state of a sea Quelling Bizarre Treasure. Affected by its master, it can't go further. A terrifying hand. The infinity water absorbed the essence of water, but what the Snow Lady and the others encountered was not the essence of water, but more like other infinity water. After the two fused, it became the current ultra-quality sea Quelling Bizarre Treasure, the infinity water. In terms of ultra-quality sea Quelling Bizarre Treasures, in the entire raging sea, it seemed that only Lei Qing could forge them. Even if Lei Qing had once helped others make some, the number of them in the entire raging sea probably didn't exceed 10, or even 5. This time, Han Fei seemed to have picked up a bargain. He just didn't know if there was infinity water essence ahead anymore. If there was, the more the merrier. Perhaps it could even make the infinity water advance to the level of a godly weapon. Han Fei grinned and chased in the direction of the Snow Lady and the toad as a golden light flashed. After only 100 seconds, Han Fei saw a dark blue undersea cave. The vast ocean navigator pointed at it and Han Fei got in without hesitation. As soon as he entered the black hole space, Han Fei felt that the world was upside down. He turned around and appeared on a small island. Of course, like other places, he couldn't perceive anything on this island. However, the devastated scene, the rich blood qi, and the still violent impact of power made Han Fei know that there seemed to be a big battle here. Han Fei stepped into the air and headed for the center of the island. Even if sea establishers couldn't perceive it, they could tell the location of the battle by judging the poured power. After only 10 seconds, Han Fei flew about 50,000 kilometers and finally came to a mountain of mineral veins. Before Han Fei arrived, he saw a huge figure flying over from afar. As it flew, blood spurted out. Wasn't this the big toad just now? Pfft. The toad flew back first, and then the Snow Lady also flew over. Her body was blood-stained and full of cracks, but on a closer look, the broken things were all ice, not the Snow Lady's original body. Bang! The giant toad that was hundreds kilometers long crashed to the ground like a meteorite, rolling hundreds of times, raising vast energy and dust. When Han Fei discovered the toad also discovered Han Fei. It thought to itself, how could such a terrifying ice blade stream, which carried the power of the sea and infinite blades, be so easily cracked by this human? The toad shouted, "Fellow Daoist, it's dangerous ahead. We have to leave quickly." Although it reminded Han Fei, how could Han Fei not know its intention? It was clearly trying to cotton up to him to ease the embarrassment of it escaping. First, Han Fei said leisurely, "Who's your friend? You'd better not call me that." Then, Han Fei raised his hand, and a pillar of light fell, and the healing divine light hit the Snow Lady. The latter took a breath of relief and said, "It was originally a water curtain, but the opportunities here have obviously been taken. And a terrifying thing appeared here. Its strength is probably in the sky-opening realm." Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "I just beat a sky-opener, and now here came another? Are you kidding me? Is the sky-opening realm so worthless now?" Han Fei's face changed. "Do you think I can beat him or not? A skeleton in the sky-opening realm and a living creature in the sky-opening realm were completely different. And he killed that skeleton in the sky-opening realm by chance. Unless his strength increased by another 50%, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill a living sky-opener." Roar! At this moment, in the sky, a huge azure dragon's shadow flew across. When they took a closer look, they saw that it was a big flood dragon with a single horn on its head. Half of its body had been cut off, and blood was spurting out. Han Fei was lost for words. "How many sea establishers are there here?" The Snow Girl said, 7, 2 giant beasts, me, 1 from the Merman Royal family, 1 from the undersea human race, and 1 from the 100 demon race. And the king of the undersea human race named Ling Bo has already gone crazy. For some reason. Our opponent is him. I'm afraid he has already opened the sky. Han Fei was puzzled. If the 6 of you can't even defeat him, why do you still go up? The Snow Girl said, "The exit is guarded by Lingbo. We have no choice but to fight. The toad beast said, fellow Taoist, at this moment, we should work together to kill a way out. Han Fei glanced at it sideways. Didn't you just ask me to run? The toad beast said, I'm saying, don't go in, fellow Taoist. That undersea man is really weird. He has an invincible and terrifying arm. The 6 of us are no match for him. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. So exaggerated? Although Han Fei really wanted to kill this toad, there were still many unknown factors in the monarch palace. Although this toad was a king, its strength was probably about the same as the Snow Lady. Even if it completely erupted, it wouldn't be a match for him. Therefore, Han Fei glanced at the toad and the Snow Lady. Since you want to leave, don't flinch. Let's go and take a look. Count me in. As Han Fei spoke, he saw a cold-faced woman in black scales flying over. Judging from her severely dispersed qi and blood and the single horn on her head, she was probably the single-horned flood dragon that was sent flying just now. This was also a giant beast. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at the toad. Can't you transform into a human? Do you want to be beaten like a sandbag? The Snow Lady said to Han Fei via voice transmission, the so-called allies are only temporary at most. Except for the unknown position of the giant beasts, the rest are all enemies. Think about whether to cooperate with them or kill them later. Han Fei nodded slightly. Of course, he wouldn't really ally with these guys, who were originally enemies. However, they needed helping hands. If the others all died, they could only rely on themselves in the end. Although these people might not be very strong, when they activated their own great Daos and cooperated, even he would find it difficult to kill them in an instant. Swish. Han Fei flew out. After only a few seconds, he saw a burly guy with gills on his neck, webbed palms, and scales on his body. His right arm was shining golden, and his entire hand seemed to be made of pure gold. Han Fei was lost for words. Damn, a Qilin arm. The kings of the undersea human race and the 100 demon race were shocked to see Han Fei. Why was it this devil? Even the strong master of the Merman royal family's face turned cold. Han Fei was famous for his ferocity in the raging sea. But fortunately, Han Fei was in love with the princess and might not make things difficult for him. Besides, Han Fei might not have the ability to solve the trouble in front of him, so he probably needed to cooperate with them. Although the 3 kings of the Merman royal family and the 100 demon clan were resisting the enemy together, everyone had their own thoughts when Han Fei came. The guy named Ling Bo punched out with his Qilin arm, sending the 3 of them flying. Under that terrifying power, the shell of the big turtle of the 100 demon clan had already shattered, and the 3 ice crystal spiritual tablets of the Merman had also shattered. Now that Han Fei had arrived, they had hope. In fact, Han Fei's original strength was only 300,000 waves. Although he was already very strong, he had only been a king for a short time and was still young. Han Fei knew that 300,000 waves were still too weak for a sky-opening realm cultivator. Therefore, he activated his great Tao without hesitation. If this person was easy to deal with, he would kill the other kings, by the way. Therefore, Han Fei activated his great Tao and punched out with the terrifying power of nearly 1,000,000 waves. Knowing that he was strong, Han Fei didn't think he could kill him with this punch. The latter's eyes were crazy and bloodthirsty. Seeing Han Fei coming, he counterattacked. Boom. Were. Or. The two fists collided, and the mountains collapsed. The Snow Lady and the others were about to help, but they were sent flying more than 100 kilometers away by the aftershock. The terrifying energy ripples directly crushed all the vegetation on this island into nothingness. Bang! A figure, like a shooting star, rolled hundreds of times on the ground and was also sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone found that it was Han Fei. Click! Han Fei retreated more than 1,000 meters, flexed his arms, and his face suddenly became solemn. At this moment, he was no longer shocked by the power the other party showed, but felt that his essence blood seemed to have been extracted when the other party punched him. Immediately, Han Fei felt terrible. A strange desire appeared in his heart. Get it, get it. Han Fei's eyes turned red, and the old turtle shouted, calm down, calm down. Han Fei suddenly came back to himself and was shocked. He almost lost control. Just now? The old turtle said, I felt an extremely powerful evil thought appear in your soul. What happened? Han Fei said, there's something wrong with that arm. The old turtle said, I know that there's something wrong with that arm. It's clearly not Lingbo's arm, but someone else's. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe that there is a sea establisher in the raging sea that can suppress you in strength. Han Fei said, it's precisely because it's not his arm that it can withstand my power, but Lingbo can't. My punch almost turned Lingbo's flesh and blood into blood foam. The toad beast and the one-horned dragon lady were also horrified. What kind of power did Han Fei show? This guy actually collided with the monster head on. At this moment, everyone placed their hope on Han Fei. Han Fei grinned and said, everyone, listen up. I know you want me to help you stop this person, but do you really think you don't need to pay anything? Everyone's face changed when they heard Han Fei's words. Only then did they remember that Han Fei was a pirate and a lunatic who had robbed the 5 Elements world, the Medicine King world, the Dream Weaving world, and the Supreme Clearness world. How could such a guy really treat them as allies? The toad beast said, fellow Taoist. What do you mean? I'm so sincere to you. The female, single-horned flood dragon tugged at the toad's arm and patted its head. Don't be naughty. We don't know if this person is good or bad, but from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to be a good person. Let's be prepared to join forces with the Merman royal family and the 100 Demon clan to resist the enemy. The toad asked, isn't it equivalent to fighting 2 sky openers? How can we fight them? The one-horned flood dragon. The giant beasts didn't know much about the raging sea in the first place. They really didn't know much about Han Fei. Now that Han Fei had shown such a powerful strength, the toad, who had been chatty just now, didn't dare to speak anymore. The man from the Merman royal family said, Han Fei, even if you need resources, shouldn't you wait until we subdue this person? Han Fei grinned. Go ahead. Subdue him if you can. I don't care about this person. The merman's face changed slightly. Why is Han Fei so rude? After all, aren't you our princess boyfriend? The 2 people from the 100 Demon clan and the Undersea Human clan had already approached each other. While everyone was thinking about whether to give Han Fei resources, Ling Bo's eyes turned red. He stared at Han Fei excitedly as if he were looking at his prey. Huh? Han Fei was speechless. If he guessed right, the inside of this person's body must have been destroyed. He had lost at least 30% of his combat power. Didn't he know that even if he could barely fight him, he wouldn't be able to last long? As the name suggested, Ling Bo twisted his body and took a step forward with a strange movement technique. The golden arm, suffused with blood, charged at Han Fei. This scene made Han Fei speechless. *CK, there are so many people around. Why? Do you have to rush at me? Perhaps that arm gave that person strength that exceeded the sea establishment realm. This person directly locked onto him with a blood-colored palm mark. The moment Ling Bo found Han Fei, except for the Snow Lady, everyone rushed to the rear of Ling Bo, at full speed. There was a dilapidated black crystal building there. Although it had long collapsed, the light there indicated that the exit was right there. They didn't get anything on this trip, so they couldn't just give up there. Lives here, right? However, how could Han Fei let them do that? With a flash of blue light, Han Fei entered time and appeared in front of the teleportation array in the next moment. Han Fei glanced at the teleportation array and sneered. Why, do you really think I'm here to help you fight? At this time, Ling Bo followed Han Fei closely, making everyone who was about to rush in front of Han Fei retreat again. Only Han Fei held the embroidery needle in his hand. In the face of such a violent battle, he naturally would resolve it with violence. Looking at the bloody palm, Han Fei took a deep breath and launched a knock on the heavenly gate. Boom. Pft. Bang. The blood-colored palm easily shattered the power of Han Fei's knock on the heavenly gate. However, the time agility technique was activated at the same time, and half of Ling Bo's body exploded, and his upper body was almost annihilated. Han Fei used the time agility technique to shatter Ling Bo's body, but he also endured the power of the Qilin arm. Fortunately, the infinity water had just been upgraded, and Han Fei turned it into a shield. With a bang, the infinity water exploded, and the golden arm ignored Ling Bo's injuries and attacked again. Han Fei punched with all his strength and the two punches collided. Once again, Han Fei felt the incomparable desire in his heart to get that arm. But Han Fei's rationality told him that this was just the temptation of that arm. Han Fei raised his hand and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. This time, he used it on himself. What Han Fei needed was the purification power of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. When the divine light enveloped him, Han Fei could resist the temptation. But as soon as Han Fei came back to himself, he saw that Ling Bo's body suddenly shrank, shattered, turned into a drop of blood, and was sucked in by the golden arm, which then flew towards Han Fei. Han Fei immediately felt the temptation again after the purification of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. Fuse. Little black and little white fused with Han Fei. Han Fei had to use the ruthless state of the yin-yang divine eyes to resist the temptation of this golden arm. Perhaps this golden arm was a very powerful treasure. After putting it on, ordinary kings would be as strong as sky openers. If he used it, even Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan might not be a match for him. However, this thing was too weird. Besides, Han Fei felt that his arms were very strong too. He was the strongest body refiner in the raging sea. After Han Fei resisted the temptation, he retreated and shouted, in 3 seconds, hand over 500 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, or don't blame me for giving you this arm. All the king's faces changed drastically. This was an exploration of the monarch palace. Han Fei had grasped the mentality of the kings. Once they encountered danger, it would be dangerous if they didn't have resources. Therefore, when the kings explored the monarch palace, they would definitely bring a lot of resources. Han Fei urged, hurry up. Give me ultra-quality spiritual stones or resources of similar value. Otherwise, none of you can leave. When the golden arm grabbed over again, Han Fei's figure flashed and he escaped from the arm again. And his first target was the king of the undersea human race, who was still alive. The latter's face changed when he saw Han Fei. Life was more important than anything. At such a critical moment, no one would think that resources were more important than their lives. The man's face changed drastically, and he threw 5 sun moon shells at Han Fei. The moment the sun moon shell was thrown out, the man retreated. Now the weird golden arm was chasing Han Fei. If he dared to stop, wouldn't he be courting death? Sure enough, the golden arm had already caught up, but the only good thing was that it wasn't very fast. Although it could affect Han Fei just now and try to invade his soul, now that Han Fei had fused with Little Black and Little White, his temperament immediately became much colder. Even if the golden arm could keep up with Han Fei's speed and continue to affect him, Han Fei still had one last move, which was the 7th grade soul subduing pill. Swish! Han Fei flashed again and chased after the king of the 100 Demon clan. The latter's face was livid. Like the undersea human, he threw out a sun moon shell and immediately ran. At the same time that this person threw out the sun moon shell, the toad and the single-horned flood dragon girl threw sun moon shells to Han Fei almost at the same time. The toad said, fellow Taoist, this is all I have. Han Fei sneered. I don't believe you. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the sun moon shells, and as a golden light flashed, he fell beside the snow girl. To his surprise, the golden arm didn't chase over. The others were also horrified because they saw the king of the Merman royal family trembling and his eyes glowing red. In front of him was a golden arm. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. The toad shouted, run! That hand has found a new host. This guy is stronger than Ling Bo. The right arm of the king of the Merman royal family was melting, and the golden arm was slowly fusing with his body. The snow lady said, let's go. We can't stay here for long. The opportunities here have obviously been taken away. It's not appropriate to fight this arm now. Han Fei frowned. It was not that he didn't want to leave, but he felt that there must be some great opportunities in such a dangerous place. Therefore, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and ran. It was the first time the snow lady had seen the vast ocean navigator. She didn't expect Han Fei to take it out at this moment. When the vast ocean navigator turned one round, it actually pointed at the golden arm in the end. Han Fei's heart sank. Although this thing was terrifying, it should be a treasure. However, for now, Han Fei had already felt how terrifying this arm was. It tried to twist his nature, invade his soul, absorb his essence blood, and replace his own arm. Besides, the power that the arm could unleash far exceeded him. If it weren't for the fact that the person who used it wasn't strong enough, he would have been seriously injured by the probing blow just now. Therefore, Han Fei decided not to take this opportunity, because he wasn't confident that he could handle it. There were some things that he could take and fight, such as the greedy skeleton, because its limit was there. But there were some things that were impossible to guess, and he couldn't touch its upper limit at all, so why did he take them? Han Fei pulled the snow girl over and came to the teleportation array first. At this moment, the merman didn't chase him. Instead, he put on a creepy smile and said, "You can't escape." Instantly, the toad, the single-horned flood dragon, and the kings of the undersea human race and the 100 demon race were all horrified. Even though they knew that it was equally dangerous to pass the teleportation array with Han Fei, it was still better than staying here. Han Fei didn't deliberately make them stay. If they met again later, it wouldn't be too late for him to attack them. Now he wouldn't waste any time and give the golden arm a chance. Buzz. When Han Fei's eyes lit up again, he still saw ruins. There was a broken bronze door 1,000 meters high. Han Fei was shocked to see this door. Is this the door of the Void Temple? But seeing that there was no T-shaped portrait on the door, Han Fei was relieved. However, Han Fei looked around. This was clearly a huge ruin, but there were many kings sitting cross-legged in the ruins. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that there were 17 or 18 kings in total from all the races. Huh? When Han Fei appeared on the human side, the king's expressions changed. As for the other races, their expressions also changed drastically. Han Fei was the last person they wanted to meet. After the news that Han Fei escaped from Bei Luochen, sneak attacked the Supreme Clearness World, killed 4 kings, and escaped easily spread, no one wanted to provoke such a lunatic. After Han Fei and the Snow Lady appeared and saw the situation, they immediately looked at the human camp. There was another acquaintance there. Who else could it be but Huang Jia? Behind them, as soon as the toad and the single-horned flood dragon lady came out, they rushed towards the giant beasts. The toad shouted, 8 eyes. Squid girl, I'm here. I've finally found you. As for the kings of the undersea human race and the 100 demon race, they quickly left Han Fei without hesitation. Han Fei heard the toad say to the other 2 giant beasts by a voice transmission, "Don't fight that human. That guy has the power of the sky-opening realm. He's extremely terrifying." The undersea human and the guy from the 100 demon race also told their clansman Han Fei's strength. Han Fei had planned to find a way to kill the kings of the undersea human race and the 100 demon race first, but he didn't expect there to be so many kings here. Did they come for a king meeting? Beside Han Fei, the Snow Lady's expression changed as she asked, "Is it here?" Han Fei was puzzled. "Where is this?" The Snow Lady said, "In the past, this was the furthest we could reach. I heard that no one has passed through here yet. The 36 mystic worlds. Kings obtained their great Daos right here. There was once a divine tree here that was full of great Daos, divine weapons, and treasures." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Wasn't the tree dug up? The Snow Lady also looked at Han Fei. "Yes, but you should know who dug it." Han Fei thought to himself, "Of course I know, but I don't know if the thing you're talking about is still the demon purification pot." But Han Fei felt that the demon purification pot was a calabash, and what they dug up back then was a tree, so it shouldn't be the same thing. But if it wasn't the demon purification pot, where was the tree that was dug away? The 2 shortly communicated and then landed on the ground. Han Fei glanced around. Apart from Huang Jia, there were 4 human kings, and among them, there were Qiu Yueming, Liang Yin, and Su Lian who had just separated from him. But apart from them, there was another guy that Han Fei remembered. It was Hong Yu, from the Mad Corpse world. Hong Yu felt that his luck was extremely bad. Why did he always encounter Han Fei? This was already the 4th time. If he could have a few strong allies, that would be fine. But look at those around him. Huang Jia, a poisonous old man, whom no one dared to approach. Liang Yin, from the Sanskrit music world, never offended anyone. It was impossible for her to offend Han Fei. Qiu Yueming was from the glazed glass world and was Han Fei's ally. Su Lian was from the 13 worlds in the outer domain after all. The others wouldn't offend Han Fei, so if he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't either. So, he, Hong Yu, was the only one here who had once stood on the side of supreme clearness and infinity. Therefore, when Han Fei looked at Hong Yu meaningfully, he immediately said, "Via voice transmission, I surrender. From now on, the Mad Corpse world will stand firmly on the Yin-Yang world's side. When I go back, I will cut off all contact between the Mad Corpse world and supreme clearness and infinity." Han Fei was stunned. Why did this person surrender so easily? Han Fei couldn't help but grin. "How can I believe you? You attacked my Yin-Yang world back then, didn't you?" Hong Yu felt that his body was covered in sweat. He said, "I didn't attack directly. Supreme clearness and infinity forced me to attack, but at that time, I couldn't beat Han Guanqiu. I was defeated in the first clash and didn't participate in the battle again. What I said is true. I can swear a great Tao oath." Han Fei curled his lips. "I never believe in oaths, but I believe in resources. If you take out 1 billion resources now, and give me another 5 billion resources when we go back, I'll believe you and forget what happened back then." Hong Yu was speechless. He said, "Why would I bring so many resources to the Monarch Palace? I only brought some life-saving resources. They're only worth 500 million in total." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Oh. Then give it to me. At least, I can leave you alone in the Monarch Palace, but after you go out, you'll have to give me the rest. Of course, if you die here, I won't ask you for it." At this moment, Hong Yu really wanted to slap himself. He thought that since Han Fei had risen so quickly, he must have consumed a lot of resources. Opening up his origin sea alone required tons of resources. Why did he just blurt out 500 million? He should have said 200 or 300 million. Unfortunately, now that he had said it, if Hong Yu didn't want to die, he could only pay. Although all the forces were here, if Han Fei really wanted to attack, who dared to stop him? This guy was famous for being crazy. If they really fought, he didn't even know how long he could last. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei stood still, he saw Hong Yu immediately stand up and hand Han Fei 6 sun moon shells with a fawning smile. Qiu Yueming and the others? As for the Snow Lady and Huang Jia, their hearts did a flip. It seemed that Hong Yu had surrendered. With Han Fei's personality, it was impossible for him not to attack Hong Yu when he saw him. However, Hong Yu immediately handed over resources. He had clearly lowered his head and admitted defeat, or even chose to pledge loyalty to Han Fei. With a faint smile on his face, Han Fei casually took the sun moon shells and then looked at the kings of the other parties. Among them, Han Fei saw an acquaintance from the Martial Emperor city. If he remembered correctly, it was Bai Yu from the Super Resource Store. On the Merman royal family's side, Han Fei also saw an acquaintance. He seemed to be the commander of the guards in the outer city of the Merman royal city, Li Dian. As for the others, Han Fei didn't know any of them. The Snow Lady said, "I don't know about the giant beasts, but the old turtle from the 100 Demon clan is called Pang Jia. It's said that he has a trace of the bloodline of the ancient dragon turtle. He's extremely strong, and his defense power is astonishing. His combat power is also extraordinary. Also, on the undersea human race's side, the old man's name is Zhou Bai. His strength is among the top 10 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. He can't be underestimated." Han Fei looked at the others and said, "Now there are 6 humans, 4 giant beasts, 2 people from the martial emperor city, 3 people from the 100 Demon clan, 3 people from the undersea human race, and 4 people from the Merman royal family. Why are the 22 people all here?" Huang Jia said leisurely, "Wait a moment. Everyone who has been here knows the danger here." Han Fei asked, "Isn't this copper door broken?" Huang Jia grinned and said, "It's broken, but it doesn't mean that there's no danger inside. When the sun, moon, and stars appear behind the door and shine brightly, we can enter the door. Otherwise, if we go in now, we'll definitely encounter something terrifying." Han Fei looked in the direction he came from and asked casually, "How long will it take?" Huang Jia said, "At least 3 or 5 days, at most 2 or 3 months. The first time we came here was when Han Guanchu led us to this place. After it opened, many kings died. I didn't expect to come here again so quickly." Huang Jia's words made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. The kings died in the fight for treasures. However, it was different this time. Han Fei said, "We might not be able to wait until then." Huang Jia and the others couldn't help looking at Han Fei. What did he mean? And Han Fei didn't intend to attack. After all, there were too many kings here. And it was said that there were a few strong ones. Even if Han Fei was confident that he could suppress these people, they definitely had their trump cards. Now that he hadn't even seen any treasures, it was meaningless to fight them now. Buzz. A day later, a teleportation array appeared in the void, a lobsterman and a sharkman appeared, and 2 more 100 demon kings appeared. On another day, a person from the martial emperor city and a person from the giant beast race came. At this moment, there were already 25 kings here. On the 3rd day, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged, waiting for the so-called sun, moon, and stars that Huang Jia mentioned. But suddenly, the void teleportation array flickered, and 2 human kings appeared. When Huang Jia and the others saw these 2 people, they immediately knew that something was wrong. Han Fei knew one of them. It was Ji Xian from the Supreme Clearness World. It was said that this person's strength was already in the top 10 of the raging sea. At that time it was Ji Xian and Yi Qinglong from the Merman royal family who went to the land of King Death together. As for Yi Qinglong, he was said to be the second in the sea establishment realm of the Merman royal family. From this, one could guess Ji Xian's strength. As for the other person, the Snow Lady said, Zhou Fu is second only to Yun Tianhe in strength in the infinity world. Not good. When they saw these 2 people, Hong Yu, Liang Yin, and the others knew that something was wrong. Even the kings of the other races were watching the show. As expected, Han Fei suddenly rose and grinned. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you insist on coming in. Buzz. Han Fei activated his Great Dao and slashed at Zhou Fu with all Great Daos in one sword without hesitation. Zhou Fu and Ji Xian had just arrived when Han Fei rushed over. Both Zhou Fu and Ji Xian were horrified by Han Fei's terrifying slash. The power of this sword made the two of them feel as if facing death. Seeing that it was Han Fei, Ji Xian immediately shouted in a low voice. Brother Zhou, attack this guy with all your strength. Either he dies or we die in this battle. If you have any trump cards, don't hesitate to use them. Three-tailed god scissors. A jade shield appeared in front of Zhou Fu, and 13 small swords of light burst out of his hand, forming a circle, trying to shatter all Great Daos in one sword. Bang! Crack! Ka ka ka. The 13 small swords of light shattered one after another, and the jade shield collapsed. And a pair of golden scissors slashed down, and together. With Zhou Fu's shocking attack, the two blocked Han Fei's all Great Daos in one sword with difficulty. Rumble. A terrifying power swept across the place, and the bronze door rumbled as shaken by the power of the attacks of the two parties. Fuse. 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 Zhou Fu and Ji Xian fused their spiritual beasts without hesitation. This time, Han Fei also fused his spiritual beast. He wanted to fight a quick battle to kill the kings. If it were someone else, Han Fei would have let it go, but it was supreme clearness and infinity. He certainly couldn't just let them off. Knock on the heavenly gate. After all Great Daos in one sword, Han Fei's second blow had already arrived. In an instant, Zhou Fu had time to react. A green jade token appeared in front of him, and the token split into 1,000. Dao of Talisman, Heavenly Cycle. Jade Scroll. The light and shadow collided with the jade token array. In an instant, the Heavenly Cycle Jade Scroll was full of cracks. Zhou Fu was shocked. What kind of terrifying power was Han Fei using? He could even shatter the power of his Great Dao with one blow? Seeing this situation, Ji Xian didn't dare to be negligent. If something happened to Zhou Fu, he wouldn't escape either. Although there were many human kings here, including Hong Yu, would they help them? The answer was obviously no. Ji Xian shouted, Supreme Clearness 3-foot. Sword, cut the body, cut the soul, cut the luck. On the side, among the giant beasts, the toad was shocked. Are these people crazy? Why did they fight so desperately? What kind of grudge do they have? Li Dian and the other kings were shocked. Han Fei was already so strong? They vaguely remembered that Han Fei had only been to the Merman royal city a year ago. At that time, he had only sent an avatar over that hadn't become a king yet. No one felt that his original body was really strong, but now it seemed that he was already comparable to Yi Qinglong and Long Yujun. Thus, the kings of the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race looked at each other and said, from now on, our two races will ally. There are too many strong masters here, especially Han Fei. Han Fei didn't need to attack himself. The infinity water rolled directly to the Supreme Clearness 3-foot sword. After wrapping the sword, Han Fei grinned. Explode. Not good. Stop him. This lunatic. Rumble. Rumble. The terrifying impact shattered everything in the world, and the bronze door fell to the ground with a creak. As for the supreme clearness 3-foot sword, it was directly shattered by Han Fei and annihilated. Ji Xian and Zhou Fu's internal organs were almost shattered by the explosion. Their bodies were dripping with blood, and their battle suits were all shattered. Amidst the billowing dust and the terrifying aftershock of the explosion, a golden light flashed out. Then, the kings felt two extremely high-quality powers interweaving. Ji Xian was immediately shocked. He knew this move. It was the attack Han Fei used when he pretended to be Wang Yijin and killed Bei Xianbing. It was a combination of immortal energy and fiendish energy. It was a power that could kill a king with one slash. Puff dash. Ji Xian burned his essence blood and rushed towards the bronze door. Shoal. Zhou Fu shouted. Did Ji Xian leave him to deal with Han Fei alone? This guy was crazy. God knew how he unleashed the power of the sky-opening realm. Immediately, the jade slip in Zhou Fu's hand shattered, and Bei Luochen's figure appeared here. This was naturally a projection of Bei Luochen, which also contained a blow of Bei Luochen. The moment Bei Luochen appeared, he shouted coldly, Han Fei, this blow is prepared for you. A black leech appeared behind Bei Luochen. Han Fei sensed a large amount of negative power there. In addition, it seemed to be a full-strength attack in the sky-opening realm. Invincible Eye, kill. Han Fei's glabella opened, and the immortal fiend saber darted at Bei Luochen. Seeing this, the kings of the major forces all shouted, be careful. Don't be affected by the power of the sky-opening realm. Bang! Bang! Puff! Two ripples shook in the void. Under this blow, a large void storm appeared in the extremely tough void of the monarch palace. Ji Xian had already rushed into the bronze door. Han Fei had no time to care about him. But Zhou Fu was forced to stay by Han Fei. Even though he summoned the power of Bei Luochen's full-strength blow, he was still beaten into vomiting blood. Hong Yu's heart was trembling. Sure enough, Han Fei was so strong that he had the strength to fight a sky-opening realm cultivator. Zhou Fu was doomed. Even one of Bei Luochen's clones was killed by Han Fei with a single blow. How could Zhou Fu resist him? In fact, Qiu Yueming, the Snow Lady, and Huang Jia were all dumbfounded. Was it so easy for a sea establisher to fight a sky opener? Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. His body was full of energy. Although his battle suit was broken, he still punched Zhou Fu. Rumble! Rumble! The king's body exploded, and the vast ocean navigator in Han Fei's hand pointed in a direction. Han Fei grabbed a wisp of soul with 2 fingers and crushed it. Dash! All the kings heard an indignant cry. Zhou Fu, the third strongest person in the Infinity World, had died just like that. Li Dian of the Mermaid Royal family was also shocked. Originally, no one in the Mermaid Royal family thought that the princess and Han Fei would be together. However, now it seemed that Han Fei's strength seemed to be beyond everyone's imagination. How long had it been since the Monarch Palace was opened? If Han Fei could continue to grow, or obtain a great opportunity here, it was not impossible for him to become an emperor. However, at this moment, the Snow Lady suddenly shouted, "Not good." The arm. Han Fei was stunned. He had just killed Zhou Fu and was about to use the twin divine technique to absorb the chaotic qi in Zhou Fu's origin sea. However, when he suddenly looked back, he saw a king of the Merman Royal Family tear open the void rift, and one of his arms was that golden arm. The man was looking at Han Fei with shining eyes. F*ck, how can he chase over? It seemed that the noise of Han Fei's battle was too loud, countless cracks appeared in the void, so the golden arm controlled the person to forcibly break through the void. Seeing this, Li Dian couldn't help but shout, "Qin Shuang, what's wrong with you?" Han Fei shouted at Huang Jia and the others, "Don't just stand there. Enter the door." Then, Han Fei glanced at Li Dian, thinking that since he was Xia Xiaochan's clansman and there was no conflict between them, he should remind him. Therefore, Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, "Why are you shouting? Don't call him over. He had already been controlled by that arm. Run." Li Dian was shocked and looked at Han Fei in shock. He couldn't help but change his opinion of Han Fei. But now was not the time to size Han Fei up. Li Dian suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He knew he had to run now. But what the hell was this golden arm? As soon as Han Fei ran, Huang Jia, the Snow Lady, and Qiu Yueming followed him. They were all his allies. There must be a reason for Han Fei to run away. Besides, with the reminder of the Snow Lady, no one dared to slack off. Hong Yu was among them, thinking that he might be able to cozy up to Han Fei. Han Fei just wanted 5 billion resources. At most, he would give them to him when he got home. Seeing that the humans had all run away, Li Dian immediately shouted, "Come on, follow them." Someone asked, "What about Qin Shuang?" Li Dian said impatiently, "He's no longer Qin Shuang. Look at his murderous aura. He doesn't know us at all." On the Martial Emperor city's side, Baiyu seemed to know what that arm was. So he moved faster than Li Dian. As for the 100 demons and the undersea humans, when they saw everyone running away after seeing the golden arm, panic spread. Although the sun, moon, and stars hadn't appeared behind the bronze door yet, they had to chase in. When Qin Shuang opened the void crack and completely appeared, everyone had already rushed into the bronze door. His eyes were bloodshot, and an inhuman voice erupted from his throat. "You can't escape." On the other side, Han Fei didn't care what was behind the bronze door. The golden arm was clearly targeting him. In the previous battle, his blood had almost been sucked dry by it. Even if he wanted to fight it, he couldn't beat it. There were so many kings here. If it parasitized them one by one, in the end, he would be the one who suffered. The inside of the bronze door and the outside were two different worlds. Han Fei and the others rushed in and immediately felt lightning strikes all over the sky striking at them. Everyone seemed to be shocked. Not everyone could stand such fierce lightning strikes. Han Fei was puzzled. This looked like the Thunder Prison. The Snow Lady said, "Only when the sun, moon, and stars come out will the lightning here disappear. This place used to be the Eternal Thunder Prison. It's said that the most terrifying lightning here is comparable to heavenly tribulation." Han Fei's eyes glittered. Where is the lightning comparable to heavenly tribulation? Others avoided heavenly tribulations like snakes and scorpions. But Han Fei was different. He had been struck by lightning since he was a child. Every time he deduced the void fishing art, he would be burnt to a crisp. He had stayed in the Thunder Prison before. Now that he had the Yin-Yang millstone, he could completely transform the lightning here into the purest energy to temper his body. Although he had already practiced the void fire training technique, it didn't mean that the purity mystic body was abandoned. Han Fei had always practiced the two. Otherwise, how could he cultivate so quickly? When Han Fei asked where the heavenly tribulation like lightning was, the snow lady, Huang Jia, and the others were all speechless. Huang Jia said, "It's recorded on the door that lightning comparable to heavenly tribulation can only be seen in the depths of the eternal thunder prison. But I advise you not to go there. If you can survive until the sun, moon, and stars appear, the eternal thunder prison will disappear. Then there will be other places to go." Han Fei asked, "Why?" Huang Jia smiled creepily. "Because since ancient times, no one who went to the depths of the eternal thunder prison has come back alive." Han Fei frowned. "Really? What if someone didn't tell you when he came back?" Huang Jia said, "Every time the monarch palace is opened, the things here will eventually be spread out. How can people not know this? Even if someone really went in and came out safely, he should have risen in the raging sea long ago. But in fact, except for a few people who have traces to follow, most of the people who rose were the first explorers of the monarch palace in the age of doom." The Snow Lady said, "I agree with Huang Jia on this. No one could survive the depths of the eternal thunder prison. We didn't go there back then, so we could walk out of the monarch palace." Bang! Boom! 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 Suddenly, Han Fei and the others looked back, and their faces changed drastically. They saw Qin Shuang from the mermaid royal family also come in. Han Fei immediately cursed, "Are you haunting me?" Huang Jia was lost for words. "Why do I feel that this thing is targeting you? Let me poison it." Han Fei said, "I advise you not to. It can easily send you to your death. But if you insist, I won't stop you." Huang Jia took a deep breath. "Then forget it." Next door, Qiu Yueming, Su Lian, Hong Yu, and Liang Yin heard it clearly. They were also speechless. Han Fei was really a troublemaker. He fought the sky-opening realm skeleton in the Temple of Greed, and now there was a golden arm that even he had to run from. Although they didn't know what was going on, they just ran. Even Han Fei was no match for the arm, let alone them. Swish! 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 All the kings ran into the depths of the thunder prison like crazy. Boom boom boom. However, the lightning that filled the sky poured down crazily. Almost everyone was carrying hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of lightning bolts forward. Therefore, there were inevitably mistakes. Some people ran fast, and some ran slow. No matter how strong you were, there was always a difference in strength. A lobster king of the 100-demon clan was the slowest, so he was last. Suddenly, the kings heard a crack. When they looked back, they saw a shrimp head rolling in the lightning and flying forward. His body seemed to have exploded and shattered into pieces. When they looked again, in the center of the explosion, a golden fist slowly retracted. Long Chao. B** starred, "What is this thing?" Peng Jia of the 100 Demons was shocked. A sea establishment cultivator couldn't even block a punch from the golden arm? The lobster called Long Chao still had a chance to survive because only his head was sent flying. However, before Long Chao could rebuild his body, a golden hand pinched his head. Bang! In an instant, the lobster's head exploded into powder. This king was deader than dead. Huang Jia exclaimed, "Just one punch?" Han Fei asked, why do you think I ran away? In the eternal thunder waterfall, Ji Xian, who had rushed in first, slowed down a lot after running for a while. The reason why he ran so far was that he knew that Han Fei's speed was very fast, even to the point where a sky-opening realm cultivator couldn't catch up. Therefore, he had to run further away. Otherwise, Han Fei would discover him, with so many lightning bolts striking him. He was betting that Han Fei wouldn't come in. This was because Han Fei had 6 kings around him, and several of them were among the first explorers of the Monarch Palace in the Age of Doom. It was impossible for these people not to know the danger of the Eternal Thunder Prison. Huff. Ji Xian slowed down by half and was relieved. At the same time, he was shocked. Han Fei was already so strong. Except for sky openers, who could suppress him? According to this person's vengeful character, once this person became an emperor, how could the supreme clearness world stop him? Ji Xian thought to himself, no, if I can get out this time, I must let the Patriarch and Bei Luochen of the Infinity World join forces to kill Han Fei. If we don't get rid of this guy, he will be a great disaster in the future. However, not long after Ji Xian slowed down and was thinking about Han Fei, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked back, he saw many figures running wildly, burning their blood. Ji Xian? Among them, the leader of the human race was none other than Han Fei. This guy flashed like golden light, running and stopping. Ji Xian was stunned. Zhou Fu couldn't even resist Han Fei for a short while. However, Ji Xian was puzzled. Were the Snow Lady, Huang Jia, and the others all crazy? Even if Han Fei didn't know the danger here, how could you, the first explorers of the Monarch Palace, not know? Why did you also come in? You can't escape. In the rear, someone screamed, Great Tao, Shadow. Ah! Help me. Pfft. In the distance, Ji Xian heard someone crying for help. It seemed that a king had died. Han Fei was leading the way. Then who was killing the enemies in the rear? Unfortunately, now was not the time for him to think about that. The key now was that Han Fei had caught up with him. So Ji Xian also burned his blood and began to run as fast as he could. At this moment, Han Fei had already seen Ji Xian. But the problem was that on the human side, Qiao Mingyue and Su Lian didn't seem to be good at speed and were about to fall behind. Especially Qiao Yueming, she was not the master of the Heavenly Palace. Although she was not weak, her speed was much slower. At this moment, the last person was a king of the undersea human race. This person had already been killed, and now it was Qiao Yueming's turn. Han Fei sighed slightly. They were allies. He couldn't just watch them die. At this moment, Qiao Yueming had already begun to burn her blood to escape. However, the others did the same too. At this moment, whoever fell last would definitely die. Now 3 people had already died. How many people were there in total? If the arm kept killing like this, they would all die. Just as Qiao Yueming was horrified and thought that he was going to die, she saw a golden light suddenly appear in front of her. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei activated the sacrificing punch and charged at Qin Shuang, who was about to pounce on him. With his other hand, he grabbed Qiao Mingyue and flashed 30,000 kilometers forward. 30,000 kilometers later, before Qiao Yueming could react, Han Fei had grabbed Su Lian with his other hand. With another flash of golden light, he flew 100,000 kilometers away. After a few leaps, Han Fei caught up, with Liang Yin and the others at the front. Su Lian said, "Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. Xiao Yueming, I can't thank you enough. I'll remember your kindness." Han Fei said indifferently, "Where is the deepest part of the eternal thunder? Waterfall? The power of lightning is at least 5 times stronger than before. Everyone is getting slower and slower. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to carry you." Huang Jie said, "No one knows." Just as Han Fei was about to kill Ji Xian first, he suddenly saw a golden light breaking through the void. It was none other than the puppet Qin Shuang. F***ck. So fast? Han Fei subconsciously activated his great Dao, his fist marks exploded again. And he activated the time arcane technique. Bang! Rumble! Rumble! 2 sacrificing punch exploded at an extremely high intensity. Under such circumstances, Han Fei was sent flying more than 3,000 kilometers away, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. The kings were not too far away, but the moment the golden arm found Han Fei, everyone immediately moved away. Zhou Bai from the undersea human race shouted, "Run! That thing is clinging to Han Fei. Now is a chance to escape." Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Did this golden arm really target him? Why? But Han Fei still shouted at the Snow Lady and the others, "You go first." The main reason was that the Snow Lady and the others were not strong enough to resist the golden arm at all. They would be killed in one blow. Except for a few people who could withstand 1 or 2 blows or use the sky-opening realm technique to block 1 or 2 blows. No one here could block this arm. Fortunately, this arm couldn't take him down. As long as he didn't get close to it, he would be fine. However, Han Fei didn't have the habit of carrying a palanquin for others. "I'm fighting here to create conditions for you to run away?" Who was the one who shouted just now? Is it Zhou Bai from the undersea human race? Fine, you think I'm your shield? On the other side, Zhou Bai was leading the 2 kings to run wildly, not daring to stop. But suddenly, a golden light flashed. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was none other than Han Fei. In the next moment, Zhou Bai's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, "Not good. Split up and run." Zhou Bai didn't expect Han Fei to be so fast. 1 second he was being chased by the golden arm, and the next he appeared here. What he didn't understand was that the golden arm had to parasitize someone. And Qin Shuang might still have some consciousness to resist, so the golden arm wasn't so mobile. Otherwise, the golden arm would have caught up with them earlier. Han Fei didn't target Zhou Bai, because Zhou Bai was the strongest among the undersea humans. He even had a hard time fighting Qin Shuang. If he let the golden arm control Zhou Bai, it would be even harder to destroy. However, these 2 ordinary kings were not strong. Han Fei couldn't wait for the golden arm to kill these kings. Han Fei stopped a shark man. When the shark saw that Han Fei gave up Zhou Bai and stopped him, it was furious. There was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. If it didn't fight back, it would die. It roared, soul-destroying demonic sound, roar. Puff dash. Han Fei flashed with golden light and fought in close range. The golden arm came late. Before the Sharkman could roar, it was pierced by the 5 fingers of the golden arm. Chi La. Han Fei took the opportunity to shatter the shark's body with a poke of his finger, but he didn't have a chance to completely destroy this person. However, in the Eternal Thunder prison, once the body was destroyed, it was difficult to survive such crazy lightning with his soul and flesh. Han Fei retreated and continued to slip away. About 30 seconds later, the other king of the undersea human race, besides Zhou Bai, was also killed by Han Fei in almost the same way. Zhou Bai was so scared that he activated all his secret techniques, fearing that he would die in Han Fei's hands. In fact, Han Fei had no intention of killing him at all. As long as these top powerhouses didn't die, the power of the Golden Arm would still be limited. Once Zhou Bai, Peng Jia, Ji Xian, Bai Yu, and even the Snow Lady were possessed by the Golden Arm, Han Fei didn't know how strong it would be. There were also others who wanted to run separately, such as running to the sides, or trying to circle around and leave this place. However, at this moment, a circular electric circle suddenly spread out like a ripple. It was so fast that everyone was trapped in it. Buzz! Han Fei was about to send the Golden Arm away, when he suddenly found that the Golden Arm stopped. Not only did it not continue to chase him, but it also retreated tens of thousands of kilometers along the electric tide. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, is the Golden Arm afraid of lightning? Boom boom boom. Feeling the power of the lightning, Han Fei found that the lightning in the lightning field was indeed much stronger. Even if he resisted it head-on, every time he was struck, he would tremble unconsciously, which had seriously disturbed his movement. Fortunately, the Golden Arm didn't chase him, which was a good thing. At this moment, the various forces were gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Apart from Ji Xian, there were still 22 people here. Just now, Han Fei killed Zhou Fu from the Infinity World, but the Golden Arm killed 5. Han Fei didn't know if he should thank it or not. Zhou Bai, who was now alone, had already joined the 100 Demons team, but there were only 2 people left on the 100 Demons side. Fortunately, Peng Jia and Zhou Bai were not weak. If they were ordinary kings, this team would probably be gone soon. At this moment, Huang Jia shouted, "Don't fight for now. There seems to be less lightning ahead." Seeing that Huang Jia had come back to call for reinforcements, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't provoke the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race again. After all, it was not bad to keep these people. Anyway, they had held off the arm just now. Otherwise, it would have to be the humans. More importantly, Huang Jia said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "We don't seem to be able to get out now. I saw Ji Xian just now. Can't get out?" With a flash of golden light, Han Fei struck the edge of the lightning circle. Tentatively, only to frown. His power had been absorbed by the lightning barrier. Ji Xian was not a problem, but it wouldn't be good if he couldn't get out. However, with the Golden Arm outside, Han Fei didn't believe that the inside was definitely more dangerous than the Golden Arm. At this time, Bai Yu, from the Martial Emperor City, said to Han Fei, "Han Fei, it's not the time to fight. No information has ever been sent out from the depths of the Eternal Thunder prison." Han Fei nodded slightly. "I'm actually not fond of fighting. I was just forced." The corner of Bai Yu's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. "You don't like fighting? You were forced to do that? Your criminal records are already one of the most in our Martial Emperor City. The 36 mystic worlds are in chaos because of you alone, and you say you don't like fighting?" Of course, Bai Yu could understand the hatred between the Yin-Yang world and supreme clearness and infinity. Anyway, according to the recent speculations of the Martial Emperor City, once Han Fei opened the sky, the first place of the 36 mystic worlds, would probably change hands. On the Mermaid Royal family's side, Li Dian also said, the Mermaid Royal family had no records about this place either. You have to be careful. At this moment, Li Dian was no longer hostile to Han Fei. Just now, Han Fei reminded him to run away, and now he repaid the favor, indicating that everything here was unknown. Even the Merman royal family had never been here. Han Fei certainly knew what Bai Yu and Li Dian meant. The two of them implied him to keep more kings who might be useful later. They could temporarily join forces and push Peng Jia and the other two in if there was any danger. This could greatly increase their chances of survival in the Monarch Palace or the Eternal Thunder Prison. Han Fei glanced at Zhou Bai and the other two and smiled. Then he said to the Snow Lady and the others, let's go deeper in to take a look. After half an hour, the lightning that Han Fei and the others encountered was indeed decreasing, and the power of the lightning was stabilizing. When they were struck by the lightning, their bodies only trembled and felt slightly numb. But it was impossible for their vitality to be destroyed by the lightning. Besides, this didn't look like a heavenly tribulation. If all heavenly tribulations looked like this, the raging sea would have been full of kings. At this moment, Han Fei and the others saw 5 deserted tombs lined up. In front of the 5 tombs, there was a stele with words on it. It was written, the monarch had 6 lives. In his 5 lives, he only reached the longevity realm, and only in his 6th life, he became a monarch. He didn't want the Daos of his 5 lives to disappear and decided to leave them behind to benefit the world. The Dao exploring path is difficult and goes against the heavenly Dao. Anyone who can make it on the path is truly lucky. But even the truly lucky one, the one chosen by the heavenly Dao, will have a narrow escape. On this path, descendants should comprehend it yourselves. When everyone saw the inscription, they couldn't help being shocked. The monarch had 6 lives. In his 5 lives, he only reached the longevity realm. And only in his 6th life, he became a monarch. Did it mean that the monarch here used 6 lives to become a monarch? And the 5 deserted tombs that everyone saw now were the tombs of the monarch's bodies in his first 5 lives? Although it was recorded that he wanted to leave the great Daos of his 5 lives to the descendants, obviously, it was not easy to obtain them. Swish. Everyone was looking at the monument when they saw Ji Xian flying back. Han Fei's eyes lit up and he shouted, "How dare you come back?" However, Ji Xian shouted, "Han Fei, this place is weird. I'm a human after all. Look behind me." Everyone couldn't help but look behind Ji Xian. After about 3 seconds, they saw that the electric ring that spread out just now was now shrinking. More importantly, what followed was a purple lightning tribulation cloud above their heads. Hiss. Heavenly tribulation? All the kings exclaimed, and someone shouted, "Ji Xian, how can you bring the heavenly tribulation to us?" Ji Xian scolded angrily, "Do you think I brought it here?" Han Fei frowned. This purple lightning was completely different from the previous lightning. If this thing didn't stop, how many people here could withstand it? However, the heavenly tribulation couldn't speak. When Ji Xian returned, he immediately put on a battle suit and carried a huge shield, preparing to use all his secret techniques to cope with the heavenly tribulation. Except for Ji Xian, everyone was the same when they saw the purple heavenly tribulation. Han Fei, on the other hand, felt strange. Why would a heavenly tribulation appear here? Was the purple lightning definitely a heavenly tribulation? Han Fei was fearless. Even purple lightning couldn't kill him. He might as well try it first. When the range of the lightning ring was only 500 kilometers, the lightning ring finally stopped because the entire ring was enveloped by purple tribulation clouds. Rumble. Rumble. Boom boom boom. For a moment, more than 20 kings had their hair messed up and their battle suits cracked. When Han Fei was struck by a purple lightning bolt, his body was numbed for about a second. But no matter how powerful the lightning was, Han Fei felt that it was different from heavenly tribulation. This lightning contains the great Tao, but it's not that strong, and its destructive power is not strong enough. Why? Only Han Fei was thinking about this question, because the others didn't think that the purple lightning was weak. There was even a king from the martial Emperor City who was injured. The Snow Lady and the others all used chaotic qi and activated their strongest great Tao. Huang Jia was smart enough to take out the supreme purple smoke furnace and enter it. The moment the supreme purple smoke furnace appeared, except for the Snow Lady, Liang Yin, Su Lian, and Hong Yu were all speechless. So the Yin-Yang world and the Million Poison world had already formed an alliance? The so-called purple heavenly tribulation actually came much less frequently than the normal heavenly tribulation of the eternal thunder waterfall. On average, it would only strike 2 or 3 times a second. If you were in the eternal thunder waterfall, it wouldn't be a problem for all the lightning to strike you more than 100 times a second. However, even so, the kings didn't dare to be negligent, because the purple lightning didn't seem to be exhausted at all. They were gradually paralyzed, one after another, by the purple lightning. As for Han Fei, he secretly activated the yin-yang millstone. In his heart, the yin-yang millstone was activated. As long as this powerful purple lightning rushed into Han Fei's body, half of the power would be swallowed by the yin-yang millstone and then transformed into the purest energy that flowed in Han Fei's body. This pure energy was much stronger than ultra-quality spiritual stones, mainly because it was very efficient. After only 100 seconds, some transparent mucus appeared on the surface of Han Fei's body, which emitted a strong fragrance. All the kings couldn't help looking at Han Fei. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he smell so good? When they saw the mucus on the surface of Han Fei's body, they were shocked. Awake. Han Fei was king using the purple heavenly tribulation to cultivate. The so-called mucus should be the impurities discharged from Han Fei's body. However, had his impurities reached such a high level? Although it was a little sticky, it looked extremely crystal clear. Not only was it not smelly, but it was also fragrant. Hong Yu decided that if he could get out this time, he would definitely get rid of supreme clearness and infinity. Han Fei's potential was really beyond his imagination. He had seen Tai Yuan of the Chaos World opening sky, when his body was tempered and the turbid liquid in his body was emptied, but it had a faint fishy smell. It could be seen that Tai Yuan's body refinement was not as good as Han Fei's. Han Fei hadn't opened the sky yet. After all, he had only been a king for a short time. But this could better show his potential. He hadn't even opened the sky yet. But he was already like this. If Han Fei opened the sky one day, he would probably be able to directly resist supreme clearness and infinity. Even if he faced them head-on, he wouldn't be afraid. Boom. Puff. Cough, cough. While everyone was distracted, the purple lightning fell, and many people groaned. A king from the martial emperor city had already begun to vomit blood. Although Baiyu was strong, he could only control 3 turtle shells to protect that person. It could be seen that this person had just transcended the tribulation and become a king. Otherwise, he could more or less withstand it. After all, although this purple lightning was powerful, after a few strikes, everyone discovered that it was indeed not as powerful as a real heavenly tribulation. Its destructive power was also slightly lacking. After half an hour, except for those who were wearing sea-quelling bizarre treasures, most of the kings had changed their battle suits. Many of them had lost more than 30% of their vitality and had used up their reserve resources. After 1.5 an hour, the sea-quelling bizarre-level battle suits on Han Fei and a few others began to break, and the kings lost 50% of their vitality on average. Among them, the giant beasts were an exception. There was no telling if it was because of their huge bodies, but the 4 giant beasts withstood the lightning the entire time. Just like Han Fei, they must have benefited from their physique. After 2 hours, he suddenly felt that the power of the purple lightning had risen several times. Not good. The new king of the martial emperor city failed to withstand the purple lightning that suddenly strengthened. The 3 giant shields in front of him finally exploded after 2 hours. Just when everyone thought that this person was about to die, he flipped his hand and picked up another turtle shell. On the turtle shell, a defensive array appeared, and around his body, more than 50,000 spiritual fruits shattered and were sucked into his mouth. Everyone was speechless. The people from the martial emperor city were indeed rich. Because he was not strong enough, he lost 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level shields in a row and still had treasures. On the human side, Su Lian was the first to fail. Su Lian was the master of the spirit-refining world. His soul power might be strong, but his body was weak. The Snow Lady had ice armor, ice shield, and 10,000-year ice barrier. Huang Jia had the supreme purple smoke furnace. Liang Yin could distort the heavenly tribulation with mystic music. Hong Yu was even more ridiculous. 5 corpses surrounded him, and only January 6th of the power of lightning fell on him. Only Su Lian was still lacking in speed and physique. However, Han Fei thought for a moment and decided to save him. While Su Lian's body was cracking, thousands of black iron pillars suddenly appeared around him. A large amount of purple lightning fell on these iron pillars, causing them to explode one after another, but Su Lian was safe and sound. Su Lian knew that Han Fei was saving him. Without any time to thank him, he took out 10,000 spiritual fruits and swallowed them to recover. At the same time, a healing divine light descended, and the injuries in Su Lian's body were healing. After 2 hours, the purple lightning suddenly dissipated. Except for the new king of the martial emperor city, the others all survived with the help of their strong masters. Pa. Pa. Han Fei felt that his strength had improved slightly and should be thousands of waves stronger. He patted the supreme purple smoke furnace and said, "Old Huang, come out." The lid of the supreme purple smoke furnace flew up, and Huang Jia walked out calmly without any injuries. Huang Jia looked around and couldn't help but sigh. It's really different with this furnace. Han Fei said, "Don't celebrate too early. This lightning is just the beginning." He said that because a strange sound appeared in the sky. Liang Yin's expression changed drastically. Not good. The heavenly Tao. Demonic sound can invade the soul, causing the soul to be messed up and lose itself. We have to guard the soul. Otherwise, once we are enchanted by the demonic sound, our souls will wither. The kings couldn't help but look at the 5 tombs and suddenly understood something. The monarch failed in his first 5 lives. However, he didn't want the great Tao of his first 5 lives to be wasted, so he needed a successor. The purple lightning just now was clearly not a heavenly tribulation, but it had the pressure of Tao runes and was extremely powerful. It was probably a great Tao. Immediately, everyone looked at each other. If that was true, didn't it mean that in the past 2 hours, someone had actually inherited the Tao of lightning here? For a moment, everyone looked at the king who had been struck the most miserably in the martial emperor city. Everyone had survived, but only this Tao was struck so terribly. Could it be that he was actually inheriting this great Tao? The Snow Lady said, he's probably stabilizing it. Just now, he used 5C. Quelling bizarre treasures and consumed more than 300,000 spiritual fruits and countless ultra-quality spiritual stones and chaotic chi. It's definitely not as simple as just blocking this purple lightning tribulation. However, since that person was from the martial emperor city, no one would touch him. Not to mention that the people from the martial emperor city had many treasures, and Bai Yu was one of the 8 kings of the martial emperor city and directly controlled the super resource store. Therefore, anyone who wanted to touch the martial emperor city had to measure their own strength and treasures first. At this moment, the heavenly Tao demonic music attacked. Liang Yin flipped her hand and her long flute appeared in her hand. As the long flute sounded, everyone on the human side felt refreshed. Liang Yin's flute sound could actually wake up their souls. A musical note melody condensed between their eyebrows, protecting their souls. Huang Jia also threw a pill to each of them and said, "This is a soul-subduing poison pill, which can defend the soul. By the way, should I give one to Hong Yu?" Huang Jia looked at Han Fei, and Hong Yu immediately said, "Of course you should give one to me. My mad corpse world will never be a lackey of supreme clearness and infinity. When I leave the monarch palace this time, I'll definitely stand up against supreme clearness and infinity." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Then it's a deal. If you don't fulfill it, you have to think about the consequences." Hong Yu nodded quickly. "Of course. I'll kill Ji Xian myself if I have the chance." Han Fei didn't kill Hong Yu because he was the master of the mad corpse world. After all, if he died, it would be troublesome to subdue the mad corpse world. He might as well wait for Hong Yu to lead the mad corpse world to surrender to him, which would save him time and effort. Ji Xian glanced at Hong Yu coldly, which sent a chill down Hong Yu's back. However, compared to Han Fei, Hong Yu felt that it was not a problem to offend Ji Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The frantic demonic sounds became louder and louder. The humans were fine, but after only half an hour, on the side of the 100 demons and the undersea humans, other than Peng Jia and Zhou Bai, another king of the 100 demons, suddenly attacked Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai said, "Not good. He's gone crazy." Peng Jia took the opportunity to slap the clam demon, which buzzed, but the latter turned into a huge shell and spun like a blade, intending to kill Peng Jia. At this time, Zhou Bai shouted, "Brother Peng, he's already crazy. Kill him." The two kings joined forces and launched their strongest attacks in the demonic music, eyes bloodshot. The crazy clam demon's combat power seemed to have plummeted, and in only 5 seconds it was destroyed by the two of them. It couldn't even be reborn. The heavenly Tao demonic sound swept across and completely annihilated it. This was the first king to die in the second round. When this person died, Han Fei actually felt that his blood was surging too, and deep in his heart, he was full of killing intent. He stared at Ji Xian, who was horrified, and thought that Han Fei was going to kill him. He vomited blood and retreated. Again and again. When the clam demon died, an 8-eyed spider revealed its true body, and its body expanded. If it weren't for the fact that it was only 500 kilometers large here, the entire electric ring space would have been burst by this spider. Pooh. 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 At first, spider silk filled the sky, sweeping across everyone, and then sharp claws stabbed down. The toad shouted, "Eight Eyes, wake up. I told you to work harder on your soul power, but you never listened to me. Now this mere voice can bewitch you." Clang! The spider knocked on the toad's back, but the toad was fast and dodged it. With a leap, the single-horned flood dragon shouted, "Eight Eyes has gone crazy. We can't let him live." After the 8-eyed spider went crazy, one of the Merman royal family went mad too and attacked Li Dian. Li Dian shouted, "Kill all the lost people." Han Fei felt that his resistance to the heavenly Tao demonic music was not bad, mainly because Liang Yin's flute played a good protective role. Many people of the other races died, but the human race was safe. However, the good times didn't last long. Han Fei and the others resisted the heavenly Tao demonic sound while watching the giant beast named 8 Eyes being killed. Then, a king of the Merman royal family was also besieged by Li Dian and the other two. On the martial emperor city's side, Baiyu personally killed a person. 3 kings had died in a row because of a mere voice. Han Fei felt that his head was dizzy, as if there were huge furious waves attacking his soul. He felt a headache. Bang! Cough, puff. Suddenly, the flute sound stopped. Han Fei looked back, only to see that Liang Yin was bleeding from her 7 orifices. A certain faint blue soul fire was beating, notes surrounded her, and a sound barrier was protecting her. However, this protection still couldn't resist the terrifying heavenly Tao demonic sound. Almost at the moment when the sound of Liang Yin's flute stopped, Xiao Yueming and Huang Jie's breathing changed. When Han Fei looked over, he saw Huang Jie quickly take out a pile of pills and swallow them. In the next moment, chains appeared on his body. Huang Jie roared, 10,000 poison soul lock. Han Fei was shocked. Because of the heavenly Tao demonic music, Huang Jie had sealed his soul with great poison. As soon as Huang Jie said so, a big-headed doll appeared on Hong Yu's shoulder. The big-headed doll was holding a string in his hand and babbling. Fake death, string control. Hong Yu's eyes were already glazed, and the big-headed doll that appeared was actually a puppet controlling Huang Jie's body. They were actually using this method to avoid heavenly Tao demonic music. Because Su Lian was the master of the soul refining world, his soul power was extremely strong. At this moment, his strength was revealed. The heavenly Tao demonic music couldn't shake him at all. The snow lady wore an ice crown and held the ice snow divine staff. She raised Her hand to the sky. Freeze, freeze all chaos. Ice pillars rose from under the snow lady's feet like flowers blooming. Underground. In a moment, the snow lady turned into an ice sculpture. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Sure enough, no one who could become the master of a palace was simple. Among everyone, only Qiu Yueming wasn't the master of the heavenly palace. But Qiu Yueming tried to burn her soul to resist the heavenly Tao demonic music. However, the murderous aura on her body soared, and her eyes were bloodshot. She no longer blocked the heavenly Tao demonic sound. Not good. Everything happened too fast. Han Fei immediately activated the heaven enlightenment divine technique, trying to save Qiu Yueming. However, Qiu Yueming held two knives in her hands and attacked him. Blood spring burst out of the knives. This was Qiu Yueming's weapon, the blood-drinking demon knife. When Qiu Yueming came at him, the blood-drinking demon knife caused the qi and blood in Han Fei's body to be unstable. At the same time, Han Fei felt that a pillar in his mind was attacking his soul. Roar. The 100-beast soul-devouring erupted, and Han Fei was instantly refreshed. And many array patterns surrounded him. Bang! While withstanding the heavenly Tao demonic music and slapping Qiu Yueming away, Han Fei looked solemn. Did he use the heaven enlightenment divine technique too late? Or had Qiu Yueming been bewitched too thoroughly? With a thought from Han Fei, he activated his great Tao and carried a strange stone. It was the gravity origin magnet he had obtained from the King Ba crab. While Qiu Yueming was sent flying by him, Han Fei flashed to her side with a golden light and pressed the gravity origin magnet on her. Immediately, Qiu Yueming stopped moving, because she had to use all her strength to resist the gravity origin magnet. This was a stone that had suppressed the King Ba crab for more than 80,000 years. It could even suppress a giant beast, let alone a human. Han Fei also felt the malice of the heavenly Tao demonic music. Since the heaven enlightenment divine technique failed to save Qiu Yueming, he could only wait for the heavenly Tao demonic music to end. If it still didn't work, Qiu Yueming could only be killed or be controlled. Now that Qiu Yueming was temporarily suppressed, Liang Yin was already kneeling on the ground. Liang Yin had probably released all her resources. At this moment, countless spiritual fruits had shattered and were absorbed by her. Han Fei thought that this could still be saved. He threw the heaven enlightenment divine technique at Liang Yin. Liang Yin was obviously refreshed and absorbed the surrounding resources faster. As for Han Fei, he still had a headache. It was extremely unlikely that the heavenly Tao demonic music could penetrate his soul. However, in order to prevent the heavenly Tao demonic music from suddenly erupting like the purple lightning just now, Han Fei took out a fishing pole and cast the fishhook into the void twice before he caught a soul-suppressing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Baiyu? Baiyu was in charge of the super resource store. The moment the soul-suppressing pill appeared, he immediately recognized it. However, where did Han Fei get the soul-suppressing pill? Han Fei stuffed the soul-suppressing pill into his mouth without thinking. Then, he glanced at Baiyu and didn't intend to explain. Just figure it out yourself. Anyway, he couldn't tell others about his ability to fish from time. God knew. If anyone in the Martial Emperor city had connections with the people from the Time Temple. As soon as he swallowed the soul-subduing pill, Han Fei felt that his soul was clear, and the heavenly Tao demonic music was immediately blocked outside. In this way, after half an hour, the heavenly Tao demonic music stopped. Immediately, everyone was relieved. Han Fei quickly went to Qiu Yueming and put away the gravity origin magnet. Mon. Clang. Clang. Unfortunately, the moment Han Fei retracted the gravity origin magnet, Qiu Yueming attacked with all his strength and slashed Han Fei with his double knives. Although Han Fei was hit, he took the opportunity to use the void lines to grab Qiu Yueming. But as soon as the void lines touched Qiu Yueming's soul, Han Fei instantly felt his soul tremble, as if a strange power was trying to contaminate his soul. Puff. In an instant, all great Daos in one sword erupted, and Han Fei personally killed Qiu Yueming. Huang Jia, Su Lian, and the others had just woken up. When they saw this scene, their hearts sank. Han Fei didn't feel guilty at all. He said, "She's beyond help. What a pity." Then, Han Fei looked at Liang Yin. What happened? Liang Yin said to everyone via voice transmission, "Inheritance. The inheritance of great Daos. Just now, I comprehended a lot, and my strength increased by at least 50%. I guess the person from the Martial Emperor City was in a similar situation as me." The Snow Lady said, "However, 5 kings died this time." Everyone couldn't help being shocked. In order to pass down his great Daos, this monarch would kill 5 persons for each of his great Daos. No wonder the Snow Lady and the others said that they would wait for the sun, moon, and stars to come out. It seemed that it was indeed dangerous here, but there was also a golden arm outside. If they stayed outside, the golden arm could kill most of the people here. Huang Jia said, "What's important is not that 5 have died, but that this is only the second great Tao. There are still 3 tombs over there." At this moment, there were the most people left on the human side, including Han Fei and Ji Xian. There were a total of 7 people alive. There was only one from each of the 100 demon clan and the undersea human race. There were only 3 left from the Martial Emperor City. As for the Merman royal family, only 3 left. And there were only 3 giant beasts left. There were a total of 17 people left, but counting the people who came later. In the past 2 days, there were actually 27 kings. In just a few days, 10 people had died. This terrifying number once again proved that the monarch palace was extremely dangerous. According to the law of survival, only 3 people could survive this time. Baiyu said, "Han Fei, if we can leave this place, can we restrain the golden arm together?" Han Fei asked, "Can you maintain the combat power of the sky-opening realm?" Baiyu shook his head. "No. 30 seconds, at most." Han Fei said, "Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of the golden arm, but if we really go out, the probability of death is actually about the same as now." The toad beast said, "Everyone, shouldn't we put aside the personal grudges for now? This is only the second great Tao inheritance. What about the third?" Ji Xian also said, "Han Fei, is it worth it for so many people to die just to chase me?" Han Fei sneered. "Who do you think you are? You think I'm chasing you?" Zhou Bai from the undersea human race suddenly said, "Stop. Did you see something? All the kings?" Among the giant beasts, the petite squid girl said, "I think I saw something too." Han Fei and the others were stunned. What did they see? Pfft. Immediately, everyone looked at the humans. Han Fei looked in Hong Yu's direction, and even Hong Yu looked at his left hand. He felt that his body suddenly became lighter. However, when everyone looked over, they found that one of Hong Yu's arms and his upper half were broken and falling. Huang Jie said, "No, old Hong, your lower half is broken." Hong Yu? In everyone's vision, they saw that Hong Yu's upper half body was sliding down to one side. At some point, Hong Yu's body had been cut off. Corpse King possession. At that moment, Hong Yu was horrified. When was he killed? Why didn't he feel anything? Hong Yu's body suddenly dried up, and he grabbed his lower thigh with his left hand, moved his upper body, and his bloodline, that was like interwoven worms, restored his body. Hong Yu's reaction was fast enough, but everyone only felt their vision blur. For a moment, Hong Yu's body seemed to be cut by a sharp net, and blood lines appeared all over his body. He was directly cut into countless small pieces. But these small pieces didn't fall apart for the time being. Hiss, dash. All the kings were horrified. What the hell is this thing? Isn't it too fast? Baiyu shouted, "It's speed, the ultimate speed in the normal world. This Dao has always been a guess, but I didn't expect it to really exist." Buzz. While Baiyu was surprised, Han Fei had already thrown out a heaven enlightenment divine technique. Hong Yu, who hadn't been broken into countless pieces, was smashed by the healing divine light, and the bloodlines all over his body disappeared almost instantly. Hong Yu was horrified. The moment he sensed the heaven enlightenment divine technique, he almost cried. Fortunately, Han Fei was willing to help him. Otherwise, he would have died. Fuse. When Hong Yu was cut a second time, Han Fei immediately fused with little black and little white. Not only Han Fei, but everyone else also took action. They put on their battle suits, activated their great Daos, fused with their spiritual beasts, and began to pay attention to the changes around them. Perhaps because Ji Xian was alone, he was targeted. Although he had also fused with his spiritual beast, the moment the tail of the three-tailed crab appeared, it was cut into pieces like a piece of paper. Ji Xian shouted in a low voice, "Great scissors, separate. Heavenly flood. Dragon, rotate." Ji Xian's heavenly dragon scissors split into two and quickly rotated, trying to protect Ji Xian. But even so, they couldn't protect his entire body. Besides, he was facing a mysterious creature that was extremely fast, so he couldn't resist it at all. Pooh. 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 A series of piercing sounds sounded, and the king saw that Ji Xian's body was shattering. From beginning to end, he might not even see his enemy clearly. Ji Xian, who had always prided himself on being strong enough to enter the top 10 of the raging CC. At this moment, he was cut crazily like a target. Without Han Fei's help, in the blink of an eye, there was only a pile of meat pieces left. However, a soul fire appeared, and Ji Xian tried to shake the surroundings with his soul. However, in the eyes of everyone, the soul fire was riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Like a broadleaf showered by a storm of needles, Ji Xian's soul was still killed. Hong Yu was horrified. If Han Fei had saved him a second later, wouldn't he have died? At this moment, Ji Xian's voice echoed, "Han Fei, this is only the third great Dao. If I can't block it, can you? I just left one step earlier than you. Your Yinyang world is not invincible after all." However, as soon as Ji Xian said so, Han Fei said, "At least, this thing can't hurt me. Besides, I can reverse time. Do you think Xian Qingzi and He Dao Yuan Can find me? Heh, bye-bye. Ah. Han Fei. Ji Xian was furious. It was Han Fei who suddenly attacked him and Zhou Fu. It was Han Fei who forced him to escape into the Eternal Thunder prison, and it was Han Fei who forced him to enter this place. He hated that he didn't kill Han Fei when he was weak. He hated that the patriarch paid too much attention to the 4 palaces of the Sword God and ignored Han Fei. At the moment Ji Xian died, when he heard Han Fei's mockery, his feelings were indescribably complicated. At this moment, Han Fei and the others had no time to pay attention to the conflict between Ji Xian and Han Fei. Most of the layers of ice barriers set up by the Snow Lady had been shattered. Fortunately, there were still many kings on the human side. Although they were defeated in an instant, they weren't dead yet because the ice barriers and the sound barrier were still protecting them. Han Fei also cast the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on them. As for Han Fei, he naturally encountered this thing too that came in a hurry. Even though Han Fei had already fused with Little Black and Little White, he could only see a foot-long black shadow. At first, when Han Fei didn't use the power of time to block it, the thing slowed down and revealed its original body. Only then did Han Fei see what this thing looked like. It turned out to be a knife as thin as a cicada's wing and as thin as a chopstick. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Ultimate Blade. Introduction: a magical blade made of pure great Tao of speed and the Heaven Spirit Treasure, the barrierless mystic crystal. It can avoid all barriers in the void and achieve extreme speed in the main space. With its speed, the ultimate blade is extremely sharp. No weapon under the level of godly weapon can resist it. Quality: low quality godly weapon. Attached soul: light sparrow. Effect: unobstructed. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: it's a low-quality godly weapon. Don't make it recognize you as its master easily. In fact, Han Fei only glanced at the information, because before he could stop, the ultimate blade had penetrated his body. Yes, since he became a king, no one had been able to break through his flesh and blood. Only this blade had pierced through him. Although it took about a second, he had been pierced through by it. See. If the ultimate blade could penetrate him, it meant that even he couldn't withstand it. However, with the speed of the ultimate blade, it was easy for it to hit him, but it was impossible for it to cut him. When the ultimate blade tried to cut him for the second time, Han Fei twisted the time in front of him, covered his palm with the infinity water, and instantly grabbed the ultimate blade. Puff. However, in the time barrier, the ultimate blade was like a fish, suddenly accelerating in the distorted time, breaking through time in one fell swoop, and cutting off half of Han Fei's palm. Even the infinity water was cut open by this thing. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Although the infinity water was water, it was an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure after all. It was only one step away from becoming a godly weapon. However, judging from the way the ultimate blade was dancing in the distorted time he created just now, it was obvious that it could cut through time. Han Fei suddenly realized something. Since the ultimate blade had reached the limit of speed, it should have reached the speed of light. At that point, it could jump into the river of time by itself. Besides, the ultimate blade was made of the great Tao of speed. Perhaps it could be unaffected by time. At most, the time could block it for a short while. The second time it slipped away from Han Fei's hands, the ultimate blade stopped coming because it had a soul attached to it, so it could tell who was strong and who was weak. Han Fei was very strong and might even kill it. Therefore, the ultimate blade ignored Han Fei and this group of people and went straight to Peng Jia from the 100 demon race and Zhou Bai from the undersea human race. They had the least people here, so it should be able to kill them. Han Fei looked at the ultimate blade that slipped away. His hand was full of healing divine brilliance, and his broken hand was quickly reconnected. Seeing Han Fei grab the ultimate blade with his bare hands, Liang Yin and the others were all speechless. How could Han Fei grab such an invisible thing? And he had almost caught it. Now all of them saw that it was a slender blade, like a chopstick. Clank. However, on Peng Jia's side, unexpectedly, Peng Jia used some kind of secret technique to transform into his original body. A halo circulated on his carapace like a spinning nebula, and the ultimate blade failed to cut him. With only one ally now, Peng Jia protected Zhou Bai, so this time, the two of them were fine. With a series of clanging sounds, the ultimate blade failed to cut through Peng Jia's shell after thousands of attempts, so it immediately gave up. At this moment, Liang Yin, who had come back to her senses, suddenly shouted, Han Fei, it's looking for someone who suits it, subdue it or resonate with it. Perhaps you can obtain the great Tao of speed from it. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. So that was it? Now, the thing had already darted at the toad and the single-horned flood dragon. The toad shouted crazily, return to your original body. Hurry up. It will take a long time for this little thing to cut us to death. We can buy some time to recover. As soon as the toad said so, he quickly expanded, as did the single-horned flood dragon and the squid lady. The ultimate blade seemed to know how difficult these giant beasts were to deal with, so it only left a small hole in the toad before slashing at the people from the martial emperor city. Han Fei saw Baiyu take out a jade slip, thinking that the martial emperor had many treasures and he couldn't let this knife be subdued by Baiyu. This ultimate blade was very strong. If he could inherit the pure great Tao of speed of the ultimate blade, it would be equivalent to obtaining a divine technique similar to the golden light technique. How could Han Fei give up? With a swish, he activated the golden light leap, showing the characteristics of the golden light leap. When Han Fei broke into the camp of a martial emperor city, hundreds of his afterimages appeared in the void in an instant. This was an unhindered flash. After Han Fei fused the phantom glass wings into his body, he had already learned this ability. Sure enough, the ultimate blade was immediately attracted by Han Fei. Although the ultimate blade was a weapon, it was made of the pure great Tao of speed, so there seemed to be nothing wrong with calling it the great Tao of speed. Now he realized that the reason why people died here was that these great Taos were simply invincible, so most of the people who came before had died. As for the Snow Lady and the others, when they first entered the monarch palace, they had just become kings, so of course they wouldn't be able to win. They had just become kings. How could they deal with something like the ultimate blade? Later, although the monarch palace also allowed kings to enter, still very few of them could block these great Taos. This also caused this place to become a so-called forbidden place. In fact, these great Taos were just looking for an inheritor. Before, Han Fei only wanted to catch the ultimate blade and didn't show his talent on speed, so the ultimate blade wasn't interested in him at all. Now that Han Fei showed his golden light technique, it was as if the ultimate blade had suddenly found a good friend. How could it not come? Liang Yin obtained the heavenly Tao demonic sound, and the person from the martial emperor city obtained the power of purple lightning, which might be the great Tao of lightning or something. Although the two of them didn't reveal it, Liang Yin said that her strength had roughly increased by 50%. Of course, Liang Yin said that her strength had increased by 50%, which might be because her previous strength was relatively weak. But in any case, Han Fei felt that if he could get this ultimate blade, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It could be said that with the ultimate blade in hand, he would be invincible. In the same realm, perhaps some people could barely defend against it when they were prepared. But what if they were unprepared? Who could defend against the ultimate blade? Swish. 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 Since it was to lure the ultimate blade, Han Fei didn't intend to take it down by fighting. Instead, he flashed crazily and almost used his fastest speed. However, although the ability of the phantom glass wings was used almost infinitely, as long as he disappeared and reappeared, he couldn't avoid the ultimate blade. While Han Fei was flashing, his body had been pierced by the ultimate blade 7 or 8 times. Then air. It seemed that this flashing ability couldn't attract the ultimate blade. The latter was about to go elsewhere to find its inheritor, but Han Fei used the golden light technique and the ultimate blade was immediately attracted. When Han Fei performed the golden light leap, the ultimate blade chased into the void. This kind of leap was not as simple as escaping into the void, but jumping forward via spatial nodes that light could reach. The ultimate blade seemed to be quite curious about Han Fei's speed. It chased him directly and flew all the way here without reducing the distance it should have covered. As for Han Fei, he jumped over because the ultimate blade didn't know the direction Han Fei was going. It could only chase him after he appeared, which made it slow. Perhaps because of this, the ultimate blade was extremely curious about Han Fei. Puff. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he was pierced through. This time a large amount of his essence blood was taken away. Han Fei was shocked. According to the absorption frequency, his essence blood would be drained after 20 times. The ultimate blade was so fast that 20 times was very fast for it. Therefore, Han Fei activated the Great Tao and the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. The invincible will gathered around him and forcibly slowed down the frequency at which the ultimate blade pierced him. Unlike just now when it sucked his essence blood 20 times in an instant, it could only do it at most 3 times a second now. But even so, even with the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique, his qi and blood supply was not enough. Han Fei only held on for 5 seconds before he really began to run, because he had to run. The ultimate blade seemed to be acknowledging him as its master. Only 30% of his essence blood had been left. If he wanted to recover, he had to buy some time. Therefore, Han Fei immediately activated the twin divine technique and his white mist body continued to run. However, the white mist body would definitely be quickly killed, and his black mist body directly waved his fishing pole and fish for ultimate blade in the void. This was because the ultimate blade only appeared for an extremely short time, which was dozens of seconds ago. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to fish for the ultimate blade. After only 2 tries, a fake ultimate blade appeared. With a thought from Han Fei, the 2 ultimate blades began to fight. As for Han Fei, he entered reality, fused as twin bodies, and immediately used the heaven enlightenment divine technique. At the same time, tens of thousands of spiritual fruits around him shattered at the same time, producing blood for him. But the crowd couldn't understand. Had Han Fei already subdued the knife? Clank, clank, clank. Then, they saw two things that seemed to be passing by, fighting in midair, and colliding. Beside Han Fei, an invisible battle seemed to have broken out, and Han Fei was standing among them, crazily swallowing spiritual fruits. Blood and qi grew on his body, and after only 20 seconds, blood and qi overflowed from the surface of his body and soared into the sky. At this moment, Han Fei smiled and activated the ultimate blade he could control to stab at him. Pooh. 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 His qi and blood were rapidly decreasing. In less than 3 seconds, the overflowing qi and blood were gone. After another 3 seconds, Han Fei felt that the ultimate blade had established a connection with him. Han Fei was a king who walked the path of body refinement in the first place. His blood and qi were so thick and intense that ordinary kings couldn't compare to him. Han Fei's bloodline level was extremely high, so it wasn't difficult for him to make it recognize him as its master. Therefore, when the ultimate blade pierced Han Fei's body one last time, it couldn't come out again because it belonged to Han Fei now. Han Fei felt that he had grasped many truths in his mind. He felt that he was like a ray of light, walking in reality. The essence of reality and the void was that the void was dependent on reality. One was the outer skin, and the other was the inner skin. The void was part of reality. What didn't belong to reality was the endless void. The endless void broke through the outer and inner layers and went to an unexplorable place. After entering it, there was only endless void and darkness left. Therefore, Han Fei's previous understanding that reality and the void were one world transitioning to another dark world was wrong. The relationship between reality and the void was like there was a thick green sack under the watermelon skin. Therefore, the so-called tearing the void was actually just opening up a layer of skin. However, it was much more difficult to open the endless void. Ordinary power couldn't open the endless void. Just like how the green sack of a watermelon was very thick, to open the endless void, one had to break both the inner and outer skin, so the power needed was even greater and one had to cut the void deeper. And this only strengthened Han Fei's understanding of reality and the void. If he wanted to run so fast to the ultimate blade, through his own comprehension, he had to transform into the Tao, making himself a part of. Speed was a way to transform into the Tao. Han Fei was even amazed. If this could be done, it would almost open a new door for him. He didn't know how many of his great Taos he could transform into. This reminded Han Fei of when he was on the Scattered Stars Island in the Yin Yang world. He heard that the Sea King transformed into the great Tao and used his body as the Tao to bless the billions of creatures in the sea. But from the looks of it, it was bullshit. It might be what was recorded in the books. However, there was clearly a problem with how many creatures he could bless. This was because he could only transform into the great Tao he had, and not every great Tao. The so-called transforming into a great Tao was actually transforming into a great Tao when one was conscious. For example, for the yin-yang Tao, the supreme yin-yang wheel was a form of transformation into the Tao. For example, for the path of invincibility, the invincible golden body was equivalent to a form of Tao transformation. Of course, if he wanted to completely transform into the Tao, Han Fei needed to transform his own body into Tao runes. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to understand that transforming into a Tao didn't mean death. It was possible to transform back after that. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to test it at this moment. Anyway, he had obtained another low-quality godly weapon. This was already the second one, and it had even given him an additional, great Tao. If it weren't for the fact that the infinity water didn't seem to have enough water essence, it might have upgraded to a low-quality godly weapon. Huff dash. When Han Fei opened his eyes with a smile, everyone was relieved. It seemed that Han Fei had taken this great Tao. At this time, they would rather Han Fei inherit this great Tao. Otherwise, it would be really terrifying. It would be a slaughter. Even if they could block it for 1 or 2 breaths, could they block it for 10 or 8 breaths? Look at Ji Xian, he was in the top 10 of the Raging CC establishment list, wasn't he? Even if he was still a little bit lacking, he was almost there, but in front of that small knife just now, he was nothing and easily killed. The luckiest one was none other than Hong Yu. He exchanged 500 million resources for his life. If Han Fei didn't use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique on him, he would be the first to die. However, no one dared to relax, because this was only the third great Tao. The monarch would pass on 5 great Taos. If this third great Tao was already so dangerous, how dangerous would the next 2 be? After Han Fei obtained this Tao, no one dared to relax for a moment. They still maintained the state of spiritual beast fusion and even activated their secret techniques. After only 10 seconds, everyone suddenly felt their bodies go limp, as if infinite gravity was applied to them. Even Han Fei felt that his body was tense as if the sky had collapsed. This time, the toad had just returned to its beast form. Although it wasn't in its complete state, it was big enough. However, the toad fell to the ground, bleeding all over, its flesh and blood shattering. At that moment, he chose to return to his human form, but even so, when he recovered, he was already a bloody mess. Fortunately, kings had the power of regeneration. As long as he wasn't dead, it was very easy for him to recover. With the toad as an example, the single-horned flood dragon lady and the squid lady also transformed into humans. Only then did everyone see that above their heads, a huge palm almost covered the entire space as it slapped down. Therefore, everyone felt that the pressure on them was increasing crazily. Huang Jia cursed, "Are they trying to kill us? They won't even let go of those who have already inherited the great Taos." However, Liang Yin suddenly said, "No, the knife didn't attack me just now. Among all of you, I'm the only one who didn't get stabbed." The young man from the martial emperor city also said, "Although the heavenly Tao demonic sound is strong, it doesn't seem to have a deep impact on my soul. I didn't go mad." Everyone immediately understood. So, those who had inherited great Taos could actually avoid the attack of other great Taos? Didn't this mean that the latter 2 more difficult great Taos needed people like them who hadn't obtained the great Tao inheritance to take? The huge hand was slowly descending, very slowly, but the toad shouted, "This hand is too strong. I fell to the ground with a smack just now. My flesh was almost shattered. Let me try." The female flood dragon flew up and waved her tail, turning into the shadow of a dragon in midair. One could even see a sharp golden aura erupting. The giant tail swept across the sky. Bang! Bang! There were two consecutive large collisions. The first was the sound of the single-horned flood dragon's tail whipping, and the second was the sound of the single-horned flood dragon's tail exploding. Pfft! The single-horned flood dragon lady vomited a mouthful of blood, but her strength slightly shook the huge hand that covered the sky. Everyone saw that. The big hand paused for a moment. Although the time was extremely short, perhaps not even half a second, at least the power of this huge hand was not unshakable. While everyone was surprised by the great power of this hand, Han Fei frowned slightly. This female flood dragon didn't seem to have used her real strength. Did she not want this Tao? At this moment, everyone already knew that this so-called crisis was actually the inheritance of great Taos. They just didn't know what the lightning tribulation was, or rather, they were caught off guard. Later, they really couldn't subdue the heavenly Tao demonic music and the ultimate blade. But this time, they could see it. It was more like a suppression in power. This was already the fourth Tao. If they could obtain this great Tao inheritance, wouldn't their strength double? Therefore, at this moment, someone was tempted. After the single-horned flood dragon lady was defeated, Pang Jia of the 100-demon race transformed into an old turtle, and his turtle shell flickered with red light as he soared into the sky. Boom! In terms of defense, Pang Jia had blocked thousands of attacks from the ultimate blade just now, which was enough to prove Pang Jia's strength. Pang Jia's attack was completely different from the one-horned flood dragon. Ladies. He seemed to manage to resist this huge hand. But it didn't last long. Pang Jia lasted for 5 seconds when with a crack appeared on his turtle shell. Instantly, Pang Jia became listless and fell. Unlike ordinary kings, who were immediately reborn, the turtle's shell was affected by the heaven and earth array, so it was not easy to recover. Pang Jia didn't have the support of Han Fei's heaven enlightenment divine technique, so when he found that he couldn't resist it, he immediately retreated. At least he could still preserve his strength and leave some room for recovery. If no one here could resist the giant hand, it would fall into his hands in the end. At this moment, Li Dian of the Merman royal family suddenly attacked. Compared to Pang Jia, Li Dian's attack was very ferocious. Li Dian held a harpoon in his hand, his body was surrounded by water ripples, and he put his hand against the huge palm, as if he wanted to compete in strength. Boom! With another loud bang, Li Dian blocked the huge hand with one hand. Roar! 10,000 tide, sea tide. At that moment, it was as if layers of waves surged into the sky, spanning more than 300 kilometers. In fact, in terms of strength, no one here was stronger than Han Fei. However, if this hand represented strength, no one here except him should be able to withstand it. If the power of thunder was the great Tao of the monarch in his first life, then according to the order, this great Tao of strength should be the great Tao chosen by him in his fourth life, and it was very likely the third strongest great Tao on him, or even stronger than the great Tao of speed he had just obtained. If it was really so strong, Li Dian wouldn't be able to resist it. Sure enough, Han Fei's guess was confirmed. Although Li Dian seemed to be strong, he only lasted 4 seconds longer than Pang Jia. Bang! 4 seconds later, Pang Jia's arm deformed and finally exploded. At this time everyone looked at Han Fei. Baiyu said, Han Fei, why don't you have a try? The martial emperor city knew Han Fei very well. According to their Intelligence, Han Fei's physique was even stronger than Tai Yuan, and his strength was ridiculously strong. Bai Yu didn't think he had the ability to block this huge hand, so he naturally counted on Han Fei. Seeing that the huge hand was pressing down lower and lower, the pressure on the kings became heavier and heavier. If the hand completely pressed down, everyone except the three of them who had obtained the inheritance would die. The three who had obtained the inheritance might not even be the exception. If that was the case, didn't anyone who came here in the past 10,000 years obtain the inheritance? Old Huang Jiak chuckled. It seems that we have to count on you in the end. Su Lian sighed. As expected of the human king. It seems that we have to count on you again. When everyone heard this, they remembered that Han Fei always called himself the human king. As for Su Lian, Liang Yin, and Hong Yu, they all discovered that Han Fei was actually quite easy to talk to. As long as they admitted defeat, Han Fei didn't mind. He just didn't let off those who refused to surrender. For example, Supreme Clearness and Infinity had attacked the Yin-Yang world multiple times and tried all means to kill Han Fei. How could he let them off? Therefore, as soon as Zhou Fu and Ji Xian appeared, Han Fei directly exploded and beat them to death. Two strong masters in the top 20 of the Raging Sea had died just like that. As for Han Fei, he actually quite wanted this great Tao. It was impossible for others to surrender opportunities to him. Although it was good to pick up opportunities with luck, most of the time, luck and strength equally mattered. Otherwise, these opportunities were not opportunities, but banes. Han Fei summoned the infinity water to protect himself. Then, he activated his great Tao and roared, and his Dharma idol appeared. Everyone saw that a giant was rising, and Han Fei was standing on the head of the Dharma idol. At this moment, Han Fei and the Dharma idol did the same movement, blocking the huge hand with both hands. Buzz. With 2 consecutive muffled sounds, the huge hand stopped. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Just when everyone thought that Han Fei could withstand the hand, with a crack, some cracks appeared on the Dharma idol. Then, the king saw Han Fei's glabella crack, and the invincible eye was opened. His body was wrapped in a golden light. At this point, Han Fei's strength had exceeded 1,000,000 waves. Boom. Crack. The ground was cracking, and the Dharma idol seemed to be pressed into the ground by that terrifying force. The kings were horrified by the battle of strength between the two parties. On the side of the martial emperor city, when Bai Yu saw the Dharma idol, he felt that Han Fei's Dharmakaya seemed to be more powerful. He guessed that maybe different people had different Dharmakaya. What Han Fei felt at this moment was that he didn't obtain any Tao of strength, but he felt that the great Tao of strength seemed to be able to fuse with the great Tao of gravity. Home. As it happened, he knew both. Han Fei activated the great Tao of gravity and used the reverse gravity, but it was still a little difficult. This could only mean that the monarch comprehended the great Tao of gravity better than him in his 4th life. However, it wasn't that Han Fei didn't gain anything. All this time, he hadn't really fused with the Dharma idol. However, under the power of this huge hand, his body was fusing with the Dharma idol. Or rather, his body was being squeezed into his Dharma idol. Logically speaking, his Dharma idol was his enlarged body, but Han Fei and his Dharma idol were separated. There was no telling if it was because he had cultivated the Dharmakaya in advance. But in any case, Han Fei felt that he was fusing with his Dharma idol bit by bit. With the two fused, his strength would definitely improve, so Han Fei was not in a hurry. He even felt that his strength was still a little lacking. Han Fei swallowed another 5-layered Tao pattern pill. Unfortunately, the 5-layered Tao pattern pill could no longer provide him with several times his strength. It could only temporarily increase Han Fei's strength by about 80,000 waves. However, it was good to have more power at this time. Han Fei's body was gradually being squeezed into the Dharma idol. Below, old Huang Jia couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He's only a king. Everyone knew what Huang Jia meant. They all sighed. Yes. Han Fei was only a king now. If Han Fei opened the sky, how strong would he be? Before he Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen opened the sky, were they so strong? Don't be ridiculous. They all became kings at the same time. As for who was strong, who was weak, how much stronger and how much weaker, although the masters of the heavenly palaces didn't say it out loud, they knew it very well in their hearts. With Han Fei's current strength, he was already invincible in the sea establishment realm. On the giant beast's side, the toad side. I didn't expect him to be so strong. I should have made friends with him the moment I met him. The single-horned flood dragon, why do you say that? I'm not telling you. Peng Jia and Zhou Bai didn't look too good. The stronger Han Fei was, the more dangerous they would be. But at this moment, they didn't dare to disturb Han Fei, because if Han Fei collapsed, they would be doomed. They could only hope that Han Fei was seriously injured, or they had to find a way to run quickly. After half an hour, Han Fei had already entered the Dharma idol. When Han Fei entered the Dharma body, his original body naturally fell between the chest and ribs of the Dharma idol. It was a feeling of harmony, a combination of power. Han Fei felt that his strength seemed to have soared by 30%. He didn't know if it was the power of his Dharma idol, his own power, or the power of the two. The sacrificing punch suddenly erupted. Boom! The terrifying power shook the king's minds, and many of them vomited blood. However, when they looked at the sky again, the palm that covered the sky was already gone. Only a huge Dharma idol was left, enveloped by the invincible will, shining with golden light, like a giant god. Han Fei had already taken 2 of the 5 inheritances. Everyone was shocked. They wanted the next inheritance to belong to them, but at the same time, they hoped that Han Fei could take the next inheritance to save them from any danger. Of course, the people of the undersea human race and the 100 demon clan didn't want Han Fei to continue to receive the last inheritance. Not to mention that their safety was not guaranteed after Han Fei obtained the 2 inheritances, if Han Fei continued to obtain the inheritances of a monarch one after another. Who could stop Han Fei here? Look at the strong masters of the supreme clearness and infinity who went against Han Fei. He killed them without hesitation. If he was even so ruthless to the human race, would he hesitate to destroy the 100 demon clan and the undersea human race? Zhou Bai and Peng Jia exchanged a look. They knew that no matter what, they had to either attack or find a way to escape. There was no third possibility. What they didn't know was that Han Fei hadn't inherited the Tao of Strength. Because he felt that he could block this so-called Tao of Strength, because he hadn't reached the limit of the sea establishment realm yet. Perhaps, in terms of strength, he was no weaker than this monarch's 4th body. Therefore, the great Tao of strength this time only helped him completely fuse with his Dharma idol. From now on, if he used his Dharma idol to fight enemies, his strength would increase by 30%. However, the fourth body of this monarch chose the great Tao of strength, which meant that he walked the path of body refinement. Besides, from the power just now, the fourth body of this monarch was comparable to him in strength. It was hard to say if he was stronger than him when he reached the peak of the sea establishment realm, but at least he was stronger than the current him. Therefore, Han Fei had two doubts. First of all, the monarch couldn't even succeed with such body refining strength and had to continue to try in his fifth life. Secondly, after experiencing three great Daos, the monarch chose the body refining path, over which he must have pondered repeatedly. If he wasn't absolutely confident at the beginning of cultivation, why would he take this path? If he guessed right, body refinement would definitely take much longer than other great Daos. These two questions made Han Fei wonder if it was not enough to reach the longevity realm with body refinement alone. As the saying went, one had to stand on the shoulders of giants. He should learn lessons from his predecessors' experiences and find a way to figure out the pros and cons of body tempering. Han Fei couldn't help being curious. If this path had been given up, what path did the fifth body of the monarch take? After all, this monarch had achieved longevity in his sixth life. In his fifth life, he must have figured out how to do it. Han Fei vaguely felt that this was the real significance of the existence of the monarch palace. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunity. He didn't come to the depths of the eternal thunder prison for nothing. When Han Fei was waiting for the fifth great Tao to appear, this place began to tremble slightly. The 5 tombs were approaching each other. Gradually, the 5 tombs fused into one tomb. Bang! While everyone was vigilantly waiting for the fifth great Tao to appear, they suddenly saw a bump on the tomb. Shoot! Even Han Fei was horrified. The toad exclaimed, "Really? Isn't it enough for the monarch to leave his great Daos? He even left a body alive?" The squid lady said, "It's impossible for him to be alive. His 5 bodies have all died. How can he still be alive?" The single-horned flood dragon said, "Even the monarch palace appeared here. I'm afraid the monarch himself might have died." Han Fei said, "Then it must be a zombie. Hong Yu, your mad corpse world is good at controlling corpses. Is it easy to fight a corpse of this level?" Hong Yu immediately shook his head like a rattle drum and said, "This must be the monarch's final great Tao. If this one comes back to life, I'm afraid no one here can suppress it." Baiyu asked, "It's just a dead body. No one can suppress it?" Hong Yu said, "It's not as simple as a dead body. Besides, only we, the mad corpse world, know how terrifying corpse puppets are. A really powerful corpse is invincible, let alone this kind of corpse." Huang Jia said, "Don't panic. My god-slaying demonic poison can melt everything. Let me have a try." Bang! Buzz! The mud on the tomb seemed to be being pushed up by a human hand from below. All the kings were horrified. They just hoped that they wouldn't be killed here. This was because at this time, except for Han Fei and the undersea human race and the 100 demons, there was almost no hostility between them. Therefore, they should be safe. Puff dash. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. With a puff, they saw an arm-thick thing sticking out of the tomb. Then, the audience all heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't an arm. However, a branch that looked like bronze extended from the tomb. It was a branch because there were 2 green bronze leaves hanging on it. However, in everyone's eyes, this bronze branch was growing quickly. In less than half a second, it had grown 4 or 5 times larger. 3 seconds later, it was nearly 2 meters tall. After 10 seconds, when it was more than 20 meters high, everyone saw all kinds of strange lines appear on the tree trunk. When the branch grew larger, Baiyu shouted in a low voice, "Tao patterns?" Han Fei and Baiyu recognized it at the same time. From the existence of the Tao patterns, Han Fei knew that this thing was definitely not low level. After 100 seconds, this place was more than 500 meters high. With a bang, a green light curtain swept out from the tree. The kings instinctively retreated, but the surroundings were blocked by electric circles, so they couldn't retreat. When everyone was swept by the green light, they saw that the surrounding environment had directly transformed. At this time, what they saw was no longer a tomb, but an incomparably huge bronze divine tree. And they seemed to be in the starry sky. In the distance, stars flickered. The kings looked up and saw that the bronze tree was full of strange lights. Han Fei immediately felt that the origin sea was moving, or to be precise, the demon purification pot was moving. A little vine? Han Fei was refreshed and excited. Is this luck? Is there a little vine here? However, before Han Fei could think further, the Snow Lady said, "My perception is working." Han Fei was also stunned. He spread out his perception and immediately scanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. There were all kinds of dazzling treasures that all looked extraordinary. Ring! Ring! Everyone looked over and saw a bronze bell ringing. But in fact, the bell was even bigger than the Toad King in his complete state. Near the green bell, a bright red flame was burning on the branch, which was equally huge. Judging from the strange flame, it was obviously a heavenly strange fire. On it, Han Fei also saw a familiar item, which was the crystal ball that contained the yin-yang world and the waterwood world, that small world. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. A world hangs on a branch? Su Lian exclaimed, "What is that? Stars? 9 stars hanging on a tree?" Everyone continued to look up in the direction Su Lian pointed in, and then they all gasped. As kings, they had certainly studied stars. If this wasn't a star, what was it? It was just a little small, and it seemed that the radius of each star was less than 1,000 kilometers. Han Fei saw fishing rods, jade, swaying whips, shiny battle suits, and an ancient divine boat on this tree. And these were not the most important things, because at the top of this bronze tree, there was a futon. On the futon, there was a jade slip and a small vine. Seeing this, Han Fei was overjoyed. Sure enough, the more dangerous a place was, the more opportunities there were. This was the 6th vine of the demon purification pot. In the raging sea, this was already the 3rd vine he had obtained. Han Fei didn't understand why these vines were separated and scattered in different places. And this time, he might be able to find the answer from the monarch palace. Similarly, more than one person saw the jade slip and the little vine. Hong Yu looked at Han Fei, wondering why this little vine was so similar to the little vine that Granny Chiu from the Medicine King world refined. And that one should be in Han Fei's hand now, right? Han Fei noticed Hong Yue's gaze, and his eyes turned cold. The latter immediately said via voice transmission, "I don't know anything. I won't compete for that vine with you." Only then did Han Fei slowly retract his gaze. There were actually many others secretly looking at Han Fei. Now, the strongest people here should be Han Fei, Bai Yu, and Peng Jia. Zhou Bai and Li Dian were powerful, but it was impossible for them to defeat Han Fei in close combat. With his powerful defense, Peng Jia might be able to compete with Han Fei, but his chances of winning were not high. Only Bai Yu, who was in charge of the super resource shops in the Martial Emperor City, had many treasures. However, Bai Yu said that he could only stay in the sky-opening realm for about 30 seconds. If what he said was true, Bai Yu might not be a match for Han Fei even with all kinds of precious resources. But if Bai Yu held back or had any special treasures, he could indeed compete with Han Fei. As for the giant beasts, Han Fei was sure that they had hidden strength, but he didn't know how much. But he didn't believe that they could beat him. While everyone was searching for treasures all over the tree, the Snow Lady said, "Don't forget the battle back then. How big was that tree when we saw it? But what danger we encountered, have you forgotten it?" Han Fei couldn't help but look at the Snow Lady and the others. Han Fei certainly didn't know what happened back then. The Snow Lady said, "Back then, we found the tree in the bronze door. That tree and this one were a lot different. Even so, when we were fighting for it, we encountered the spirit of the divine tree. In that battle, as many as 100 kings died." Han Fei's heart did a flip. It was about the time when more than 100 human beings went there. Only 36 people returned in the end and established the 36 mystic worlds. So this was the origin of the 36 mystic worlds. Huang Jia said, "But there are some differences. At that time, there were many great daos on that tree, but this one doesn't seem to have any." Han Fei was puzzled. "Can you see great daos?" Huang Jia said, "After eating the fruit of the great Dao, one can awaken different great daos depending on his luck or bloodline. Or he can better comprehend his own great Dao." Hong Yu said, "When we snatched the treasures from that tree, we encountered a sky-fiend illusion. I'm afraid it'll be the same this time." Seeing that Han Fei was a little confused, Hong Yu continued, "When picking treasures, people would fall into an illusion, or a place that they didn't know if it was an illusion. Anyway, as many as 100 kings died that time. Han Fei thought to himself, no matter what, he had to go up no matter how dangerous it was. It seemed that the others were in the same situation. The opportunity was already in front of them, and there were only two paths left for them. Either fight or die. The Snow Lady said, "Don't be greedy. Find the one most suitable for you." Liang Yin said, "I'm just a little puzzled. Why hasn't the fifth great Dao appeared yet?" Not only Liang Yin, but everyone else also had this question. However, in the face of the bronze tree and the treasures all over the tree, everyone spontaneously put this question aside. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Peng Jia and Zhou Bai. He decided not to waste too much effort on these two people for the time being. When he got the vine first, he would have plenty of chances to hunt these two people in future. But Peng Jia and Zhou Bai felt a chill down their spines when Han Fei looked at them. They wondered if Han Fei was trying to kill them before the treasure hunt. Therefore, with a swish, the two of them shot out and flew towards the bronze tree. Zhou Bai's goal was a demon essence red bead that flickered with red light. Although Han Fei didn't recognize it, he knew that if Zhou Bai refined and absorbed it, his strength would definitely soar. But Han Fei didn't stop him. Even if Zhou Bai got it, so what? If he got it, would he be his match? Buzz. However, in everyone's eyes, as soon as Zhou Bai stepped within 100 kilometers of the demon essence red bead, a blue ball of light appeared, enveloping him. It was like a huge blue fruit growing on the bronze branch. The kings looked at each other, and Huang Jia said, "It's probably the same as that time. Let's go hunt treasures." After that, Huang Jia looked at Han Fei. "Next, it's up to fate. There aren't many kings here, so it's not surprising no matter how many kings die here in the end. If we die, it's just that our luck and strength are not enough." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Take care. DH." Huang Jia and the others each found a direction. The Snow Lady went for an invisible ice crystal, Huang Jia for a 7-colored spiritual bug, Liang Yin for a purple bamboo, and Hong Yu for a skeleton. However, no one fought for the jade slip and the vine on the top of the tree. On the other side, Baiyu's perception had collided with Han Fei's several times on the top of the tree, so he probably knew Han Fei's goal. Now there were only him and Han Fei left. The two of them looked at each other, and Baiyu said, "Although these are all treasures in the world, and perhaps every treasure here can help one reach the sky-opening realm, the martial emperor city has never lacked treasures. But can that little vine grow a level 9 divine pill?" Han Fei grinned. "Why? Do you want it?" Baiyu shook his head slightly. "It may be good stuff, but it's at the highest point. I haven't opened the sky yet, and I don't want to die yet. I just want to remind you that the 5th Great Tao hasn't appeared yet." With that, Baiyu flew towards the 6th treasure from top down, a book. When everyone had their own goal, Han Fei didn't go up immediately. Instead, he took out his fishing pole and fished out a soul-subduing pill for himself to consume. Then, he threw out his fishing pole and fished in the Time River. For a while, although he didn't catch anything, he nodded slightly and flew towards the top of the bronze tree. Like others, when Han Fei was 100 kilometers away, he was enveloped by a blue ball of light. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared in the distant starry sky. Yes, in the distance, there were countless stars. There were several large stars closest to him. He scanned around with his perception and found that the desolate scene surrounding the large stars was extremely real. It was very cold in the void, and he couldn't breathe. He could only absorb the spiritual energy and energy between the heavens and earth. This made Han Fei suspicious. Was he really in the starry sky? All this was acceptable, but 10,000 kilometers away, a young man in black with a kind smile on his face was standing there, looking at him. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Dead or alive? At first, Han Fei didn't expect the person on the opposite side to answer. After all, the monarch palace had existed for tens of thousands of years. It would be a bit exaggerated if he was told that someone could live here except for the monarch himself. However, things were often unexpected. This person actually said, "In the last million years, you are the 13th person to come here. I wonder what abilities you have." Although Han Fei was surprised, he immediately replied, 13th? Have the first 12 people all inherited more than one great Daos? However, the person on the other side said leisurely, "Perhaps they came from different ways? Since you came from there, you can experience the power of the fifth Tao. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. The fifth Tao? Didn't Huang Jia and the others say that a sky fiend illusion would appear? Or was he in an abnormally real illusion? The person on the opposite side suddenly came in front of Han Fei and slapped him at the same time. So fast. Han Fei suddenly realized that this person walked the great Tao of extreme speed, which was the same as the ultimate blade he collected. A blue halo appeared in front of Han Fei, and with the power of time, he launched the sacrificing punch. But this time, the power of time failed to stop this person. The hand broke through the time barrier as easily as breaking a water mirror and sent him flying 100 kilometers away. The moment the sacrificing punch burst out, it was shattered by a rather powerful force, causing violent ripples that spread out. Body refining? Han Fei frowned slightly. This person's physique was extremely strong, even stronger than his. With such a strong physique and such a fast speed, the other party must have walked many great Daos at the same time. After the first clash, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the ultimate blade left his body, turned into extreme speed, and charged at the mysterious man. The ignorant are fearless. The mysterious man in black grabbed the ultimate blade with one hand, and Han Fei immediately felt the mutual attraction of the same great Tao. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was about to lose the ultimate blade. This made him suddenly think of a terrifying thing. The great Tao harvested. The same great Tao, which was also known as harvesting leek. This was what the old turtle had once said. Harvesting the same great Tao was a process for the strong to harvest the weak. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately retracted the ultimate blade, but the other party was already held back by the other party. Han Fei thought to himself, I can't let the ultimate blade that I spent countless resources and essence blood to get be taken so easily. Therefore, Han Fei jumped with golden light, activated all great Daos in one sword, and forcibly snatched the ultimate blade back. Huh? The man in black seemed a little surprised. He probably didn't expect Han Fei to be so fast. Besides, Han Fei's great Tao of speed was different from his, so he couldn't swallow it. However, when Han Fei retracted the ultimate blade, he heard the heavenly Tao demonic sound descend, and layers of void ripples were blocking all great Daos. In one sword, and a purple lightning, like a pillar, was slashing at all great Daos in one sword. Even so, it still took the man 3 seconds to block all great Daos in one sword. At this time, if Han Fei still didn't figure it out, he would be stupid. He said, did you cultivate all the previous great Daos in your 5th life? The man in black smiled. Yes. Han Fei was surprised. So, cultivating multiple great Daos at the same time was one way to become a monarch. But if it was so simple, wouldn't all sky opening cultivators start to cultivate multiple great Daos at the same time? How could there be so many people who couldn't reach the longevity realm at all? Therefore, cultivating multiple Daos at the same time was definitely not the only way to become a monarch. At least, if the person in front of him was the monarch's 5th life, then he also failed to reach the longevity realm in this life. It was just that he had walked many great Daos. Amidst the heavenly Tao demonic sound, Han Fei said, I've experienced all your great Daos. Is there anything new? If not, it's my turn. Hee. At that moment, this person emitted a golden light. In the next moment, he jumped and appeared dozens of kilometers away from Han Fei. Hiss! Han Fei's pupils were constricted. Golden light leap? He had only used it once. And this guy had learned it? Han Fei was certainly stunned. If this person's learning ability was so strong that he could learn the golden light leap after watching it once, how could he fight him? The man in black charged at him again, and there was wind and thunder in his fist. As he punched out, many great Daos fused. Han Fei activated his great Dao and was still forced back more than 500 kilometers. When Han Fei flew out, he saw the other party appear dozens of kilometers away from him with a golden light leap again. She pointed 2 fingers at Han Fei and activated Han Fei's unique technique, all great Daos in one sword. F***ck. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. It's fine if you copy my golden light leap. After all, your speed is indeed fast. But it's too much if you copy my all great Daos in one sword. Faced with the man in black's all great Daos in one sword, Han Fei pointed with 2 fingers and unleashed all great Daos in one sword at the same time. The 2 all great Daos in one swords collided. Only at this moment did Han Fei discover that although they had both used all great Daos in one sword, the great Daos contained in them were different. This made Han Fei heave a sigh of relief. In other words, although the person opposite him could imitate his techniques, he couldn't imitate his great Dao. He could only use his great Dao to launch this attack. But even so, it was enough to shock Han Fei. Han Fei's heart did a flip. With a golden light leap, he attempted to cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the black-clothed man followed suit. However, when they appeared, the other party appeared a little slower. Han Fei smiled. So you've just been running instead of jumping. The man in black wasn't disappointed that Han Fei saw through him. He said, "Interesting. You're walking the same path as me." Han Fei said, "No, I'm different from you. At most, I dabble in many things." The man in black looked at Han Fei with a smile. "Do you have any other great techniques?" Han Fei didn't respond but asked, "Are you dead or alive?" The man in black didn't hide anything. He said, "I'm just a brand. When the energy of the brand is exhausted or I disintegrate on my own, I'll dissipate. Unfortunately, up to now, there hasn't been anyone who can exhaust my energy." The man in black smiled. "Okay. I've had enough fun. Next, I'm really going to attack." Han Fei's pupils were constricted. "You mean you haven't attacked yet?" The 2 parties looked at each other. Almost at the same time, Han Fei jumped out with golden light, but the man in black didn't jump with golden light anymore, but rushed over at an extremely fast speed. In terms of strength, the 2 no longer used all great Daos in one sword, but punched each other. Boom boom boom. Knock, knock, knock. In just 3 or 5 seconds, Han Fei seemed to have been fighting for 30 or 50 seconds. Each of their blows was equivalent to a sacrificing punch. The 2 fought from the void to a big star. In the end, the star shattered and the world collapsed. Buzz. After only 5 seconds, blue light circulated in front of Han Fei. The power of the great Dao was about to be exhausted. He had to reverse time and return to his peak state. But when Han Fei reversed time, he saw that the man in black rushed into time, intending to reverse time together with him. Get lost. At that moment, Han Fei activated the immortal energy and fiendish qi in his origin Sea, and in an instant, the immortal fiend's saber and the time arcane technique erupted. Boom! Boom! The outburst of the immortal fiend's saber finally made the man in black's expression change. However, this person didn't seem to be too panicked. Obviously, he knew these two powers. Therefore, when facing the immortal fiend's saber, the man in black burst out with mystic yellow energy, which turned into a sword and blocked the immortal fiend's saber. However, under the effect of the time arcane technique, the immortal fiend saber had actually erupted twice, so even the black-clothed man couldn't help but take one immortal fiend saber head-on. However, because of his physique and speed, this immortal fiend saber failed to seriously injure him and only destroyed most of his body. When the power intertwined, Hanfei returned to his peak state, and the man in black almost recovered. In this clash, Hanfei narrowly won. But the man in black immediately changed his fighting style. This time, Hanfei felt the boundless wind around him, and there was mist in the wind, which was bone-chilling. In the star ruins, countless Tao patterns were blending, and Hanfei seemed to be in a storm. Hanfei's face changed drastically. This person's power of the great Tao had changed so much that Hanfei couldn't react in time. Swish! In the star ruins, a pillar of light flashed, which turned out to be a sword. Mark! It darted at Hanfei. Hanfei condensed the infinity water at his fingertips, turned it into a knife, and slashed, barely blocking it. Then, Hanfei found that the bloodline in his body suddenly turned into opposite forms, and his spiritual energy was instantly out of control. Bang! Hanfei's body exploded, but he activated the twin divine technique at the same time, turning into two wisps of mist, one black and one white. Then, Hanfei activated the supreme yin-yang wheel, and the yin-yang symbol rotated above this person's head, trying to crush the black-clothed young man. The latter grinned and said, "Yin-yang Great Tao? Unfortunately, you haven't comprehended life and death yet." The man in black also turned into two bodies, one black and one white, which blended into a cone and pierced the supreme yin-yang diagram. Puff! After a round of fighting, Hanfei retreated quickly, bleeding from his 7 orifices. With a thought, he activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique and was quickly repairing himself. "You know the yin-yang Great Tao too?" The man in black smiled and said, "Since you discovered that I cultivate multiple great Taos, it shouldn't be difficult for you to guess." Hanfei was shocked. Yes, weren't all the great Taos in the 36 mystic world spread from the monarch palace? The great Taos that you regarded as treasures might have been used by others a million years ago. The monarch's mastery of the great Tao might be even higher than yours. Hanfei discovered that perhaps the black-clothed man only didn't know the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique, the path of invincibility, and the great Tao of time. Hanfei wasn't in a hurry to reverse time, because he almost got lost in time just now. Hanfei couldn't help but throw out a fishing hook that broke through time. The black-clothed man tried to stop him, but Hanfei punched horizontally, and the void lines extended crazily. Although he stopped the man in black, what surprised Hanfei was that the man in black actually caught a void line from the void. However, the man in black didn't attack the void lines. Or rather, he didn't know how to break Hanfei's void lines. The man in black said, "Interesting. In terms of great Tao and means, you're not bad. Unfortunately, it's far from enough to reach the longevity realm." At this moment, Hanfei fished out the sky-hanging ancient sword from the void. This sword appeared firstly to attack the black-clothed man, and secondly to guard him when he was reversing time. Sure enough, when Han Fei reversed time again, the man in black unleashed 3 sword runes at the same time, which looked like the supreme clearness. World's 3-foot sword. The 3 swords slashed at the sky-hanging ancient sword ferociously. However, it still gave Han Fei a chance to reverse time again. After returning to his peak state, Han Fei happened to see the scene of the sky-hanging ancient sword exploding. Han Fei was shocked. Is it so powerful? Although it was fished from time, it was broken in the blink of an eye? Han Fei immediately retreated and continued fishing. To Han Fei's surprise, the man in black didn't stop Han Fei from fishing, but was curious to see what else Han Fei could fish. Once, twice, 3 times. After fishing 5 times in a row, on the 6th time, Han Fei finally fished a golden arm. The golden arm Han Fei fished with the time fishing technique completely. Listen to his command. Han Fei didn't let it parasitize him, but only let it attack the enemy. Han Fei thought that now he should be able to give the man in black a headache. However, the man in black said, "You actually found my arm back?" Han Fei was surprised. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. So it turned out that he had fished this man's hand? But then Han Fei thought, if this golden arm belongs to this person, how strong is he? Has he reached the peak of the sky-opening realm? Therefore, just one arm can sweep across the sea establishment realm. Therefore, the man in black in front of him was indeed just a brand. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. But since Han Fei couldn't defeat this person with his own strength, he could use this guy's arm. Han Fei used the twin divine technique again. This time, his white mist body fused with the golden arm. Buzz. Immediately, Han Fei felt that his white mist body was about to explode. A terrifying force swept through his body, directly reaching the upper limit of the power that his white mist body could withstand. Han Fei believed that even if he activated the Great Tao, the Invincible Eye, and the Dragon Transformation technique, he wouldn't be as strong as he was now. The man in black couldn't help but fall silent. Interesting. I have to say that you are the strongest among the 13 people. You've seen the Tao of my 5th life. This opportunity is yours. Han Fei was already prepared to fight and had used all his trump cards. He didn't expect the man in black to suddenly stop fighting. His figure gradually dissipated and became more and more blurred. Han Fei asked, "Hey, what's your name?" The man in black smiled faintly. "My name is not important. My 6th life's name is Chu Hao." Han Fei. Han Fei was not surprised by the disappearance of the man in black. After all, how could a brand fight the original body? This golden arm had been preserved until now. If it hadn't parasitized a person strong enough, it wouldn't have been able to sweep all the strong masters. He had thought that it would be a life and death battle, but it ended in this strange atmosphere. However, Han Fei was still in the starry sky. When Han Fei looked again, he keenly discovered that there was a futon floating in the depths of the void. Uncontrollably, the demon purification pot flew out. The return of the 6th vine quietly began in the starry sky. At this time, Han Fei hadn't fused his twin bodies yet, because the golden arm was still on his white mist body. Although the golden arm was completely under his control at this moment, he didn't know if the terrifying power had any side effects, so Han Fei didn't immediately fuse his twin bodies. And his state wouldn't affect the return of the sixth vine. The return of this vine seemed to be louder than before. The moment the two intertwined, the entire starry sky had already trembled, and a massive amount of resources gathered over. Han Fei thought that if they were fused in his origin sea, a lot of resources would probably be swallowed. The demon purification pot was spinning, and the 5 vines on it were swaying. And even growing. After about 100 seconds, the 6th vine finally returned. Swish. 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 The moment the vines returned, the vines stabbed at Han Fei's black mist body and white mist body at the same time, and then appeared in Han Fei's origin. See. As soon as the demon purification pot entered the origin sea, the entire origin sea boiled, and a tremendous amount of energy soared to the sky and poured into the vine. Although Han Fei's heart ached a little, the rise of the demon purification pot was equivalent to his rise. He certainly wouldn't stop him from swallowing resources. If the resources were used up, he would find more resources after he left the monarch palace. The demon purification pot seemed to know where Han Fei's main resources were. So it quickly came to the batch of resources Han Fei reserved for it. That batch of resources, to put it bluntly, amounted to nearly 3 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones in total. After Han Fei robbed the supreme clearness world, a lot more were added. Han Fei had thought that it would take a long time for the demon purification pot to consume the resources. However, what shocked Han Fei was that on average, nearly 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones shattered every second. This speed was equivalent to nearly billions of points of spiritual energy being swallowed by it every second. In this way, in a day, the demon purification pot could probably eat 15 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. These resources would be exhausted in about half a year. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Half a year? He had planned to let the demon purification pot swallow these resources in decades. Why would it only be half a year? Besides, considering the time acceleration in the origin sea, half a year here was less than 7 days in the outside world. So, his massive resources could only last 7 days? Are you kidding me? After only swallowing for less than 50 seconds, the new vine stretched out with a swish and looted the million mystic yellow stones he got from the jewelry skeleton. Han Fei? Han Fei said, "Hey, don't overeat. Let's eat slowly. Remember to leave some for me." This time, Han Fei was really anxious. Unlike ultra-quality spiritual stones, he had many sources of ultra-quality spiritual stones. Even if he used resources to exchange for them, he could exchange for a lot of them. But he had only obtained more than 1 million mystic yellow stones from the underground palace. If they were all swallowed by the demon purification pot, wouldn't he get nothing? About 300 seconds later, the golden arm disappeared, and Han Fei's white mist body's strength fell. Only then did Han Fei perform the twin fusion. But at this moment, Han Fei could only wait. In the origin sea, the demon purification pot was swallowing the mystic yellow stones, and Han Fei was playing with the jade slip, ready to scan it with his perception. Continue reading on 0nmyb0xn0vel. This jade slip appeared with the little vine. There was no telling if there was any important information or cultivation technique recorded in it. When Han Fei scanned it with his perception, he frowned. As he looked down, his expression became more and more solemn. After a while, Han Fei's face was livid and his expression was extremely complicated. When he looked at the demon purification pot again, he heaved a long sigh. This jade slip was not a divine technique or anything like that Han Fei thought. As he guessed, it was an important record, which was related to the demon purification pot. The contents of the jade slip were witnessed by this monarch, Chu Hao. After reading the jade slip, Han Fei learned that Chu Hao had been a monarch for at least 2 million years. This was because it was written in the jade slip that 1.28 million years after he became a monarch, the gods wandered in the Chaos Sea and found an ancient vine born in the eye of chaos. The gods worked together to pull out the ancient vine, and the demon purification pot was thus born. However, as the demon purification pot appeared, the eyes of chaos collapsed. As if the world had collapsed and all Daos had shattered, an ominous power overflowed from the eyes of chaos and the darkness spread. The gods didn't take it seriously. But after learning the power of the demon purification pot, the civil war began. The war of the gods only lasted for 100,000 years, and people were plunged into misery and suffering. In the end, the demon purification pot was divided by 9 gods and each got a vine. However, darkness spread. In the darkness, creatures crossed the darkness and descended into the sea realm. An ominous war thus broke out. In the ominous land, strong masters were everywhere. Some gods were defeated and died in the sea realm. From then on, the ominous war officially began. The war lasted for more than 600,000 years, and the gods built the eternal thunder prison to suppress the ominous. However, the ominous accumulated for a long time and became stronger and stronger. The gods agreed to cooperate and combined the demon purification pot to resist the ominous power. After the war lasted for 60,000 years, there were traitors, and the war of the gods erupted. In the war of the gods fought in the darkness. After fighting for more than 3 months, many gods died and never came out of the darkness again. Only the demon purification pot was thrown out of the darkness. I happened to obtain this treasure. However, in a hurry, I was ambushed by the other monarchs. The demon purification pot was damaged, and I was about to die. I could only escape with the broken demon purification pot and use the name of the void temple to seal it in this place. Then I built the monarch palace and sealed the demon purification pot in it. I hoped that future generations could recombine the parts of the demon purification pot. Remember, although the darkness is there, the monarch's intentions are unpredictable, and if the gods don't come out, the ominous will eventually come. When Han Fei finished reading the record, he couldn't have felt worse. It turned out that the demon purification pot was a treasure that the gods found in the depths of the Sea of Chaos. It was because of it that the so-called ominous came. It was because of it that the twilight of the gods erupted. Even after the gods died, the monarchs fought each other because of it. However, Han Fei didn't know where the Sea of Chaos was, but it was very dangerous. The demon purification pot had a total of 9 small vines, and now he only got 6 of them, which meant that at least 3 more vines were wandering in the so-called sea realm. Therefore, holding the demon purification pot was basically equivalent to causing trouble for himself. As long as others discovered it, there would probably be countless monarchs who wanted to kill him and snatch the demon purification pot. According to Chu Hao's jade slip, the void temple preaching here was just a cover. It could even be said that Chu Hao deliberately built this place as the Inheritance ground of the void temple, to protect this place, or, to protect the demon purification pot from being discovered. However, what Han Fei didn't know was, did the void temple know of the existence of the demon purification pot? It was hard to say. After all, the raging sea was also the place of inheritance of the void temple. There was a way to become a disciple of the void temple here. How could they not pay attention to the monarch palace here? Besides, the monarch palace had existed here for tens of thousands of years. If a powerhouse of the same level knew this place, wouldn't he want to take a look at it? Han Fei was horrified. He wondered if there was an invisible hand behind it. Of course, Han Fei was more willing to believe that Chu Hao had arranged everything, since he dared to use the Void Temple to protect this place. If the Void Temple knew the existence of the demon purification pot, they should have succeeded obtaining it long ago. How could the demon purification pot have fallen into his hands? In short, no matter what, the demon purification pot was his now, so he couldn't let others know its existence. Once it was leaked, even if only one monarch knew, he would be in danger. Besides, he had to be careful when facing a monarch. However, the demon purification pot's problem was the darkness, the ominous place, and the place where the gods died. Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. He felt as if there was a sky on his shoulder, and the pressure was so great that he almost suffocated. In his origin sea, the demon purification pot seemed to have an extremely high demand for resources. On the 132nd day, the million black yellow stones were all swallowed by the demon purification pot. After swallowing the mystic yellow stones, it didn't stop. In another 182 days, the 3 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones that Han Fei specially prepared for the demon purification pot were all swallowed. Even so, the demon purification pot didn't stop. In another 200 days, the resources Han Fei earned in the monarch palace were almost exhausted. Han Fei was about to cry. If this went on, he would have to empty his reserve. His origin sea was piled up with massive resources. The spiritual spring river that was surging like a real river had already dried up by half. On the 680th day, more than 21 days had passed in the outside world. The spiritual spring river in Han Fei's origin sea had completely dried up, and Little Black and Little White had no place to swim now. More than 10,000 wisps of chaotic chi in Han Fei's origin sea had been swallowed. The mines, ground veins, and spiritual springs, buried underground, were almost drained, and the origin sea was already full of mist. This was clearly weakening Han Fei. It could be said that if the demon purification pot didn't stop, Han Fei's origin sea would be sucked dry. If his origin sea had 100 portions before, there was less than a quarter left. How many resources had Han Fei gained in the raging sea? Today, nearly 80% of them were gone, and his heart was almost numb. But on this day, the demon purification pot finally stopped spinning. But then, 6 small vines rooted Han Fei's origin sea at the same time, and the small vines grew more and more, finally forming a vine area. Where the demon purification pot was, the ground veins transformed. Han Fei felt that the land in the origin sea had become unusually fertile and natural. And a sky appeared in the origin sea, which made Han Fei overjoyed. Although he didn't know what the appearance of the sky meant, wasn't it that only sky openers could have a sky in their origin seas? When Han Fei scanned around with his perception, he was disappointed. It turned out that it was just the shaping of the environment, not the real sky. The origin sea still had boundaries. Pfft. While Hanfei was disappointed, he found that countless cracks appeared on ground veins of the origin sea. Then, 2 small vines pierced into his body. Immediately, spiritual energy began to circulate in Hanfei's body in 2 completely different ways. At that moment, Hanfei seemed to realize something. His mysterious spiritual heritage might be unveiled. Hanfei waited for almost a year and a half before the demon purification pot was full. Fortunately, he had so many resources for the demon purification pot to absorb. If it were an ordinary king, how could he save so many resources in a few years? In addition to feeling that his true spiritual heritage was about to be revealed, Hanfei also saw the 3rd fruit on the 5th vine maturing at this moment. However, Hanfei didn't have the time to be overjoyed, because in his body there were 2 kinds of spiritual heritage circulating. From Hanfei's inner vision, these 2 parts of the spiritual heritage seemed to coexist, one visible, one invisible. One of the 2 spiritual heritages was green jade, and some parts of it looked as pure as glass. This spiritual heritage looked quite normal. However, only about 1/10 of this spiritual heritage was as pure as glass. Most of it was like translucent green jade with a trace of white inside. As for the other kind, the spiritual heritage was black all over, and some parts were blood red, and the blood red parts were relatively few, only about 1/10. At present, in these 2 spiritual heritages, there was a power surging left and right, and infinite spiritual energy was constantly scouring every part of them. Feeling this power, Hanfei subconsciously activated the void fishing technique, trying to absorb spiritual energy and other powers to scour his spiritual heritages together. It felt as if his nose was blocked, and he kept breathing, trying to unblock his nose with the air pressure. More importantly, the 2 spiritual heritages were in the same situation. Hanfei didn't even need to look at his information to know that there must be something wrong with his 2 spiritual heritages. In the past, although he couldn't see them, he didn't feel them so clogged. Now he could see them, but he found that they were clogged everywhere. Only 1/10 of them was unblocked, and 90% of the rest was clogged. Hanfei was speechless. He didn't find this problem when he was cultivating before. Why were there so many problems with his body now? Although the spiritual energy could still circulate, Hanfei felt that in such a situation, it might take 2 hours to complete a spiritual energy circulation, but he could complete a spiritual energy circulation in 1 second before. Only then did Hanfei understand that he had always thought that the efficiency of his cultivation technique was very high. With the cultivation technique, the heavenly fire would burn his body during his cultivation. But in fact, he had been cultivating at an extremely slow speed. Understanding this, Hanfei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he would have one more thing to do in the future, which was to dredge his 2 spiritual heritages. His 2 spiritual heritages hadn't been unblocked, but they were already heavenly spiritual heritages. Hanfei couldn't imagine what they would be like if they were dredged. This situation lasted for 3 days. With the demon purification pots efforts and Hanfei's own efforts, he had barely dredged 10% of each of the 2 spiritual heritages, and about 20% in total. It was still far away from completely dredging them. At this moment, the demon purification pot had already retracted its vines and returned to its normal form. Han Fei finally regained his freedom. Looking at the misty origin sea, Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How long would it take for him to snatch enough resources to reappear it? However, Han Fei's exclamation only appeared for a short time, because Han Fei had already looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 96, Sea Establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 980,006th. Chaotic Chi, 43,495 wisps. Spiritual Power, 8, 126. Continue reading on 0 NMYB 0 XN0 VEL com. Perception Range, 850,000 kilometers. Strength, 301,560 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 89. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 91. Main Art, Void Fishing, Emperor Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei didn't pay attention to the data immediately, because the origin sea was a mess now. It was already good enough that his strength didn't decrease. However, the two spiritual heritages finally revealed their real names. Origin Spiritual Heritage? Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage? Han Fei was immersed in checking the specific information of the two. However, what he saw immediately made Han Fei's face change. The Origin Spiritual Heritage is the start of chaos and the beginning of life. It's one of the most mysterious spiritual heritages in history, ranked 800th among all spiritual heritages. The owner of this spiritual heritage has great power that is rare in the world and the speed of cultivation that could be ranked at the top of the sea. The Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage is the beginning of the void and the end of death. It's one of the most mysterious spiritual heritages in history. Ranked 3000th among all spiritual heritages. The owner of this spiritual heritage has great power that is rare in the world and the speed of cultivation that could be ranked at the top of the sea. Han Fei's expression was strange. Did he see it right? Why were these two spiritual heritages so terrifying? In the entire Infinite Ocean, one was ranked 3000, and the other was ranked 800. Didn't this mean that from the moment he was born, he was destined to stand at the peak of the raging sea? Unfortunately, he had always thought that his fast cultivation speed was the result of his hard work. When he cultivated the indestructible body, although his meridians hurt, they didn't explode, which he felt was because his physique was strong enough. It turned out that it was all because his spiritual heritage was too high level. Therefore, even if it was only less than 1/10 dredged in the past, he could cultivate to his current realm in such a short time. Han Fei was speechless. Her spiritual heritage was so good that he didn't know what to say. Han Fei could only tell himself that his dual spiritual heritages hadn't been dredged yet, so his ranking was definitely not as high as his great Tao. When he cleared his spiritual heritage in the future, at least it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the longevity realm. Han Fei comforted himself and looked at the third divine pill that appeared on the demon purification pot. This pill was called the Technique of Infinite Transformations. It comprehended the heavenly Tao and could transform into anything in the world. To put it bluntly, this was even stronger than the 72 transformations. He used to think that it was so difficult to transform into a fish. In fact, generation after generation, countless people had devoted themselves to this research and finally figured out this Tao. As for this technique, it was very powerful. He could change into any creature. That he saw. This seemed to only play a supporting role, but with the twin divine technique, his escaping ability would reach a terrifying level. Even Han Fei couldn't think of a way to break it. Unless his enemy had a magical pupil spell that was countless times stronger than the fiery golden eyes, he might not be able to discover him. Besides, he could disguise himself as others without anyone knowing. Therefore, he must learn this technique first. If he had learned this technique before, how could those low-level bugs find him if he turned into a random bug in the insect-tide forest? Comprehending the technique of infinite transformations should be similar to gaining the Dharma idol. If he ate this divine pill, he should be able to master it quickly. About 20 days passed in the outside world. Buzz. On the top of the bronze tree, the blue ball of light shattered with a bang. When Han Fei appeared and scanned around with his perception, he saw that 4 of the blue light balls around him were missing. Furthermore, Han Fei keenly discovered that 2 of the blue light balls had changed positions. Although Han Fei didn't know if the disappearing light ball represented the death of a person, the light ball that changed its position meant that too. People chose to continue exploring after obtaining a certain treasure. One of them was Bai Yu, and the other was Huang Jia. But no one had come out yet. Looking at the bronze tree from the bottom, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't know if this bronze tree was at the same place with the previous 5 tombs. Han Fei couldn't help but take out the vast ocean navigator and use the twin divine technique at the same time. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the vast ocean navigator began to spin. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the vast ocean navigator was pointing at the trees, which meant that some of the kings who participated in the treasure hunt had died, besides the kings who died in the 5 tombs. Han Fei couldn't help frowning slightly. Forget it. He was seriously short of resources now. He was not interested in this tree full of treasures. Anyway, there was still a long time before the monarch palace opened. He had plenty of time to continue to snatch treasures. However, before that, he needed to get as many resources as possible. Han Fei pointed his finger and broke through the void, his black mist body drilled in, and he came directly to a sea area. There was no land here, but the bottom of the sea was full of beaches, coral reefs, and holes full of algae. There were all kinds of crab shells left here. In addition to these, there was a large amount of deep sea. Obviously, this was the origin sea of the squid lady of the giant beast race. From the looks of it, she must have died. The origin sea of the squid lady was actually not small. It spanned more than 7,000 kilometers, and the mist was relatively light in color. There were abundant resources in her origin sea, which showed that she was not weak. Although she had been hiding her strength, she died on this bronze tree before she could show her real strength. Before Han Fei shouted, the demon purification pot had already come out to work. In the origin sea of the squid lady, the demon purification pot swallowed more than 6,000 wisps of chaotic qi, which was a lot. The ultra-quality spiritual stones and various resources that Han Fei found added up to about 1.1 billion. This number couldn't be said to be small. After all, a king was completely worth carrying so many resources. But compared to these resources were not much. Compared to the part of his origin sea that was swallowed by the demon purification pot, the harvest from the squid lady was not even 1/10 of those resources. However, Han Fei was not greedy. If one was not enough, there was a second one. Just now, for blue light balls disappeared. Half an hour later, when Han Fei completely looted the squid lady's origin. He was slowly relieved. In any case, he had made up for some of the resources. As the vast ocean navigator turned again, its target was still the bronze tree. It seemed that someone had died. When Han Fei broke through the void again and his black mist body entered, he found that there were some ownerless souls here. After searching for a while, Han Fei found the heavenly palace array map of the spirit refining world. Only then did he know that Su Lian had already died. Alas! Han Fei sighed slightly. He had helped Su Lian several times, but he still died in the end. It could be said that the 13 worlds in the outer domain were relatively weak indeed. Now that Su Lian died, the spirit refining world lost its leader. He didn't know if Su Lian had left any backup means before coming here. Han Fei collected the ownerless souls here and collected about 800 million resources, which was a lot. After all, these kings would stay in the monarch palace for 3 years, so they must have taken a lot of resources with them. The demon purification pot collected more than 5,600 wisps of chaotic qi. Fortunately, the 10,000 wisps of chaotic qi that were swallowed in his origin were finally replenished. But a lot of other resources were still missing. When Han Fei tried to find someone's origin with the vast ocean navigator for the 3rd time, although he still found it, it was not on the bronze tree this time, but in the void outside the bronze tree. Han Fei found that the 9-poison treasure silkworm in the depths of his soul moved, which meant that there were traces of poison here. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Huang Jia is dead? When Han Fei entered the 3rd origin his heart did a flip. This was actually an ocean. He perceived everything around him. This couldn't be Huang Jia's origin or there would definitely be many poisons here. Since it was not Huang Jia's origin it meant that Huang Jia had fought this person and won. This person was dead. This person's origin was more than 26,000 kilometers long. This was the largest origin he had seen so far. Besides, this person also knew how to set up the origin The mist was very light in color, and he had clearly grasped some necks. The moment the demon purification pot came out, it didn't swallow the chaotic qi, but extended a small vine to an undersea algae. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip and he immediately realized that something was wrong. A golden light flashed and he jumped over, and the ultimate blade in his hand left his hand in an instant, slashing at the algae. Pooh! 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 Seeing that the algae was cut into pieces, Han Fei fused with little black and little white and keenly noticed that a wisp of soul body drilled into the ground veins. Han Fei immediately used the void lines to seal the ground veins. Continue reading on 0nmyb 0xn0vel. After finding this person's location, the ultimate blade stabbed at him. In just 2 seconds, this person's remnant soul was riddled with holes, and he finally revealed his true appearance. When Han Fei took a closer look, he was surprised. "Oh, it's you." Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. This person was none other than Zhou Bai from the undersea human race, who was said to be in the top 10 of the raging sea. Now it seemed that this guy was defeated by old Huang Jia. Either Zhou Bai was already seriously injured when he came out, and Huang Jia took advantage of it. Either Huang Jia was very strong in the first place, stronger than Zhou Bai. Han Fei was more inclined to the second. Although old Huang Jia looked like he was about to die, the great poisons that he could use could even injure sky openers. Han Fei wasn't surprised that Zhou Bai was defeated by Huang Jia. Anyway, it was like pennies from heaven for him. Zhou Bai was shocked. Han Fei, how can you enter my origin sea? Han Fei grinned. You ask too many questions. Do you think I'll tell you? Zhou Bai was terrified, but there was nothing he could do. He was being ravaged by the great poison, or he wouldn't have existed in the form of a soul body. At this moment, no matter what, he had to restore his body. However, just as Zhou Bai was about to mobilize the chaotic qi and the energy, here, he discovered that the chaotic qi was no longer under his control. A calabash was absorbing the energy here crazily. Han Fei grinned. What a pity. You can only blame your bad luck for meeting me. With that, with a thought from Han Fei, the ultimate blade began to kill crazily. Zhou Bai didn't even have a chance to dodge before his soul was destroyed. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Han Fei searched around with the void lines. After confirming that Zhou Bai was dead, he began to plunder resources. Han Fei curled his lips. He had thought that a strong master like Zhou Bai would have more resources, but he realized that he was wrong. Since Zhou Bai had figured out the layout of the origin sea, a large number of resources must have been arranged in the origin sea. The usable resources were about the same amount of the ones he got from Wan Qingling, only 500 million. Of course, the digging of the origin sea was relatively more troublesome. However, Han Fei was short of resources now. No matter how difficult it was to dig the origin sea, he had to dig it. There were at least billions of resources in the origin sea. Wouldn't it be a loss if he didn't dig it? This digging lasted more than 3 hours, and Han Fei dug up 2 billion resources from Zhou Bai's origin sea. When Han Fei dug into an undersea fire mountain, he found a demon essence red bead. This thing seemed to be the one hanging on the bronze tree. Zhou Bai's first goal was this thing. He didn't expect that Zhou Bai didn't use it, but left it in the origin sea. Name: Demon Emperor's Inner Core. Introduction: The inner core of a sea demon emperor. Absorbing its energy can promote the soul, increase strength, comprehend the great Tao, and inherit the demon emperor's techniques. Level: Emperor level. Quality: Ultra quality. Contained immortal qi greater than 392 wisps. Effect: refining and absorbing it can obtain inheritance, increase the soul, comprehend the great Tao, and obtain power. Han Fei curled his lips slightly. This thing was good, but it was not that useful to him. One was that he didn't actually need the inheritance this thing contained, because it wasn't suitable for his path. Among the people he knew, it might be most useful for Xia Xiaochan. But Xia Xiaochan actually didn't need it, because Xia Xiaochan's future path might not be worse than this demon emperor's. Looking at its great Tao, it could only play a learning role at most. Xia Xiaochan definitely wouldn't want to become this demon emperor's inheritor. Therefore, Han Fei threw the inner core into the origin sea and planned to give it to Xia Xiaochan when she appeared. In addition to the demon emperor's inner core, Han Fei only obtained about 2.5 billion resources in total. The demon purification pot absorbed 8,000 wisps of chaotic qi, which increased Han Fei's chaotic qi to 62,396 wisps. Unfortunately, the 3 chances of the vast ocean navigator today had been used up, which greatly made up for the resources swallowed by the demon purification pot. Fortunately, many kings had died here. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many places he would have to rob to get so many resources. Han Fei glanced at the bronze divine tree. Seeing that no one had come out yet, he didn't rush to continue to snatch the treasures. Originally, in the monarch palace, Han Fei thought that he had no chance to enter the Origin Sea, but here, it seemed different. No rules could affect this place, and even perception wouldn't be limited. Therefore, Han Fei's black mist body immediately entered his Origin Sea and quickly replaced a large number of abandoned resources with the more than 4 billion resources he just snatched. The earth vein essence he had obtained before was controlled by Han Fei to be channeled into the entire Origin Sea. Because he had obtained a large number of marine resources from Zhou Bai and the Squid Lady, Han Fei directly turned the terrain about 60,000 kilometers away into an ocean, so there was a place for these resources. After about an hour, most of the mist in Han Fei's Origin Sea finally dissipated, and the resource layout in his Origin Sea finally returned to about 40% of the past. Although Han Fei still didn't have any extra resources to use, there were still many resources hanging on the bronze tree. Han Fei waited until the next day. He waited for the ability of the vast ocean navigator to be reset. One reason was to continue to find other dead kings' Origin Seas, and the other was to find treasures on the bronze tree that were more suitable for him. Although there were many treasures on the tree, he should find those most suitable for him. Of course, he had to find resources, but he also had to find a way out. Han Fei was used to resources and treasures. He used to treat a high-quality pearl as a treasure, but now, billions were not enough. Han Fei needed resources, but he knew that a way out was the greatest opportunity. Therefore, after consolidating his Origin Sea, Han Fei looked around. In the void, stars flickered in the distance, and there was even a red moon in the sky. According to normal thinking, Han Fei could easily guess that the red moon might be the exit. Therefore, after a preliminary judgment, Han Fei immediately used the vast ocean navigator. Sure enough, the vast ocean navigator pointed at the red moon in the sky without hesitation. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Now that he had found the exit, he could continue to search for resources without worry. At this moment, the vast ocean navigator could still be used twice today. With a thought, Han Fei asked the vast ocean navigator to continue to search for the Origin Seas of the other dead kings. However, to Han Fei's surprise, there was none. That's not right. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. There were 4 blue light balls missing, but there were only 3 Origin Seas here. This meant that one person hadn't died, and he wasn't here, so he must have left the bronze tree. In other words, one of the kings had left the red moon. Han Fei's first thought was to leave Baiyu, because the blue ball of light where Baiyu was had disappeared. Maybe he went to compete for another target, or maybe he went out. As Baiyu said, the Martial Emperor city didn't lack treasures. Compared to Huangjia, he was more likely to go out. Of course, it could be someone else, but Han Fei thought Baiyu was more likely. However, these were all his guesses. To be honest, among this group of kings, Han Fei suspected that there was no one who could resist the temptation of the bronze tree, because even he couldn't resist the temptation of the bronze tree. Since the vast ocean navigator couldn't lead him, Han Fei didn't bother to find it. He wasn't worried that the person who left would enter the bronze door in advance of him. If it was so easy to enter the Void Temple, he wouldn't have to go through the Void temples test again and again. Han Fei said silently, point to the resources most suitable for the expansion of my origin sea. This time, to Han Fei's surprise, the vast ocean navigator pointed east and west. In the end, Han Fei found that the vast ocean navigator pointed in dozens of directions. Han Fei was stunned. Which one should he choose? While Han Fei was hesitating, the old turtle said, why don't we choose the mystic yellow soil? Han Fei was surprised. The mystic yellow soil? The mystic yellow soil that can make the origin sea more natural? The old turtle said, that's right. Look at the yellow brick that looks like a brick 300 kilometers above you. That's it. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Isn't that a brick? The old turtle said, believe me, I'm a person who has obtained the mystic yellow soil. Han Fei couldn't help but say, there's no rush. We can get the resources one by one. But old Yuan, do you only know the mystic yellow soil here? Is there anything more powerful here? Let's make a mark first and take them one by one. Later. The old turtle pondered for a moment. I know a lot of them, but if you want to take them one by one, why don't you uproot the entire tree? Didn't someone uproot it before? F***ck. Han Fei almost forgot about it. He didn't think of pulling the tree out. Because this bronze tree was too big. It might be more than 300,000 kilometers high. It was too big. Even if he pulled it out, he had no place to put it. Therefore, he felt that it was impossible to pull out such a big tree. However, who said that such a big tree couldn't be uprooted? Even if it couldn't be uprooted, he could cut it into pieces. Seeing that there was no one around, Han Fei might as well try pulling it out first. If this tree was pulled out by him and all the treasures fell, wouldn't he be rich? Old Han and his mother had done this before. And it was probably them who got the demon purification pot out. Since someone had succeeded before, Han Fei immediately rushed under the bronze tree. In Han Fei's perception, the bronze tree was rooted in the void. Although he didn't know how it was rooted, it didn't stop Han Fei from trying to cut through the void. Therefore, without hesitation, Han Fei activated his great Tao, prepared the immortal fiend saber, and slashed at the roots of the bronze tree. Han Fei's purpose was to break the void. The immortal fiend saber slashed a huge crack in the void with terrifying power, but something strange happened. The power of the immortal fiend saber gradually disappeared in the void, but the bronze tree was fine. Han Fei didn't even see its roots. So the place where the bronze tree took root shouldn't be the void of this world. Han Fei didn't find the roots of the bronze tree. Seeing that his strongest move was useless, he immediately thought of the simplest and most ordinary move, which was to cut the tree. Just like when he cut the big red trunk, he could cut this ancient bronze tree into dozens of pieces. The origin sea should be able to accommodate it. The infinity water turned into a huge wheel and attacked the bronze tree. Buzz. Clang. 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 Ka ka ka. Han Fei really admired the hardness of the bronze tree. The infinity water cut so violently, but the bronze tree was not damaged at all. Instead, the wheel formed by the infinity water was full of cracks. Just as Han Fei felt that cutting the trees wouldn't work, he might as well get the treasures one by one, only to see a layer of light blue airwaves erupting from the bronze tree. This terrifying wave instantly shattered the infinity water and sent Han Fei and the infinity water flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei felt that his whole body was sore, and his bones were about to break as if his body was run over by a giant wheel. At that moment, Han Fei was about to rush back when a blast of air swept over, forcing him to retreat tens of thousands of kilometers again. At this time, perhaps because Han Fei was far enough away from the bronze tree, he could see the true appearance of the bronze tree. Han Fei was surprised to find that it was not a bronze tree, but a large, complicated network of veins, like the meridians of the human body. However, before Han Fei took a second look, the blue light curtain in front of him disappeared, and then Han Fei found that he had left the starry sky and appeared under it, on the ground. The bronze tree had disappeared without a trace. F***ck. Don't. Han Fei was so shocked that his face turned pale. What the F***ck is going on? I only cut the tree twice. How did you beat me out of the starry sky? The old turtle was also dumbfounded and shut up, thinking that Han Fei might bent on him. Sure enough, Han Fei roared, "Old Yuan, this is just one of the countless shitty ideas you've come up with. If I F***king go to get the treasures one by one, wouldn't it be better for me? Huh? Such a big piece of mystic yellow soil is gone. Shouldn't you advise me to get the treasures first?" Feeling Han Fei's anger, the old turtle couldn't help shivering. Well, this is just my suggestion. After all, someone succeeded before. Han Fei said angrily, but I failed. Now I lost a whole tree of treasures. A whole tree. Han Fei felt that his heart was trembling and bleeding. He had already planned to get the treasures one by one. How much treasure would he get? The old turtle said, "In fact, I think that although there are many treasures on this bronze divine tree, not all of them can be taken by one person. Otherwise, once one is strong enough, all the treasures will be taken away by him. The monarch will definitely restrict this." Han Fei said, "That's bull's it. This monarch is clearly looking for a successor. If he doesn't give those treasures to his successor, who can he give them to? Do you think he's stupid?" The old turtle felt a little guilty. It seemed that his words were indeed not convincing. But the old turtle immediately said, "There are still a group of them who survived. When you go out, go find them one by one and snatch the resources they got." Han Fei grabbed the vast ocean navigator. "Wait my ass. I have to find a way to go in again." The vast ocean navigator immediately turned, and Han Fei followed the needle to break through the void at his fastest speed. Soon, he landed in a place that looked like an ancient jungle. Huh? 21. Han Fei wanted to scan around with his perception, only to find that his perception was gone. This made Han Fei speechless. Where should he go in this dense forest? Having no choice, Han Fei could only use the vast ocean navigator again. In 7 or 8 seconds, Han Fei arrived under a huge tree. But the moment Han Fei saw the giant tree, his heart did a flip. Why did it look like the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? At this moment, Han Fei felt that the tree was shaking slightly, and the aftershock of the battle seemed to be transmitted down through the tree. A moment later, Han Fei saw that on this huge ancient tree, many venerables were fighting for a yellow fruit wrapped in thin gauze. Han Fei looked at the fruit in his hand, and information popped up in his eyes. Name, Cloud Dream Fruit. Introduction, the fruit that grows on the Cloud Dream Divine Tree. It can increase the power of the soul and strengthen the bloodline. Taking it, there is a chance for one to comprehend the Tao, or even obtain the cloud dream. Divine technique. This fruit is divided into 7 levels by the number of leaves. The more leaves there are, the stronger the effect. The higher the place where this fruit grows, the better the effect. However, this fruit is often guarded by exotic beasts. You have to pick it carefully. Level Venerable. Quality Ultra Quality. Chaotic Chi contained 7 points. Effect Increase the power of the soul, strengthen the bloodline, and comprehend the Tao. The cloud dream fruit in Han Fei's hand only had 2 leaves. Obviously, it wasn't of a high level. Such a cloud dream fruit didn't mean much to him. Crunch. Han Fei took a big bite and swallowed it like an ordinary fruit. Therefore, the vast ocean navigator should be pointing at the way out of this place. Only by leaving this ancient forest could he have a chance to find the bronze tree. Again. A moment later, when Han Fei saw a human half-king fighting 100 demon half-king, he knew that he had probably come to a place explored by half-kings. And this place was indeed very effective for half-kings. This was because the higher the level of the cloud dream fruit, the more chaotic chi it contained. The more soul power it could increase, and the better the strengthening effect on the bloodline. This was a shortcut to increase their overall strength. Those who survived here would be much stronger than ordinary half-kings when they left the monarch palace in the future. And only by eating the highest level cloud dream fruit could a half-king transcend the tribulation and become a king. And treasures of that level were definitely rare. Therefore, Han Fei guessed that this place might only be one of the half-king trial grounds. As for the danger level, it could only be said to be average. Logically speaking, Han Fei shouldn't have been here, but since he was here, it meant that he could pick a few of the highest level cloud dream fruits. He just needed to keep going up the tree. This little difficulty, certainly, couldn't stop Han Fei. At the highest point of the cloud dream divine tree, the trunk was naturally getting thinner and thinner. However, this place had already become a sea of demonic plants, with as many as 1,000 strange, demonic plants attacking each other. At the highest position of the cloud dream divine technique, as many as 11 people were fighting each other. Among these people, except for a fatty who couldn't control demonic plants, everyone else could. And this fatty was Lu Renquang. Huff dash. Lu Renquang opened his mouth and swallowed crazily, and 4 half-kings were besieging him crazily. Lu Renquang shouted, "Xiao Bai, this can't go on. Why don't you use the things that Fei Fei left to us?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't be hasty. These people are not very strong. The bad thing is that they are all from the 100 Flowers world and are good at controlling demonic plants. We just fought and were seriously injured." Void Vine, do you have a way to take 2 people away? The Void Vine said tearfully, "My lords, I'm only a peak-level venerable. Didn't the human king leave you a life-saving method? Use it." Luo Xiaobai said, "It's not the time yet. If we use it now, what can we use in the future?" Lu Renquang said, "Fine, if I try my best, I can kill one of them and hold another off." Void Vine, prepare to snatch the cloud dream fruit at any time. Void Vine, got it. An orange-red light burst out of Lu Renquang's body, and a strange black box appeared, and a sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level long knife appeared in his hand. Devouring demon blade, fight. Bang! Around Lu Renquang, airwaves surged. With a swish, he cut through countless long vines. Seeing this, the 4 half-kings from the 100 Flowers world immediately shouted, "Control him." When the 4 of them exerted their strength at the same time, Lu Renkuang grinned. Deep blue fall. Around one of the half-kings, the void suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying suction force came from the void. The man was shocked and immediately shouted, "Help! Il." The remaining half-kings of the 100 Flowers world were naturally distracted to save him. At this moment, the long knife in Lu Renkuang's hand turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. The chi and blood of one of the 4 half-kings were triggered, his body was torn apart with a puff, and his essence blood was sucked away. The man was horrified. He activated all his secret techniques, and the essence blood that flew out turned into burning fire spikes and attacked Lu Renkuang. However, it was precisely because of this person's mistake that a huge claw appeared from the collapsed void and grabbed the fallen half-king. The man vomited a mouthful of blood, and the huge claw emitted a terrifying force, directly pulling the half-king into the void, and then the void closed. At this point, Lu Renkuang's outburst was not over yet. He held the knife with both hands and rushed his way ahead, enduring the fire thorns all the way. At this time, the purity mystic body manifested his powerful physique. The so-called powerful attacks of these half-kings couldn't shake Lu Renkuang at all. The longer Lu Renkuang accumulated energy, the brighter the long knife in his hand became. Roar! Seeing that the vines that blotted out the sky were rolling towards him and all kinds of strange poisons and mysterious barriers were blocking in front of him, Lu Renkuang knew that he couldn't rush over. He immediately slashed down. It was hard to say if he could kill 1 or 2 enemies. Not good. Retreat. The guy who was targeted by Lu Renkuang turned pale. At this moment, another person threw out a jade slip. The phantom of a king appeared, and as soon as the king appeared, he quickly understood the situation of the battle. A black demonic vine, like a spear, nailed at Lu Renkuang. F***ck. Lu Renkuang knew that he couldn't resist it anymore. A jade slip appeared in his hand. Do you think you're the only ones with a king-level blow? I have 1 too. Crack. The jade slip shattered. In that second, a golden light flashed, and Han Fei appeared. Han Fei casually pinched the vine spear and shattered the void with a slap, directly shattering the phantom of the palace master of the 100 Flowers world, Hua Qianyue, without any effort. Lu Renkuang shouted, "Did you see that? Loser, how dare the king of the 100 Flowers world go against my brother, human king? Believe it or not, he can even kill your king with a slap. If you know what's good for you, give up the cloud dream fruit." A woman on the opposite side shouted, "Humph. It's just a projection. You've already used the blow. Let's see how many times the 3 of you can launch a king-level blow." Lu Renkuang couldn't help looking at Han Fei. "Fei, can you still fight? Kill 2 more." Bang! 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 However, the half-kings only felt a terrifying pressure descend, and the vines, mist, poisonous gas, and demonic barriers that filled the sky were all shattered. Under Han Fei's suppressing pressure, the remaining 7 half-kings all fell. On the 100 Flowers world side, someone shouted, "Not good. Demon Han's phantom still has strength. Quickly use the king's strike." Swish! 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 3 jade slips shattered, and 3 kings' projections appeared. Lu Renquang. And the other two, who were about to rush over, hurriedly stopped. The three of them immediately retreated behind Han Fei, and Luo Xiaobai also held a jade slip, her face cold. She estimated that Han Fei hadn't used up the power of this blow, but the other party had launched 3 king-level blows in a row, so Han Fei might not be able to withstand them. But then, as soon as the 3 king-level attacks were launched, Han Fei waved his hand. No one knew how Han Fei attacked, but the 3 phantoms instantly shattered before they could attack. Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other. Han Fei hadn't even used up the power of his blow? Lu Renquang immediately regretted it. I didn't know that Fei Fei's blow could be so powerful. If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown it out. The 7 people from the 100 Flowers world were also dumbfounded. Was Demon Han so powerful that he could shatter 3 king-level strikes with a casual wave of his hand? Han Fei couldn't help looking at Lu Renquang. Do you want me to kill them? I'd better not. The 100 Flowers world will submit to us in the future. Anyway. Lu Renquang said, no, you have to kill him. You're just a projection anyway. Hey, Fei Fei. Do you still have the strength to speak? Han Fei said, well, what if I tell you that this is my original body? Lu Renquang? Luo Xiaobai? The Void Vine? The people from the 100 Flowers world? Lu Renquang's fighting intent immediately disappeared, and he said in disbelief, cut the crap. Who are you kidding? Can this jade slip summon you? Han Fei said with a strange look, well, I can only say that you were so capable that you did summon my original body. Buzz. 3 holy pillars of light descended and fell on Lu Renquang, Luo Xiaobai, and the Void Vine. Their injuries were recovering crazily. At this moment, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. Luo Xiaobai said, no, you are not a phantom, but a real body. Han Fei smiled. I'm a real body in the first place. Otherwise, the phantom would be very big. It has to at least look intimidating. Lu Renquang was stunned. Can the thing you gave us summon your original body? What if we summon you at your critical moment? Lu Renquang was still being silly, but Luo Xiaobai seemed to understand something. Although she was a little puzzled why Han Fei was here, Han Fei's appearance was quite coincidental. The Void Vine completely stretched out and shouted at the other party, come. Come at us. Hurry up and hand over your resources and the Cloud Dream fruits. Han Fei smiled. Yes. The people from the 100 Flowers world were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Han Fei was here. However, when they felt the suppressing pressure that almost suffocated them, it was accompanied by terrifying killing intent. Everyone couldn't help being horrified. Who was Han Fei? He had slaughtered many sea establishers. How could a half-king resist his cold killing intent? The Void Vine had already gone to get resources. Lu Renquang scratched his head and tilted his head to look at Han Fei. Fei Fei. Are you really your original body? Han Fei said impatiently, I just came here by accident. I was about to find a way out when you suddenly crushed the jade slip I gave you. How could I not come? Lu Renquang exclaimed, there are sea establishers here? Luo Xiaobai said, it seems that you have some problems. Han Fei nodded slightly. I did suffer a huge loss, a huge loss. Seeing Han Fei's face twisted, Luo Xiaobai said, it seems that you did suffer a big loss. It was obvious that it must be such a huge loss that Han Fei was so anxious and angry. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have appeared here. Han Fei glanced at the void vine and said casually, leave some resources for them. Then, Han Fei said to the people of the 100 Flowers world, it's only a matter of time before the 100 Flower Palace submits to us. Now, you shouldn't be enemies with the Inyang world. This time, I'll just teach you a lesson, but it won't be so simple next time. With that, Han Fei waved his hand and sent the half-kings flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei had planned to find the highest level cloud dream fruit when the vast ocean navigator was reset. However, he suddenly felt Lu Renkuang's summoning, so he came to the place where the highest level cloud dream fruit was. This was why Luo Xiaobai and the others wanted to compete with the people from the 100 Flowers world. At this moment, Han Fei had solved the people from the 100 Flowers world, only to see a pile of sunmoon shells and 4 cloud dream fruits hanging on the void vine. The void vine was so happy that it twisted. Han Fei took a look. The highest level one was a 5-leaf one, and the others were all 3-leaf ones. It seemed that the people from the 100 Flowers world didn't get many cloud dream fruits. Luo Xiaobai said, this tree that looks like the Cloud Sea Divine tree has this kind of fruit growing in many places. You can distinguish their age and effect according to the number of leaves. The effect of the 5-leaf one is unknown. If no one guards it, no one dares to swallow it immediately, so we got it. Lu Renkuang said, they haven't had time to take them off yet. Otherwise, they would have eaten the 5-leaf fruit long ago. Only then did Han Fei look at the battlefield in the distance. There was a barrier that emitted a jade luster. At this moment, most of the barrier had been broken and was full of cracks. There seemed to have been a great battle there. Luo Xiaobai said, there's a 7-leaf spiritual fruit there. There was a flood dragon that could be said to have entered the sea establishment realm, guarding it. It was killed by us. But maybe because we caused too much noise. We attracted the attention of these people from the 100 Flowers world. The void vine immediately said, yes, in this environment, even if they couldn't use perception, their ability to discover things was much stronger than the people from the other heavenly palaces. Han Fei asked in surprise, you haven't got the 7-leaf cloud dream fruit yet? Lu Renkuang said, we'll get it soon. Fei Fei, have you eaten this fruit? Let's have one each. Han Fei shook his head. I've already eaten it. This thing is useless to me. Han Fei glanced at the 5-leaf cloud dream fruit and saw that it only provided 101 wisps of chaotic chi. He estimated that the 7-leaf cloud dream fruit could at most have 500 wisps of chaotic chi. But even so, the cloud dream fruit was still useless to him. Luo Xiaobai said, then guard us. Han Fei waved his hand and the ultimate blade shot out. Before Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang saw what happened, they heard a few clangs on the jade barrier. And then the jade barrier was broken. The void vine exclaimed, it was broken so easily? Lu Renkuang was lost for words. Fei Fei, how did you do that? Why couldn't we see it clearly? Everyone flew over. Luo Xiaobai controlled demonic plants to pick the 7-leaf cloud dream fruit and send it over. Then, she saw the ultimate blade floating in front of Han Fei and was quite curious. Han Fei said, it's a godly weapon I got here. It's only a little faster. There's nothing special about it. Puff dash. A godly weapon? Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. She really couldn't stand Han Fei's pretentiousness anymore. The void vine was envious. The human king had already obtained a godly weapon? Were there so many resources in the monarch palace? Lu Renkuang couldn't help drooling. Are there many such godly weapons in the monarch palace? Han Fei smiled. Well, there should be a lot, but there is also danger. This knife only killed Ji Xian in a few seconds. Luo Xiaobai. Lu Renkuang said, forget it. I think this environment suits us better. Luo Xiaobai was lost for words. Put away your so-called godly weapon and guard me. Han Fei chuckled. Okay. You guys eat. The cloud dream fruit was not very useful to Han Fei, but it was very useful to Lu Renkuang and Luo Xiaobai, especially Luo Xiaobai. This exotic spiritual fruit was very nutritious for her, so the 7-leaf cloud dream fruit was certainly hers. More than 4 hours later, the three of them woke up one after another. The moment Luo Xiaobai woke up, everyone felt that their surroundings suddenly changed. It was as if they were in a wild lake, surrounded by clouds and mist. In the depths of the clouds and mist, there seemed to be a big tree growing quickly. But this strange scene disappeared after only a few minutes. Han Fei keenly noticed that this seemed to be a kind of great Tao. Sure enough, Luo Xiaobai said, my Tao heart becomes firmer now, and my strength has increased by 30%. Lu Renkuang and the Void Vine were both surprised. So much? Luo Xiaobai said, that's what Tao comprehension is like. You'll find out later. Han Fei, on the other hand, was deep in thought. The tree just now should be the key to Luo Xiaobai's improvement. However, Han Fei didn't need to ask. He just said, the later stages of the monarch palace are very dangerous. If the next place is the same as this one, explore it slowly. Don't be hasty. Don't set foot in the king's domain. Sensing that Han Fei was serious, Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be here. What happened? Lu Renkuang also said, yes. I'm also curious. You can already get a godly weapon. Why are you here? Alas. Han Fei heaved a long sigh. Speaking of which, this is a wrong choice I made. Blah, blah, blah. Han Fei had nothing to hide from Lu Renkuang and Luo Xiaobai. Besides, since he had already encountered them, he certainly had to explain some dangerous areas to them. Therefore, Han Fei began from the insect-tide forest. Of course, Han Fei omitted the mirror of infinity. He just talked about the dangers he had experienced and the people he had encountered. The three of them were horrified. The Void Vine trembled. What? More than 10 kings have died? Lu Renkuang asked, is that golden arm really so powerful? It can kill a king with one punch? Oh my god, so the monarch palace is not prepared for us half kings? Han Fei said, therefore, when you feel that the danger is getting greater and greater, and you can no longer survive it with your talent and trump cards, you'd better choose to retreat to a safe place. A real crisis is really dangerous. Even the dragon you just killed here is probably not simple, right? When I came, I found that the three of you were actually seriously injured. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, that dragon already has the strength of the sea establishment realm. With our strength, we used a secret technique and shattered 6 ultra-quality divine weapons before we killed it. Han Fei said, therefore, even the relatively safe places here are so dangerous. You should know how dangerous it's in the depths of the monarch palace. I wonder where Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Xiaochan are now. Luo Xiaobai said, Xia Xiaochan has already reached the sea establishment realm. According to your experience, she shouldn't appear in the same place as us. At least, you are the first sea establisher from outside we've met. Han Fei said, that's why I have to find the bronze tree. You may not believe it, but you have to see it with my own eyes to know how many treasures there are. However, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei deeply and said, I think you don't have to find that tree. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Even Lu Renkuang and the Void Vine were stunned. Lu Renkuang was surprised. Why not? Those are all ultimate treasures. However, Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. They're treasures, but not necessarily ultimate treasures. The probability of death in the forest where we are is not small, right? Therefore, in the end, we all gathered on this big tree. Obviously, this is more like a trial or assessment. And what Han Fei experienced was obviously the inheritance of the 5 lives of the monarch. Although many kings died, when the monarch built the monarch palace, he must have thought of it. He just wanted to pick out the people who could obtain his inheritance. As Han Fei said, there are so many treasures on the bronze tree. Since there are so many of them, they are actually more like high-level resources instead of rare treasures. In the depths of this palace, there must be something better than them. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Why do you say that? Luo Xiaobai asked, didn't you say that when you came out of the illusion of the bronze tree, you found that one of them should have left voluntarily? Han Fei was puzzled. Yes. Luo Xiaobai said, those who achieve great things don't drift with the current. You shouldn't just consider why others stay there, but think about why that person left. No matter who this person is, why can he resist such a great temptation and choose to leave? Han Fei was shocked by Luo Xiaobai's words. Yes. Why did someone leave in advance? Wasn't the stuff on the bronze divine tree good? Every treasure there would be coveted by countless people. Luo Xiaobai said, from the locations of half-kings and sea establishers, we can tell that the areas we're in are different. It's just an accident that you're here. I guess that even if you walk with us now, you will have to leave our training ground for some special reason. Luo Xiaobai analyzed calmly, whether it's a half-king or a sea establishment cultivator, they only have one purpose here. They want to accept the inheritance of the monarch palace. Because there are very few inheritors, the probability of death here is very high. This is because the heavenly openers can't enter. We can even conclude that there might be a power in the underground palace that can stop sky openers. In other words, the sea establishment realm is the highest tolerance limit for the trial of the imperial palace. This also means that only the sea establishers have a chance to obtain the true inheritance of the monarch palace. Han Fei asked, the real inheritance of the monarch palace? Luo Xiaobai said, the monarch built the monarch palace to find his inheritor. Do you think he will give the entire monarch palace to his inheritor? Hiss. Lu Renkuang, Han Fei, and the Void Vine all gasped. Hearing what Luo Xiaobai said, everyone felt that it was very likely. Han Fei also felt that it made sense. Otherwise, why would the monarch palace set up a monarch palace here? Did he really have nothing better to do? One day later, the vast ocean navigator was restored. Han Fei certainly wouldn't stay here. Luo Xiaobai was no longer interested in This place after obtaining the highest level 7-leaf cloud dream fruit. Han Fei even searched with the vast ocean navigator, only to find that there was only one 7-leaf cloud dream fruit, which was the one Luo Xiaobai swallowed. After discovering that the 7-leaf cloud dream fruit was so rare, Han Fei found a branch that pierced through the void nearby without even using the vast ocean navigator. It seemed that the initial design of the monarch palace had already thought of ways to enter and leave the various dangerous places. Han Fei entered the void with Luo Xiaobai and the others, and he also gave Lu Renquang and the others a jade slip of his full-strength strike each. If he gave too much of this thing, it would consume his soul and essence. Blood. As for the resources consumed, he didn't care. However, if his soul power was consumed too much, it would be bad for his cultivation. So even establishers wouldn't easily give others such jade slips. The four of them stepped into the void. As soon as they stepped in, the entire dark void trembled, and a void storm rose, trying to sweep the four of them in. Han Fei was shocked. It's the power of the sea establishment realm. How could Han Fei dare to be negligent? He used all great Daos in one sword to cut open a void storm and then used the draw technique to extract a large void crack to stabilize the way out. Then, he pushed Luo Xiaobai and the other two out. In the end, Luo Xiaobai said, "Your guess is right. You won't encounter us for the time being. Don't care about the bronze tree." Before Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, the two parties had been completely separated. When Han Fei appeared again, he found himself in a white cloud. In this cloud, there was a white jade stone road, only 3 or 5 meters wide and endless. Beside the entrance of the path, a puppet was standing. It was a puppet because its skin had dried up, but its flesh and blood were not rotten. Its eyes were still pale and dull. Even so, this puppet still looked like an iron tower-like burly man. Clatter. Clatter. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the road. He could vaguely hear the sound of waves rolling on the other side of the road. At this moment, the puppet man said in a stiff voice, "The trial takers' strength exceeds the scope of ordinary trials. In order to avoid affecting the normal trial, you will directly enter the ultimate trial." Han Fei? Han Fei was lost for words. The ultimate trial? I don't even need to find the way before I was dragged over for the final test. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, if I pass the ultimate trial, can I control this monarch palace? However, the puppet fell silent as if he didn't hear Han Fei at all. This made Han Fei suspicious, wondering if the puppet had its own consciousness. Han Fei asked again, "You have to tell me what this road is, right? Where does it lead to?" The puppet still didn't speak. Han Fei tentatively asked a few more questions, and the puppet still remained silent. It didn't even bother to blink its gray eyes. Han Fei knew nothing about this so-called ultimate trial. Han Fei couldn't help but take out the vast ocean navigator. Find another exit here. Who knew if the appearance of this puppet was good or bad? Who knew if this path led to the ultimate trial or not? Whether he walked it or not, he had to see if there was another way out first. However, the vast ocean navigator didn't spin at all. Han Fei asked, "Where is the ultimate trial?" "Ka ka ka." The vast ocean navigator pointed at the path. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly, and he asked again, "What's my purpose for this trip?" The vast ocean navigator trembled slightly and still pointed at the path. Although the 3 times of the vast ocean navigator had been used up today, Han Fei was relaxed. He just needed to wait another day. Since he had reached the so-called ultimate trial, he was not in a hurry. Han Fei sighed slightly, only a little regretful. It didn't matter if he missed the bronze tree or not. Luo Xiaobai's explanation was right. However, he didn't replenish his resources, which was what troubled Han Fei the most. He had missed so many King's Origin seas and lost a lot of resources for nothing. Otherwise, he might have been able to make up for his losses. Now, even though his strength was at its peak, his resources were still not enough. He hoped that he wouldn't need to consume too many resources in the final trial. The next day, since the puppet man dragged Han Fei here, he hadn't said anything except to tell him why he was here. At this moment, Han Fei was already standing at the entrance of the narrow cloud path. When he was about to step on it, the puppet suddenly said, "Endless corridor, once you step on it, there is no turning back." Heh. Han Fei smiled faintly, shook his head, and stepped into the path. Han Fei thought to himself, "Is it useful for you to tell me this now? Do I have any other way to go?" Since there was no other way to go, what was the use of saying this to him? Only by being here could one know how terrifying the so-called final trial was. As soon as Han Fei stepped in, he found that the road in front of him was gone. Half a foot in front of him was mist, his perception was blocked, and it was pitch dark. His eyes were meaningless here. Han Fei looked back. The road was gone, and he seemed to be standing alone in a mist. When Han Fei turned around, his pupils were constricted. The mist around him turned into a strange illusion. This was the Blue Sea town, and he was on the road to the original Thug Academy. In front of him, Luo Xiaobai and the other three were walking side by side. Xiao Shaochan looked back at Han Fei and said, "Come on, keep up. We're almost home." Han Fei's lips twitched. Isn't this ridiculous? Such a clumsy illusion. However, when Han Fei took a step forward, he felt that his feet were on the ground. This feeling frightened Han Fei. What if he really followed them back to the Thug Academy? Han Fei certainly wouldn't test it blindly. Therefore, fortunately, Han Fei waited an extra day for the vast ocean navigator to restore before he came in. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. "Where is the road?" However, the vast ocean navigator spun randomly a few times, and in the end, the needle pointed at Han Fei. "Huh? The road is on me?" Han Fei knew that the vast ocean navigator couldn't point the way, or it would directly lead him away from here. But since the vast ocean navigator pointed at him, it might mean that he had to rely on himself to walk past this road. While Han Fei was stunned, his surroundings changed again. This time, he appeared in the seaweed wall of the level 3 fishery. He could even feel the algae touching him. It felt extremely real. In front of him, illusions kept appearing, but the original path was gone. Han Fei simply closed his eyes, closed his vision, and even his sense of touch. But even so, Han Fei still heard tide. Fortunately, Han Fei directly sealed his 5 senses. He sneered. They just tried to disturb him with these. Han Fei stepped forward without sensing, hearing, or seeing anything. This made Han Fei feel like a wandering soul floating in the void. But after only 100 steps, Han Fei felt that something was staring at him, and even wanted to fight him. This feeling was very strong, forcing Han Fei to open his eyes. The moment Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw a golden arm attacking him. F*CK. The killing intent, the suppressing pressure, and the power to mobilize chi and blood were extremely real. Just as Han Fei was about to fight back, he suddenly thought of something. That's not right. Why is this golden arm here? And isn't it the 5 tombs? Here? Fake? Han Fei's surprise turned into confidence. He sneered. It's just an arm. With my bloodline, spiritual heritage, and talent, how can I be afraid of you? Even if I stand still, what can you do to me? Han Fei grinned and opened his arms, not afraid at all. Bang! Han Fei was 100% sure that this thing was fake. Even if it was real, did he learn the purity mystic body and the void fire training technique for nothing? Han Fei sneered. I thought there was something new. What's fake is fake. Bang! However, at the moment when the golden arm hit Han Fei felt that his soul shook, and his body was full of blood and cracks. The power of the blow almost shattered Han Fei, and his sealed senses quickly returned. Huh? It's real? Han Fei refused to believe it, but it was an undeniable fact that he was almost killed. No, it's fake. Although he felt the danger of death, Han Fei knew that everything was fake. He knew at the moment the picture of the 5 tombs appeared. However, the illusion here could turn into a real attack. Buzz! The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated, and Han Fei punched back the golden arm. Although his blood was sucked a bit by the arm, Han Fei remembered what the puppet said in his heart. Endless corridor, once you step on it, there is no turning back.